Chapter 855. More the man froze. The next second he walked forward calmly. You've got the wrong person. Gu Jiao turned around, looked at his back without looking back, and said, Your mother is here. The man's footsteps did not stop, and he continued to stride into the night. Gu Jiao continued, Your mother is really here. The crown princess has gone to war on behalf of the emperor, and the imperial army has been stationed in Xuyang City. If she finds out that you're not good enough to stay outside Chengdu, but came to the border to be an outlaw, she'll beat you. The man clenched his fists and continued to walk forward. Gu Jiao said again, Yi Qing from the Imperial Preceptor Palace is also here. The man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his suppressed emotions burst out in an instant. He turned around and said angrily, How did you recognize me? Gu Jiao blinked innocently and said, I didn't recognize you. I just tricked you. Shengguanqing. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Well, in fact, a little. The way you appeared was exactly like your father's, and your 3,000 ghost soldiers. Did you know that your father had 3,000 ghost soldiers? How could you say that you weren't father and son? In addition, Gu Jiao noticed something strange after entering the forest, including the strange separation between her and Tang Yuashan. There should be some kind of array hidden in the forest. The art of Qimen Duanjia was very similar to the unique skill of a certain imperial preceptor. More importantly, hear this. Gu Jiao raised her hand and opened her palm, revealing a token of the royal family of the Yan dynasty. Shengguanqing looked at the medallion, and then at his empty purse. He exploded again. When did you steal my medallion? I saved you out of kindness. But you're trying to steal from me. You're too heartless. Gu Jiao curled her lips. You look very easy to steal. I couldn't help it. Shengguanqing was speechless. Shengguanqing decided to teach this intruder a lesson. The authority of the Ghost King was not to be challenged. He spread out his arms and his body shook. The branches and leaves on the trees around him instantly moved without any wind. Tremble, intruder. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She looked up and came to a big tree. She casually grabbed a rope and pulled it down. Ouch! The little ghost on the tree was pulled down. Shengguanqing did not give up easily. He slapped the big tree behind him, and the big tree began to bleed. Gu Jiao grunted. She raised her index finger and poked at a tree hole. The blood that was about to flow out. It can't flow out anymore. Shengguanqing was so angry that his whole body trembled. It seems that you want to force me to use my ultimate move. You mean this? Gu Jiao bent down and pulled out a white skeleton claw from the grass. A confused little ghost was hanging under the claw. The little ghost activated the mechanism in the claw. The skeleton claw scratched twice. Click, click. The scene fell into a dead silence. The little ghost saw that the situation was not good. It decisively gave up its prop. The ghost's claw, and ran away with its tail between its legs. Gu Jiao thought for a while, and generously returned the ghost claw to Shengguanqing. Here you go. Shengguanqing was speechless. Shengguanqing gritted his teeth and grabbed the ghost claw. He threw it to the side. Little Black Impermanence, who was eavesdropping, was hit. It hugged the ghost claw and ran away without saying a word. Shengguanqing looked at Gu Jiao coldly. Who are you? Did the old man send you? The new disciple of the State Master Hall? I've never seen you before. It seems that you're really familiar with the State Master Hall. No wonder you've learned from the State Master Hall, and look like half a time traveler. I'm your sister-in-law, Gu Jiao said. I'm the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. My surname is Xiao. When Shengguanqing heard that Xiao was the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, he didn't show a complicated expression. Gu Jiao inferred that he didn't know, or he didn't think much about it. Shengguanyin didn't say whether Shaoqing knew about his background or not. Gu Jiao thought that he didn't know. Naturally, she couldn't make a decision to expose it. Shengguanqing looked behind Gu Jiao. The Black Wind Cavalry also came? Gu Jiao said. They didn't come to Puching City. They're in Xuyang. Shengguanqing. Oh. Gu Jiao asked. Who gave you the gun? Shengguanqing rolled his eyes. Can't I invent it myself? Gu Jiao looked at the gun in his hand. It's rusty. I'm afraid it's older than you. Shengguanqing domineeringly said. I don't care. I invented it. There was only a difference of one word. Rounded up, it was an invention. Oh. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at the people who were cleaning the battlefield in the forest. Then those ghost soldiers and their armor were also invented by you? Shang Guanqing said. I found the armor in the back mountain. This was the same as Gu Jiao's guess. This was the place where the Xianyuan army was buried. That was why there were so many broken Xianyuan armors. As for those ghost soldiers, Shang Guanqing began to walk on the road he came from. As he walked, he said, some of them are bandits from the border. I subdued them. Gu Jiao followed him. After walking for a long time, she understood what he meant by some, because there were obviously some here. Behind the forest was a valley with 3 mountains behind it. A small river meandered through the valley. A small bridge connected the forest and a small village in the valley. The village was divided into 2 sides. One side was where the ghost soldiers lived, and the other side was where the villagers lived. This village was obviously newly built. The thatched houses were all new. The ghost soldiers returned triumphantly and removed their armor. The villagers lit bonfires in the open space. The adults were working, and the children were playing happily. In stark contrast to Pu City, where the flames of war spread, this was simply a paradise. Shang Guanqing said lightly, these are the people of the city who suffered the flames of war, and the villagers whose villages were burned down. If the Jin army doesn't want to be human, let them be ghosts. No wonder he killed the Jin army without mercy. It turned out that he had seen the atrocities of the Jin army. Shang Guanqing. Gu Jiao looked at him. What? He asked casually. Gu Jiao curved her lips. To praise you. I have imagined you countless times, but I didn't expect you to be like this. Although you were poisoned when you were young, causing your body to be weak, you have an intelligent mind and a kind and tenacious heart. In your limited life, you have created endless possibilities. You have saved many people's lives. Who wants your praise? Shang Guanqing turned his face away, his ears turning red. Gu Jiao looked at his red ears and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just like Xiao Heng, he would blush when praised. His Highness Ghost King is back. A villager heard the youth's light laughter and couldn't help but look over. He was not surprised to see Shang Guanqing bringing an unfamiliar youth back. Instead, he smiled and said, is there a newcomer joining us today? He seemed very welcoming. Most of them had been at the end of their rope and had been welcomed here by their seniors. They also welcomed the newcomers. Shang Guanqing put his hands behind his back and glanced at Gu Jiao. He said to the male villager in his 40s, no, he is just passing by and accidentally entered our forest. He will leave tomorrow. The villager was surprised. It's not safe outside. His subconscious reaction was not to question whether Gu Jiao would give out their hiding place, but to worry that Gu Jiao would be in danger outside. They were a group of kind and simple villagers. This little brother is very powerful. Little Black Impermanence rushed out, holding the ghost claw in his hand. Where is your tongue? The villager asked him. Oh, I lost it. Little Black Impermanence ran away again. Gu Jiao looked at Shang Guanqing with a smile. Shang Guanqing put on a brave front and said, Humph, I just need some manual labor. When the war is over, I'll make them all mine for me. Mine every day. Mine every day. Mine without sleeping. I will squeeze every last bit of value out of them. Hug, hug, hug. A toddler girl stumbled over and opened her little arms to be hugged. Shang Guanqing sighed helplessly, picked her up, and removed a black sesame seed from her mouth with his fingertips. Little Ing, you secretly ate it again. You are not allowed to eat candy at night, understand? Little Ing, who was 1.5 years old, sat on Shang Guanqing's arm and nestled in Shang Guanqing's arms. She lost her father in the war. She was too young to understand what it meant. But every night, she slept in Shang Guanqing's arms, as if she had found the sense of security that she had lost. Little Ing fell asleep in Shang Guanqing's arms. Her 10-year-old brother ran over and took her away. It had to be said that Shang Guanqing once again refreshed Gu Jiao's understanding. She thought he was an indecent guy. But after meeting him, the means he used to deal with the Jin army were really indecent. But behind this indecent set, there was compassion and gentleness for the common people. Shang Guanyin taught her son very well. Shang Guanqing said, by the way, Your companion fainted, not because we scared him, but because he knocked himself out. Tang Yueshan, who was afraid of ghosts, found that Gu Jiao was missing. He hurried to find her, but suddenly hit the black wall of traps. Shang Guanqing then said, "Our people brought him back. You can see him in a while. You rest in the village tonight, and I will send you out of the city tomorrow morning." The guy who bought the candied haws in the morning was really him. "Can I walk around?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes." Shang Guanqing looked at the north of the village. "Except for the mountain behind." "Why?" Gu Jiao was puzzled. Shang Guanqing's expression suddenly became a bit complicated. "Because the real Ghost King lives there." Chapter 856. The Real Ghost King. Gu Jiao looked at Shang Guanqing with a puzzled face. She was surprised but not surprised. She expected that the Ghost King was fake, but she didn't expect that there was a real one in Ghost Mountain. Wait, the real Ghost King that he defined might not be the objective truth. Everything still needs to be verified. Gu Jiao asked, "Who is the real Ghost King?" Shang Guanqing raised his chin and said, "I don't know. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. I don't pry into the privacy of my friends." "You can't stop pretending for a minute, right? If the Ghost King is really your friend, why didn't he come out to help? I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the Ghost King doesn't care about you." Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at him with a serious face. Shang Guanqing and Gu Jiao looked at each other. His heart jumped, and he had the illusion that the size of his underwear was seen through. He trembled, coughed softly, and said seriously, Okay. I don't make friends with just anyone. That old guy is not qualified to be my friend." Gu Jiao took a deep breath. Xiao Heng's brother, she couldn't beat him. She couldn't beat him. After removing the exaggeration in Shang Guanqing's words, the information was, "I've only met him once or twice. I'm not good enough, so he doesn't want to be my friend. Tell me what kind of person he is." Gu Jiao suddenly became interested in this Ghost King. "Person?" Shang Guanqing snorted, found a stone by the stream, sat down, and picked up a handful of foxtail grass. The laughter and noise behind them made people feel a temporary peace and beauty in the troubled world. Gu Jiao had been at the border for many days, but she hadn't felt this way for a long time. She sat down beside him. The two of them were separated by a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Shang Guanqing pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just snorted. "Go on," Gu Jiao said. "Well," Shang Guanqing frowned, as if he was considering his words. "I don't think he's human. He's dead. At least, that's the feeling he gives me. He's surrounded by the aura of death, and his eyes don't look like a living person's." Gu Jiao asked, "Can you move? Can you talk? Is there a heartbeat and breathing?" "Yes, there is," Shang Guanqing answered concisely. "Then it wasn't a dead person, it was a living person." Gu Jiao said, "He sounds like a very strange guy." Shang Guanqing played with the green foxtail grass and said, "It's a little strange, but he doesn't kill unarmed people. There were some people who mistakenly entered the back mountain, but he didn't hurt them. Instead, the mountain bandits ran to his territory, and almost all of them died in his hands. It's all thanks to me stepping in. All right, now you're calling yourself Little Master again. You sure have a lot of self-titles." Gu Jiao asked again, "Is that why you subdued those bandits and turned them into ghost soldiers?" Shang Guanqing straightened his back. "Sort of. I saved them from that person, and they were grateful to me for saving their lives." Gu Jiao glanced at him. "There's also deterrence in blackmail, right? For example, you said that the Ghost King is your backer. If they dare to disobey, you'll let the Ghost King kill them?" Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. "No way. How do you know everything?" "Because I'm an ordinary little genius at solving cases." Gu Jiao said, "So there's a big Ghost King in the back mountain, and you're the little Ghost King. Did you call yourself that?" Shang Guanqing didn't deny it. He just lay down on the long stone, put one arm behind his head, and looked at the starry sky with a piece of green foxtail grass in his mouth. "It's the old Ghost King. He's not young anymore," he said. "The old Ghost King." Gu Jiao touched her chin thoughtfully. "Hey." Shang Guanqing poked Gu Jiao with his jade-like slender finger. I finally remember what's strange about you. What? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at the guy lying flat on the rock. He was still wearing the mask that covered most of his face, not revealing his true appearance. However, his eyes were beautiful, very much like the almond eyes of Princess Xinyang. His lips were inherited from Marquis Xianping, the non-smiling Shi Yi. Shang Guanqing said, I thought you were strange all the way here, but I didn't realize until just now. Since you recognized me as the eldest grandson of the emperor, why did you dare to call me by my name? Are the Black Wind Cavalry so arrogant now? Gu Jiao said, This isn't arrogance. Beating you up is. Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist. Shang Guanqing frowned subconsciously. What? Although you're a man, I'm not into men. He didn't like other people's touch, and he wasn't used to being too close to people. In this aspect, the two brothers were very similar to Xinyang. Gu Jiao finished taking his pulse and put his hand back. Shang Guanqing looked at her strangely. You know medicine? A little. Gu Jiao said. Unfortunately, I can't cure the poison in your body. Shang Guanqing didn't show the slightest disappointment when he heard this answer. After all, he was poisoned with an incurable poison. Even the Imperial Preceptor couldn't cure him. There were no miracles for him. He only had 3 months left to live. Maybe even less. Do you feel uncomfortable? Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. Shang Guanqing was slightly startled. He thought of many possible reactions from Gu Jiao. Maybe she would sympathize with him, comfort him, or draw a big picture for him. But he never expected that it would be as simple. Do you feel uncomfortable? It was like a kind of care from a family member. Shang Guanqing's nose suddenly felt a little sour. He didn't want Gu Jiao to see it, so he turned his back and hid his reddish eyes in the night. It's not too uncomfortable. The medicine given by the Imperial Preceptor can suppress the poison. It will only act up for 3 to 5 days every month. Shang Guanqing. Gu Jiao called him in a low voice. What now? He wiped his reddened eyes without leaving a trace, and his voice sounded calm and unperturbed. Gu Jiao pretended not to know that he was crying, and said seriously, The Madame Nan I know is a master of poison in the Tang sect. She was going to return to Zhao country, but she happened to stay in Chengdu because of something. After the war, I'll take you to see her. Maybe she can cure the poison in your body. Oh, he had long given up hope, but he was too lazy to say his refusal over and over again. Otherwise, he would be persuaded not to refuse again. In any case, he might not be able to live to see the day he returned to Sheng City. Gu Jiao asked him, Will you go back to Cuyang with me tomorrow? Shang Guanqing said lightly, You go back first. Gu Jiao turned back to look at the only pure land in Pu City that had not been affected by the flames of war. She looked at the children running around laughing and laughing. The villagers worked while talking and laughing. The ghost soldiers were wrestling and practicing martial arts in the open space in front of the door. She couldn't leave here. Shang Guanqing had collected his emotions, and the strangeness in his eyes had faded. He turned around and lay down again, biting the green foxtail, and said carelessly, Don't tell my mother about what happened to me in Ghost Mountain. I'll go see her in a few days. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. I won't tell your mother. I'll only tell your father. Chapter 857. Pu City, in the middle of the night. Jie Xingzhou and the swordsman brought Min Hongyi's corpse back to the city lord's residence. Gu Jiao's silver spear had pierced Min Hongyi's heart, killing him on the spot. The swordsman pulled out the silver spear from his body, and only brought his corpse out. His corpse was covered with a white cloth, and carried into the reception hall of the city lord's residence. A man dressed in a silver brocade robe walked in. He was about 30 years old, and had a cold face. His eyebrows were thick and high. When he was not angry, Shi Yi gave people a sense of unapproachable sharpness. His appearance was on the handsome side, which occasionally weakened his fierceness. However, if one underestimated him because of this, one would die soon. He was the most warlike man in Jin. Min Hongyi was not worth mentioning compared to him. However, ordinary experts were not worthy of his attention. Fierce generals like Xianyuan Li and Xianyuan Cheng were his ultimate targets. My lord, when Jie Xingzhou saw the person who came, He hurriedly turned around and bowed respectfully. Gongsun Yu had his own aura. He strode over to the corpse covered by the white cloth and gestured with his hand. Jie Xingzhou knelt on one knee and removed the white cloth covering the corpse's head, revealing Min Hongyi's bloodied face. Gongsun Yu's expression did not change at all. Jie Xingzhou pulled the white cloth down to his ankles, exposing all of Min Hongyi's injuries. The fatal wound was the spear in his chest. Apart from that, his abdomen was hit by a poisonous hidden weapon. His thigh was pierced by a spear and twisted. Jie Xingzhou did not go into detail about those minor wounds, but these were already shocking enough. Min Hongyi was an expert of Jin, and the #1 swordsman under Gongsun Yu. His skills were profound, and even Jie Xingzhou could not guarantee that he could injure him to this extent. Gongsun Yu waved his finger. 2 guards walked forward and covered the corpse with the white cloth again. They then carried the corpse and the stretcher out. Gongsun Yu came to the main seat, lifted his cloak, and sat down. With a cold look in his eyes he asked, "What exactly happened?" Only Gongsun Yu, Jie Xingzhou, and the surviving swordsman were left in the parlor. The swordsman was the first witness, so he should be the one to reply. However, Jie Xingzhou had been negligent this time, so he took a step forward and cupped his hands in apology. "Reporting to my lord, it's my fault. This subordinate shouldn't have stayed outside the Ghost Mountain to coordinate with Min Hong. If this subordinate had led the troops with him, perhaps such a tragedy wouldn't have happened." Gongsun Yu wasn't someone who cared about the process. He cared more about the outcome. In the end, Min Hongyi died. No matter how much they investigated Xingzhou's negligence, they couldn't make up for this loss. The boat was still useful. Then he would not dismiss Xingzhou. "How many came back?" he asked coldly. Jie Xingzhou braced himself and said 1. Min Hongyi. And there was only a cold corpse. 500 of his men had been completely wiped out in the forest. Not even a single strand of hair had been brought out. The Ghost Mountain. Gongsun Yu clenched his fists and closed his eyes. The old divine general of the Great Jin died in the Ghost Mountain. The old divine general of the Great Jin was Gongsun Yu's grandfather. He had been a valiant warrior for most of his life, but he died in the Ghost Mountain in a battle more than 30 years ago. Even his corpse wasn't found. The person who killed his grandfather was the Lord of Shadows of the Yin Kingdom, the person who founded the Imperial Advisor Hall, and the Xianyuan Army. The royal family of the Great Jin and the Gongsun family spent more than 10 years to finally exterminate the henchmen of the Lord of Shadows. As for the forces founded by the Lord of Shadows, the Xianyuan Army had already been destroyed. Now, only the Imperial Advisor Hall was left. When the day came when he led the army to attack Xingdu, he would personally burn down the Imperial Preceptor Palace. Gongsun Yu looked at the swordsman in front of him indifferently. "Elder Lu, I asked you to save people, but you only brought back a corpse. Has the sword hut lost its loyalty to the imperial court, or has it lost its former strength?" The swordsman who was addressed as Elder Lu said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Although I don't want to admit to the 2 points you mentioned, if you insist on thinking this way, I have nothing to say. This time, the sword hut has suffered heavy losses in the attack on the Great Jin. Elder He and 2 inner disciples died in Xuyang, while Elder Feng died in the Ghost Mountain to save Min Hongyi. I didn't even bring back Elder Feng's corpse." Gongsun Yu said bluntly. "It seems that the sword hut without Shirtian and Enhan is indeed deteriorating." Elder Lu smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "It's not that the situation is getting worse. It's just that the Yin Kingdom has a few very powerful masters. We underestimated their strength and didn't send more powerful swordsmen. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask General Gongsun why you don't even have clear information about the enemy. If you had told me earlier that they had such experts, I would have made other arrangements." Gongsun Yu clenched his fists. "Experts? They're just a bunch of bandits." He didn't like Elder Lu's sarcasm, but the sword hut's position in the Great Jin was very special. The little sister of the sword hut master was the imperial concubine of the Great Jin. Moreover, he still needed Elder Lu's help. Gongsun Yu looked at Jie Xingzhou. "How many defeated soldiers are there in the forest?" Jie Xingzhou thought to himself, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't enter the forest. He tactfully cast a pleading look at Elder Lu. Elder Lu said indifferently, no more than 500. This is the largest estimate. There should only be a little more than 300 soldiers. Gong Sun Yu slapped the armrest. 300 soldiers, and they dare to play tricks on the Ghost Mountain. This was a disgrace. A disgrace to the entire Great Jin army. 500 elite soldiers led by a mighty general of the Great Jin nation were actually defeated by 300 stragglers who had become bandits. Jie Xingzhou. Gong Sun Yu's gaze was cold as he gripped the armrest tightly. Here. Jie Xingzhou cupped his fists. Gong Sun Yu said, tomorrow morning, bring 20,000 soldiers and flatten the Ghost Mountain. Jie Xingzhou was stunned. Dispatching 20,000 soldiers to deal with 300 people was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But on second thought, he could understand the general's decision. The old great general died in the Ghost Mountain, causing the Great Jin army to suffer a great loss. They didn't dare to go to war with the Yin Kingdom for more than 10 years. The Ghost Mountain was a place full of hatred for the general. He couldn't wait to raze the Ghost Mountain to the ground. He was venting his anger. He was using the plants, creatures, and soldiers of the Ghost Mountain to pay tribute to the old general's soul. Gong Sun Yu's tone was calm, but the words he said made people shudder. Kill them all for this general. Don't leave even a rabbit. Jie Xingzhou knelt on one knee and put his fist on the ground. This subordinate accepts the order. Chu Yang. Shang Guanyin waited in the barracks for a whole day, but didn't see Gu Jiao come back. She paced back and forth in Gu Jiao's tent. Huaner sat on the side and supported her head with one hand. She knocked on the table like a chicken pecking rice. She hurriedly stood up. This servant was wrong. Go to the door again. Shang Guanyin said. Yes. Huaner lifted the curtain and went to the gate of the barracks. She carefully looked at the official road for a long time, but didn't see half a person. She returned to the barracks and reported. Xiao Darren didn't come back. He hasn't come back yet? It's been a day and a night. Shang Guanyin covered her chest. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. Huaner comforted her. Xiao Darren is so clever. He will be fine. Xiao Darren. Outside the tent, teacher whose greeting suddenly came. Jiao Jiao came back. Without waiting for Huaner to open the curtain, Shang Guanyin walked over and opened the curtain. As a result, she only saw Marquis Xianping's face. Marquis Xianping was just passing by. Everyone in the tent knew that he was Commander Zhao's biological father, so they respectfully called him Xiao Darren. Shang Guanyan's face darkened. Why is it you again? Marquis Xianping. I'm just passing by. How can you blame me? Shang Guanyin ignored him. She was not a pestering person, and would not throw a tantrum at a man. Marquis Xianping said with a smile that was not a smile. What? Do you miss this Marquis' son? Is Jiao Jia your son? Shang Guanyin glared at him, and turned to enter Gu Jiao's tent. Marquis Xianping helplessly touched the bridge of his nose. Women are really hard to understand. He shook his head and returned to his own tent. While walking he muttered, where did that surnamed Tang take this Marquis' son? Why hasn't he come back yet? There was no fun in the barracks. In addition, they were going to attack the Liang army tomorrow morning. In order to conserve energy, Marquis Xianping went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he dreamt in a daze. He dreamed of a thin boy with a face that was very similar to Aheng's, but it was not Aheng's face. He suddenly appeared in front of him and reached out to him. Somehow, he recognized that it was his and Qin Fengwan's son. He was happy and quickly walked toward him. Son, but just as he was about to reach out and touch him, a long sword suddenly appeared from the darkness and pierced his son's chest from behind. Rumble, the sky exploded with thunder. Marquis Xianping's body shook and woke up from the nightmare. His clothes were sticky, and he was obviously in a cold sweat. Why did he have this dream? Before he could see his son was... bad luck. His son was fine. After he finished the battle, he would take Xiao Qing back to see his mother. He had never seen Qin Fengwan so surprised in his life. He believed that he would see it soon. Ghost Mountain. It was late at night. The villagers and ghost soldiers who had been busy all day all returned to their houses. The lively village fell into silence. Xuyang City was stormy, But Puching City was the only city at night. Gu Jiao lay in the small hut that Sheng Guanqing had arranged for her. She looked up at the starry sky through the window. Tomorrow will be another cool autumn day. Tang Yueshan lay in another room of the hut, snoring thunderously. The Black Wind King didn't lie down to rest. Instead, he led another Black Wind cavalry and waited quietly outside the hut with his eyes closed. Gu Jiao listened to the wind blowing from the mountains and admired the boundless moonlight. She felt peaceful in her heart. "Boss, we'll go back tomorrow," she said to the Black Wind King outside the window. The Black Wind King snorted in response. Then it snored again, indicating that it was time for Gu Jiao to sleep. Seeing that Gu Jiao was still opening her big eyes, he simply stuck his head into the window and blocked the moonlight and the night. "Gu Jiao, fine. I'll just sleep." Gu Jiao turned over. Under the protection of the Black Wind King, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. "My lord! My lord! My lord!" Gu Jiao heard faint voices in her dream. Who was calling her? Gu Jiao couldn't sleep well. She turned over, fell off the bed, and hit the floor with a thud. Hoo! Tang Yueshan sat up in shock. He didn't feel any danger, so he hugged his big bow and fell asleep again. Gu Jiao fell quite hard this time. She had a dream just now. Someone was calling her in her dream, and there was more than one. Some called her my lord, and some called her. She didn't hear anything else. She woke up from the fall. The Black Wind King poked his head in. "I'm fine." Gu Jiao stood up with a big bump on her head. With this fall, her drowsiness was completely gone. The moon was bright in the first half of the night, but the second half of the night was covered by dark clouds. It's going to rain soon. It was very stuffy in the hut. Gu Jiao came out to get some fresh air. She stood by the Black Wind King's side, admiring the mountain range that was dyed black by the night. Suddenly, her little head subconsciously looked towards the east. The Black Wind King happened to be standing on the east side. He pressed his head against hers. "Don't look." Gu Jiao looked again. The Black Wind King pressed against her again. Gu Jiao jumped up and lay on the back of his horse. She kept looking. She blinked and said, "Boss, shall we go to the back of the mountain?" The Black Wind King, who couldn't control his naughty child, snorted helplessly. The Black Wind King carried Gu Jiao to the back of the mountain. There was a formation in the forest, and the ghost soldiers were on guard there. There were no ghost soldiers patrolling the village. The Black Wind King walked very softly, not waking any of the villagers. In order to prevent the villagers from entering the back of the mountain, Sheng Guanqing ordered people to build a row of fences that were as tall as a person. The Black Wind King jumped over easily. Gu Jiao patted his mane and said proudly, "Boss, you're awesome." The Black Wind King said, "Don't flatter me." The Black Wind King and Gu Jiao arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gu Jiao got off the horse and looked at the dark mountain. She muttered, "The back of the mountain is so big. Where is the Ghost King? Forget it, let's go in first." They went up the mountain and walked into a dense forest. This forest was rarely visited by people, and the vegetation was much more lush than in the front of the mountain. A venomous snake slithered down from the tree branch and flicked its dangerous tongue at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed it. The poisonous snake. Gu Jiao had no interest in this kind of small poisonous snake, so she threw it away. The man and the horse went on for a while. Gu Jiao didn't think it would be so easy. Unexpectedly, she saw a graveyard as soon as she came out of the forest. At the top of the graveyard sat a motionless general, who was holding a long sword and wearing armor. He was as if he had been petrified. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand was shining coldly, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Gu Jiao finally understood what Sheng Guanqing meant. Sheng Guanqing was right. This person was really dead. There was no trace of a living person on his body. He believed from the bottom of his heart that he was dead. All that was left of him was a broken shell in the world, like a soulless zombie. The moon broke through the thick dark clouds and climbed into the night sky, sprinkling cold light on the graveyard and his body. Ka! His neck suddenly turned and slowly looked in the direction of Gu Jiao. Chapter 858. A person and a horse stood at the entrance of the graveyard. Gu Jiao faced the moonlight, and her whole face was exposed under the moonlight. It was a clean and lively face, in sharp contrast to the man's shriveled cheeks that were covered with dirt and blood. He was wearing a rusty armor and a rusty helmet. His whole body was spotless and shiny, except for his 3-foot-long chest. His eyes were filled with an endless aura of death, like a bottomless black abyss. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, even Gu Jiao felt oppressed. This was a man that she didn't want to fight with, because he was too strong. But sometimes, the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. Shang Guanqing once said that the Ghost King wouldn't hurt weak people. Gu Jiao didn't have any internal strength, so under normal circumstances, no one could detect that she knew martial arts. But obviously, this Ghost King was an exception. A sharp murderous aura burst out from his lifeless eyes, and then his slow body turned around. His agility seemed to have increased 100 times in an instant. His hands formed into claws, and he used his internal strength to grab and swing in the air. Gu Jiao only felt an invisible hand choking her throat, and then she was pulled up and thrown out. Gu Jiao's waist hit a big tree, and the crows on the branches were awakened. They fluttered their wings and fled their nests. The leaves rustled and fell. Gu Jiao fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy was so strong. No wonder Shang Guanqing called him the Ghost King. With this strength, even an Hun couldn't take advantage of him. The Ghost King's eyes fell on Gu Jiao again, and he paused. Maybe he was surprised that Gu Jiao didn't die. Of course I won't die so soon. Gu Jiao pushed herself up from the ground. If I had known that I would have to deal with such a troublesome fellow, I would have put on my armor. That wouldn't work either. The armor was too eye-catching. If he wore it, he wouldn't be able to enter Puching City. The Ghost King struck Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao, who had finally managed to stand up, was once again beaten to the ground. She lay face down, looking very much like an injured little sad frog. Gu Jiao, at least let me hide. Gu Jiao stood up like a carp. His nose was bleeding, but he couldn't hide his imposing manner. This time, I won't let you hit me. Bang! Smack! Gu Jiao was beaten to the ground again. Gu Jiao's face was buried in the ground. Her hands were tugging at the weeds on the ground. Her small body was trembling violently with anger. Damn it! I can't dodge it. Gu Jiao's body gradually emitted a terrifying murderous aura. You're the Ghost King, right? You've really angered me. Prepare to receive my wrath. Crack. The Ghost King moved quickly and appeared in front of Gu Jiao. He grabbed Gu Jiao's collar and lifted her up. Gu Jiao realized that the Ghost King's body was extremely tall and big. In front of him, it was no exaggeration to say that Gu Jiao was like a little chick. Let's make a deal. Do you need a little brother? I'll let you have old Tang. Tang Yueshan sneezed in his sleep. The Ghost King's murderous aura did not diminish. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and changed back to her female voice. Actually, I'm a little girl. The Ghost King was stunned. Very well, now's the time. I'll poke your eyes out. Gu Jiao clenched her fingers and poked at the Ghost King's death eye. 3 seconds later, Gu Jiao looked at her 2 fingers that were swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye, and pursed her lips in grievance. The Ghost King blocked it in time with his Qingfeng sword. Gu Jiao actually forced the Ghost King to use his sword. Although it was in an extremely cunning way, it still attracted the Ghost King's attention. The Ghost King did not give Gu Jiao any chance to struggle, nor did he leave any leeway. He raised the Qifeng sword in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Jiao's abdomen. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Black Wind King rushed over. It let out an excited cry and knocked Gu Jiao away. Gu Jiao, who was knocked into the tree, was speechless. The Black Wind King pounced on the Ghost King. The Ghost King raised his sword and was about to cut off the Black Wind King's head, but it stopped in midair. The Black Wind King circled around the Ghost King and neighed excitedly. It rubbed its head against the Ghost King from time to time. It did not look like a 16-year-old horse. Instead, it looked like an excited pony. Gu Jiao lay on the tree and looked at it in confusion. What's going on? Boss, you rushed over here without a care for your own safety. So it wasn't to save me? You knocked me away because I was in the way. The Black Wind King circled around the man who was either a general or a Ghost King. The whole graveyard was filled with its eager and excited hooves. Woo, there was also a whimper of grievance. The Ghost King's stiff body finally reacted. He raised his cracked and rough hand and gently placed it on the Black Wind King's head. The Black Wind King rubbed its head against his palm. Shao! He opened his mouth. His vocal cords had already shrunk after not speaking for many years. The voice in his throat sounded like it came from an old bellows. It was hoarse, broken, and unpleasant to the ears. You, Shao, are you? Is this the Black Wind King's name? The Black Wind King jumped up and down excitedly. At this moment its childhood came back. Its life was complete. After it finished its excitement, it suddenly quieted down. It looked at the Ghost King, who did not look like a human anymore. It seemed to have realized something and let out a sad cry. Gu Jiao lay on the tree and began to analyze the current situation. This mountain was the burial place of the Xianyuan family. She did not know why she came to this conclusion. In fact, based on the information she had, it was impossible to infer this point. I seem to be very familiar with the Ghost Mountain, Gu Jiao murmured to herself. In the dream where she foresaw her ending, she did not have any interaction with the Ghost Mountain. After all, the war with the Liang state and the Jin state took place 9 years later. At that time, Shang Guanqing had already died of poison. The real Ghost Mountain King was also dead. In this life, many things were different. But I still can't explain why I feel familiar with the Ghost Mountain. I didn't come here in that dream. Gu Jiao could not figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Even she herself did not understand the secrets of her body. Gu Jiao jumped down from the tree. The Ghost King raised his sword at Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King blocked him. Under his sharp and vigilant gaze, he walked step by step to Gu Jiao and rubbed his head against Gu Jiao. This was the person he wanted to protect. She was on his side. The Ghost King's Qingfeng sword fell. Gu Jiao walked over. Since they were on the same side, Gu Jiao did not hold back. Gu Jiao raised her bleeding face and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Jiao, a comrade who fought side by side with Boss. Yes, little Ayu. I am also the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry." As soon as she finished speaking, the Ghost King swung his sword again. Gu Jiao was completely caught off guard. What was wrong with what she said this time? But she did not suffer those attacks for nothing. At least she dodged this attack. It seemed that the real battle was the best shortcut to improve one's strength. But she did not manage to dodge the second attack. The tip of the Ghost King's sword stopped an inch away from her throat. This was because the Ghost King held back. Otherwise, she would have already become a ghost under his sword. Too weak. He said very slowly, put away his sword, and left with the Black Wind King. So you attacked just now to test whether I am qualified to be the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? You should have at least said hello in advance, hero. You almost scared me to death. Gu Jiao brushed the dirt off her clothes and followed. On his left was the Black Wind King, and on his right was Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao hesitated and asked, "Are you from the Xianyuan family?" He ignored Gu Jiao. When he was not attacking, his movements and expression were very slow, as if it was very strenuous. Did he think that a dead person walked like this? He did not answer. Gu Jiao did not find it strange. This person had been isolated from the world for many years, and had long forgotten how to communicate with others. But he could say the name of the Black Wind King when he was young, which meant that he did not lose his memory. Of course, it was not ruled out that the brain had forgotten under normal circumstances. No one could remember everything they had experienced. Gu Jiao turned to look at the hair under the helmet. It was gray hair. His age was that of a grandfather's. Excluding Xianyuan Cheng and his brothers, it could not be Xianyuan Li. Xianyuan Li's body was personally brought back for burial by Dukan, so it could not be fake. Moreover, if Xianyuan Li was still alive, then he had no reason to not go back and guard here with an identity that was neither human nor ghost. Gu Jiao followed him and looked him up and down. Fortunately, he did not seem to mind Gu Jiao's inspection. Gu Jiao noticed that his breathing was not very stable. He should have suffered a very serious internal injury and had not recovered. Living was torture for him. She did not know why he held on until now. Was it just to guard the graveyard of the Xianyuan army? Chapter 859. As Gu Jiao thought about this, she slowed down and fell slightly behind. She wasn't in a hurry to catch up. Instead, she looked up at him and the Black Wind King. There was no doubt that only the Xianyuan family could make the Black Wind King so excited. Therefore, regardless of whether he answered or not, Gu Jiao was so sure. As for who he was from the Xianyuan family, Gu Jiao had a vague guess in her heart, but she needed further confirmation. The Ghost King brought a person and a horse, or to be exact, the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao was just along the way. She was now the Black Wind King's little follower. After walking for a long time, they exited the forest and entered another forest. They even crossed a small stream and arrived at another mountain. Gu Jiao didn't understand where he wanted to take them, and she felt that he was going in circles. Gu Jiao voiced the doubt in her heart. Where do you want to take us? Are we going to where you live? Tell me the direction, and I'll find it myself. I promise I won't go in circles. The Ghost King paused for a few seconds, probably thinking about how to say those words. Then he thought of something and said slowly, Look at the scenery. He wanted to take little Ayu to see the scenery behind the mountain. Gu Jiao was speechless. Can we not see the scenery? Objection overruled. Gu Jiao was sleepy, so she rode on the Black Wind King's horse and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that she was no longer in the forest, but in a spacious cave. The walls of the cave were covered with night pearls, illuminating the whole cave. The Black Wind King silently guarded her. As for the Ghost King of the Xianyuan family, he wasn't there. Gu Jiao thought that he went to guard the graveyard again. So she stood up and went out to look for him. As soon as she reached the door, she saw him sitting outside the cave in the same posture as he did at the graveyard. Gu Jiao saw that there was no repulsive murderous aura around him, so she walked over and sat down beside him. The Black Wind King also walked out silently, looking as if he was going to keep an eye on his little brat, so that he wouldn't be bullied by his old master. Gu Jiao asked, Well, can I take your pulse? That's how polite you are when talking to big shots. I'm a doctor, Gu Jiao said. He did not refuse. Gu Jiao took his arm and placed 3 fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. His pulse is very strange. Injuries were inevitable. However, it seemed that he was not just injured. There was a pulse in his body that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was this pulse that allowed him to erupt with unfathomable strength. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and said to him, Your face is dirty. Let me wipe it for you. Then she took out a handkerchief and tentatively put it close to his face. Seeing that he did not refuse, she felt relieved and wiped all the dirt off his face. When the weathered face was completely exposed in front of Gu Jiao's guess was confirmed. I saw your portrait in the library of the State Master's palace. You are. Gu Jiao called out his name. Hey, wake up. Where is that guy? In the small hut. Tang Yueshan was shaken awake by Sheng Guanqing. Tang Yueshan could understand a little of the language of the Yin Kingdom, but he could not speak it well. What? He asked in the language of the Zhao Kingdom. Sheng Guanqing switched to the language of the Zhao Kingdom in a second. I ask you, where is your companion? Who are you? Tang Yueshan fainted when he entered the forest and woke up just now. He had no idea what had happened, and did not realize that he had met someone who could speak the language of the Zhao Kingdom in the territory of the Yin Kingdom. Alas, forget it. Sheng Guanqing sighed. I'd better look for him myself. That guy probably went to the back of the mountain. Tang Yueshan looked at Sheng Guanqing's back and did not understand what he was talking about. Hey, did you see my companion? A guy in cyan with a red birthmark on the left side of his face. Sheng Guanqing waved his hand. Maybe he went to the back of the mountain. I'm looking for him too. Hearing this, Tang Yueshan did not have time to sleep. He quickly sat up and followed Sheng Guanqing with his precious bow and arrow. The night wind blew, and Tang Yueshan woke up a little. They were in a small village in a valley, and the forest in front of them was the place where he and Gu Jiao were ambushed. Little brother, may I ask what happened just now? He asked politely. Sheng Guanqing said, You and your companion were saved by me. Unfortunately, your companion was not obedient. I told him not to go to the back of the mountain, but he sneaked there in the middle of the night. Tang Yueshan was relieved when he heard that Gu Jiao was fine. Sneaking to the back of the mountain was nothing. There was no place in the world that the girl did not dare to go. The more you told her not to go, the more she wanted to go. Next time, just tell her to go to the back of the mountain. She would be too lazy to go. Tang Yueshan complained in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to Sheng Guanqing, who was wearing a mask, and said, "Little brother, you speak the language of the Zhao kingdom well. Are you also from the Zhao kingdom?" Outside the cave, Gu Jiao fixed her eyes on his face. He looked a little different from the middle-aged man in the portrait. He had experienced many vicissitudes of life, but his outline and strength of character were the same as before. Gu Jiao called him again. Probably because he had not heard this name for many years, he was in a trance. After a long time he murmured, "Xian Yuan Qi." Gu Jiao told him with certainty, "Yes, you are Xian Yuan Qi." "Dead," he said. Gu Jiao nodded, "That's right. Xian Yuan Qi is dead, but there is a second Lord of Shadow in the world." Dark. Shadow. Confusion appeared in his eyes for a moment. It seemed that he had been guarding the graveyard alone for too long. His mind was a little absent-minded. Although he did not lose his memory, many of his memories were faded and confused. Xian Yuanli was the Grand Marshal, and Xian Yuan Qi was the Grand General. Both of them were unyielding men of the Xian Yuan family. They were the existence that made Jin and Liang tremble with fear. It was really sad that he had fallen into this situation. Gu Jiao said softly, "It's okay. Think about it slowly." He really began to think about it carefully. During this time, Gu Jiao did not disturb him. Liao Chen had always believed that Long Yi had killed Xian Yuan Qi, but in fact, Xian Yuan Qi was not dead. Gu Jiao was very curious. What happened between Long Yi and Xian Yuan Qi back then? Also, why did he believe that he was dead? Why was he not willing to let his corpse be buried in the ground? He closed his eyes and completely entered a state of selflessness. Gu Jiao waved her hand in front of his eyes. No reaction. "If I sneak attack you now, can I succeed?" As Gu Jiao said, she stretched out 2 fingers and poked at his eyes. He did not dodge in any way. Gu Jiao's fingers stopped an inch in front of his eyes in time. "You're right. Forget it, think about it. No one will come to the back of the mountain anyway." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sneaky sound of footsteps on the path in front of them. Gu Jiao looked at Xian Yuan Qi, who was meditating beside her, and motioned for the Black Wind King to stay here, while she went over to take a look. This cave was remote. She had to pass through the narrow gap between the 2 cliffs in front of the open space, and push through a patch of bushes and thorns to reach the path outside. When Gu Jiao walked out, she coincidentally bumped into the person who came. Tang Yueshan was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a figure, and his bow and arrow were fully drawn. Gu Jiao said, "It's me." Tang Yueshan was stunned and looked at Gu Jiao. "Ah, it's really you." "Fortunately, I reacted quickly, or I would have been exposed." "Ah, why are you so rough with your words? We're kindred spirits." Sheng Guanqing withdrew his gaze from Tang Yueshan and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. "You didn't meet the old ghost king, did you?" "Ah, what's with the blood on your face?" Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. "Oh, young man, I was too angry and had a nosebleed." She would never admit that she couldn't beat that guy. Without giving Sheng Guanqing a chance to find a flaw, she continued, "Besides, I met the old ghost king." Sheng Guanqing didn't believe it, and firmly believed that the young man in front of him was bragging. With this guy's skills, the old ghost king would definitely regard him as an enemy and tear him apart. Sheng Guanqing snorted. "Then tell me, where is the old ghost king? We just went to the graveyard, but he wasn't there." Sheng Guanqing had been to the back of the mountain several times, and every time he met the other party in the graveyard. Gu Jiao said mischievously, "So you haven't been to the old ghost king's lair? Are you a close friend of the old ghost king?" Sheng Guanqing was poked in his sore spot and said angrily, "He invited me several times. I just didn't have the time to go." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Oh, Sheng Guanqing." On the way here, Tang Yueshan had learned from Sheng Guanqing that there was a very powerful guy living in the back of the mountain. There seemed to be something wrong with his brain, and he was very wary of martial arts practitioners. I don't know who's more powerful, me or him. Forget it. It's not convenient to fight with the two young ones here. Tang Yueshan said. Let's leave here first. Gu Jiao looked at the two of them and said, You two go first, I have something to do. Tang Yueshan asked, You're not going back to Ziyang tomorrow morning? I might not be able to, let's wait. Gu Jiao wasn't sure how long Xin Yuanqi would meditate, so she could only pause and say, Let's wait a few days first. She had an unusually strong intuition that she couldn't leave the Ghost Mountain, or she would never see Xin Yuanqi again, and miss the answer she wanted forever. Sheng Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. You're not really going to see the old Ghost King, are you? Gu Jiao said. You don't have to worry about me. But on your side, Jie Xingzhou and the assassins of the Sword Hut have gone back. Based on my understanding of Gong Sunyu, he won't let it go. Early tomorrow morning, the Jin army will enter the mountain to suppress the bandits. Sheng Guanqing snorted and said, Don't worry, I have a plan. Chapter 860. More you can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. What will come will come. It's useless to be afraid. From the first day they entered the Ghost Mountain, they knew that the war outside would spread here one day. They were not afraid of fighting. They would rather die than become the dogs of the Jin state. Sheng Guanqing and Tang Yueshan returned to the village first. Gu Jiao went to guard Xin Yuanqi at the entrance of the cave. He had protected others for most of his life. This was probably the first time someone had protected him silently. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged next to him. She looked at him deeply and said softly, You must remember soon, Xin Yuanqi. Tang Yueshan didn't go back to sleep after he returned. He stood at the entrance of the village with a big bow on his back, staring in the direction of the forest. When the sky was misty, a ghost soldier quickly came out of the forest and reported to Sheng Guanqing. The Jin state has sent out their troops. They're coming toward the Ghost Mountain. Sheng Guanqing asked, How many troops did they send? The ghost soldier opened his mouth and said reluctantly, 20,000. Sheng Guanqing put his hands behind his back and frowned. Obviously, this number was beyond his expectation. Gong Sunyu had sent 20,000 regular troops to deal with the 300 bandits in the Ghost Mountain. He really thought highly of the Ghost Mountain. Tell them not to light any fires in the morning. Do everything according to the plan, Sheng Guanqing ordered. Yes. The ghost soldier quickly returned to the forest after receiving the order. Tang Yueshan entered his room and asked, Is the Jin State Army coming? Sheng Guanqing nodded. He didn't look as calm as last night. 20,000 troops, he said. Tang Yueshan's eyes trembled. What? 20,000? Is Gong Sunyu crazy? He sent 20,000 troops to deal with the Ghost Mountain. Sheng Guanqing said. Gong Sunyu's grandfather was buried in the Ghost Mountain. Maybe he has an unusual anger toward the Ghost Mountain. But you're right. He's crazy. Tang Yueshan asked. Is there a retreat route? What's behind the mountain? Sheng Guanqing said seriously. It's a lake, a boundless lake. That meant that there was no way to withdraw. Tang Yueshan asked again. What about the east and west? Sheng Guanqing said. There's a lake after climbing over the mountain. There aren't enough boats in the village. Tang Yueshan sensed that the situation was not good. Then, Sheng Guanqing's expression suddenly relaxed. Don't worry too much. Ghost Mountain is not as weak as you think. Although 20,000 Jin soldiers are troublesome, they can still hide from them. We will be safe when the Imperial Court's forces come to take back Puqing City. Tang Yueshan looked at him strangely. Half an hour later, Tang Yueshan realized that he was serious about hiding. He hit the stone bell at the entrance of the village 3 times. After a short while, the villagers came out of their houses one after another. They were all ready to go. Tang Yueshan's jaw dropped. Seriously? So fast? Sheng Guanqing enjoyed Tang Yueshan's expression package very much. He raised his eyebrows and said, I packed it up last night. Otherwise, why would the villagers not sleep when it was so late at night? Were they doing farm work? The moment the Jin army entered the mountain, he immediately started the emergency plan. Although it was a few days earlier than expected, it was not a big deal. Tang Yueshan said, I'll go to the front. Sheng Guanqing said, No, you're responsible for protecting the villagers. The ghost soldiers in front will withdraw soon. Ghost Mountain was not the home field during the day. Shang Guanqing would not make unnecessary sacrifices if he could not win. Tang Yueshan looked at Shang Guanqing in surprise. The boy had a charisma that made people trust him. He was so young, but he was calm, courageous and resourceful, but not radical. Was it an illusion? Why did he suddenly think of old Xiao? There was a mechanism in the ancient well in the village. After it was opened, there would be a hole in the wall of the well. Shang Guanqing arranged 2 ghost soldiers who were familiar with the secret passage to take the lead, and then evacuated the villagers into the passage one by one. What shocked Tang Yueshan the most was that no one, from old man Kuei to the 3-year-old children, cried out in fear, nor did they show any signs of panic. Everyone obeyed Shang Guanqing's arrangement. This was an unreserved trust. He thought of Marquis Xianping again. Although Marquis Xianping looked frivolous, wherever he went, the hearts of the people were stirred up. He used to blame it on Marquis Xianping's face, but this boy did not show his face at all. Shang Guanqing looked back and interrupted his thoughts. "It's your turn, Marshal Tang." Tang Yueshan was shocked. "Wait. I didn't say I was the marshal. I only said my surname was Tang. Could it be that the last said it? Yes, it must be. This boy can't know me." Tang Yueshan and Shang Guanqing also entered the passage in the ancient well. The entrance looked small, but it was not narrow. Tang Yueshan, who was middle-aged and fat, could crawl in it without feeling crowded. After crawling for 10 feet, the passage became higher and wider, and he could walk with his body bent. "Are the ghost soldiers still behind?" Tang Yueshan asked. Shang Guanqing bent forward and walked in front. "Yes, they'll be here soon." Tang Yueshan asked. "Then?" Shang Guanqing said. "Then this passage will be sealed." This actually meant that they had given up on the village, but as long as they were alive, there was hope for them to rebuild their home. They walked underground for a long time. The passage became wider and wider as they walked. In the end, they could even walk upright. The candlesticks on the walls of the passage had been lit, and the light reflected on everyone's faces. Tang Yueshan followed at a moderate pace. He thought of something and asked, "By the way, there was a passage in the forest where the battle took place yesterday, right? What if the Jin army found it?" Shang Guanqing paused and sighed. "Then it would be terrible." Jie Xingzhou led 20,000 soldiers into the Ghost Mountain, accompanied by Elder Lu of the Sword Hut, and 2 disciples who were good at martial arts. Jie Xingzhou and his team rode horses, while the others walked. It was not that they were reluctant to send cavalry, but the terrain of the Ghost Mountain was not suitable for cavalry. "You didn't find anything after searching for a long time?" Jie Xingzhou asked. "Elder Lu, are you sure that the battle took place in this forest last night?" Elder Lu said indifferently. "I'm sure. And there must be traps and arrays in this forest." Jie Xingzhou said. "But we have searched for 2 hours and found nothing." "General," a soldier lying on the ground suddenly shouted, "we found a passage here." Jie Xingzhou hurried over. When he reached the entrance of the passage, the soldier had already gone down. Not long after, the soldier came up with dust all over his face. He picked up a skeleton claw and said, "There are passages down here, leading to different places. They must have been playing tricks down here." Jie Xingzhou ordered his 2 deputies, "Take some people down there and search." Yes, considering that the ghost soldiers were sinister and cunning, and that they could easily destroy Minhongyi's 500 soldiers with only 300 soldiers, they took a lot of people down there. They made a major discovery in the passage. The skeletons that broke out of the ground, the bleeding trees, and the corpses of birds turned out to be traps inside. "A bunch of guys playing tricks," Jie Xingzhou said indifferently. "It seems that it will be over soon." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a terrible explosion underground. The ground shook, and then there were screams coming from the passage one after another. Jie Xingzhou's face changed. "What happened? Answer me." Only screams answered him. "So it's really tragic," Shang Guanqing said. "Once the self-destruction mechanism is activated, no one will be left alive, and it will cut off the passage to the village forever." Wow! Tang Yueshan was secretly amazed. What was the saying? Reading 10,000 books was not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This trip to the Yin Kingdom had broadened his horizons. It turned out that a war could be fought in this way. Tang Yueshan sincerely admired him. How did you think of digging so many tunnels? And set up such ingenious traps? Shang Guanqing said. It's not me. When I came to Ghost Mountain, there were already underground passages. I just figured out how to use those traps. According to the booklet stolen from the old Ghost King. He couldn't say this, otherwise how could he show off? The last ghost soldier also entered the passage, and the entrance of the well was completely blocked by the trap boulder. They walked for a while and came to a natural underground cave. The cave was big and long, and there was a stream gurgling through it. The villagers and ghost soldiers sat on the ground together. There was an inexhaustible water source here, and everyone had prepared enough dry food. It was not a problem to hide for a month. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Tang Yueshan wouldn't have believed that there was such a marvelous project in the world. What kind of god dug this? Why did he dig it? Tang Yueshan asked. Will the Jin army dig 3 feet underground? No, Shang Guanqing said. Shang Guanqing said, I put a boat on the lake of Dongshan Mountain and made some traces of our escape on the shore. They should think that we left by boat overnight. No wonder you told everyone not to make a fire in the morning. If they made a fire in the morning, the Jin army would know that they were still there last night. Then the boat on the lake couldn't have gone far. But if they escaped overnight, it was not strange that they couldn't see the boat on the lake. The little Ghost King's plan was really flawless. Old Xiao, I found a guy as cunning as you. When I take him back and take him as my godson, let's see if you can still show off in front of me in the future. Tang Yueshan said again. The back of the mountain, Shang Guanqing said. You've been there yourself. The Ghost King's lair is very hidden. The Jin army can't find it. That was true. Then the next step was to wait in the cave. They would wait for the Jin army to leave voluntarily, or the imperial court to attack and force them to leave. The latter was more likely. Old Xiao, we are trapped in Ghost Mountain. You must come quickly. Chapter 861. After losing hundreds of men in the forest, Jie Xingzhou's expression became ugly. If it was said that he was following orders to suppress the bandits earlier, and not to avenge Men Hongyi, then right now, he really wanted to ferret out those cunning fellows and kill them one by one. Daring to fool him, Jie Xingzhou, they were really tired of living. Later on, he increased his guard and brought in soldiers from the city, who were proficient in divination. The 8 trigrams formation in the forest was broken, and the army finally passed through this dangerous area and came to the entrance of the village. A small stream connected the valley to the village, and the wooden bridge above it had been cut off. However, the river was not wide, and it was not a problem to build a temporary wooden bridge. I'll have to trouble Elder Lu, Jie Xingzhou said. Elder Lu sat on the horse and turned his head, gesturing to the 2 disciples behind him. The 2 disciples understood and pulled out their swords from their waists. Then, they chopped down the 2 big trees at lightning speed and split them in half. Jie Xingzhou's deputy general called over a few capable soldiers and used ropes to tie the wood together. The curved parts were embedded in the mud, and spears were used to fix the 2 sides to prevent the wooden bridge from flipping over. This process only took half an hour and could be said to be extremely fast. The Jin army's war horses could not cross such an unreliable, dangerous bridge, and could not cross it like the Black Wind King. Jie Xingzhou and his men could only dismount and walk across the bridge. A deputy general said, I heard that the Yin country's Black Wind cavalry is very strong. Once we beat them, I'll capture the Black Wind King and give it to General Jia. Jie Xingzhou did not reply, but he was a little tempted. The Black Wind cavalry was the strongest cavalry of the 6 countries. Other than the cavalry's combat skills, their war horses were 1 in 10,000. Especially the Black Wind King, they were simply war gods among horses. When he was young, he once had the opportunity to witness Xianyuan Li's Black Wind King. He was so scared that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. Even now, when he thought about it, his heart still palpitated. Of course, he wouldn't be frightened by a horse anymore. But if he could conquer such a war god horse, it wouldn't be a disgrace to his reputation as a valiant general. I wonder if my lord is interested in the Black Wind King. If she is, then there's basically no chance for me. In just an instant, Jie Xingzhou had already planned the fate of the Black Wind King in his mind. The Jin army entered the village. The deputy general sighed. This village is not small. It can accommodate a few hundred people. He ordered his subordinates. You guys search every house. Yes. The soldiers accepted the order and split into two teams. One team searched for the villagers' residence, while the other searched for the ghost soldiers' camp. The result was disappointing. Other than finding a few wild boars that they couldn't take away, they didn't even see a shadow of a person. Escaped? Jie Xingzhou frowned. He called over the two spies who stayed behind last night and asked, Did you find anything last night? The first spy reported, replying to the general, The two of us were lying in ambush at the entrance of Ghost Mountain last night. We confirmed that no one came out of Ghost Mountain. Jie Xingzhou randomly entered a kitchen and reached his hand into the stove to feel it. It was cold. He ordered, Check the other stoves. Yes. The soldiers checked one by one. None of the stoves had any temperature. With the current weather, if a fire was lit in the morning, the stove would still have some residual heat. Suddenly, another soldier walked over quickly. He cupped his fists and saluted. General, there's a discovery on the eastern mountain. Jie Xingzhou brought his subordinates to the location the deputy general mentioned. The Green Mountains were surrounded by sparkling water. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see. Ghost Mountain was surrounded by water on three sides. There was only one entrance, which was the southern mountain. At this moment, on the shore of the eastern mountain, everyone found a large number of footprints and traces of ships that had docked there. There were even some scattered items such as shoes and purses. There was also a small boat on the shore. The bottom of the boat was leaking. Judging from the new cut on the wooden planks, it was newly left behind. Combined with the evidence that there was no fire in the stove in the morning, everyone could not help but imagine the scene of the villagers escaping in the night. It was dark, they could not see the road, dropped things all over the ground, and even accidentally damaged the small boat. Everything was reasonable. There was no other explanation. If Min Hongyi was here, he would definitely lead the army to the other side of the lake to catch the villagers. However, Jie Xingzhou was not so simple. Zhongcheng. He called his deputy general. Where is the other side of the lake? I have not been there either, Zhongcheng said. He was a spy planted in Pu City by the Jin Kingdom. He was very familiar with the terrain of Pu City, except for Ghost Mountain, which was like a forbidden area. Jie Xingzhou said, Repair the boat and send two people who know how to swim over to look for them. Yes. Regarding Jie Xingzhou's decision, Sheng Guanqing had already predicted it. Sheng Guanqing was not worried at all. This was because there was only a small boat here. It could only seat 2 to 3 people at most. The lake was very big. There were green mountains on both sides of the lake. At the end of the green mountains, there was a very steep waterfall. Those who had not been there would not be able to return. Of course, with Jie Xingzhou's intelligence, he would not only make one plan. As expected, Jie Xingzhou immediately instructed the remaining deputy general. You guys have to look around. You have to search every mountain. Pay attention to the hidden caves and entrances. Don't miss any clues. Everyone received the order and dispersed. Gu Jiao sat at the entrance of the cave. She already knew that the Jin army had entered the mountain. She also heard the sounds of Sheng Guanqing leading the villagers to leave. At this moment, the Jin army was wantonly searching. She did not know if they would find any clues. 2 Jin soldiers pushed aside the bushes outside the crevice. From the outside, it looked like no one could enter the crevice. The 2 took out their swords and poked inside. Then they left in disappointment. Wave after wave of Jin soldiers came, but they did not find the cave behind the crevice. There were trees and grass outside the cave. There was food and water inside the cave. There was no need to worry about starving. Gu Jiao glanced at Xian Yuanqi, who was still in a meditative state. Then, she continued to meditate and protect him. The Jin army's search lasted until evening. They had almost searched the entire Ghost Mountain, but still found nothing. In a large cave with a gurgling stream, 300 ghost soldiers were stationed beside the stream. Behind them were more than 500 villagers from the village. A few ghost soldiers who had returned from the various passages reported the situation on the ground to Sheng Guanqing. They seemed to have stopped searching, but Jie Xingzhou did not immediately give the order to retreat. He seems to be waiting for the Jin army, who went to search the lake, to return. Those 2 Jin soldiers were most likely killed. He won't be able to wait. Sheng Guanqing nodded. If he can't wait, he only has 2 guesses. One is that they met with an accident. The other is that they were killed by us. Jie Xingzhou may guess the latter. There are no other boats here. He has to go to the city to transport them. Plus, he has to search the lake and the shore. This can delay him for a few more days. Then, he turned around and looked at the nervous villagers sitting on the ground. He said, "Don't be afraid. We are very safe now. If they can't find us, they will naturally believe that we have successfully moved." Then what? A villager asked. Then the imperial court's army will attack us. It was Tang Yueshan who spoke. He walked forward and said to the villagers, whose eyes were full of hope, "Today, the imperial court's army is attacking the Liang army. After that, they will come to Puqing to deal with the Jin army." Sheng Guanqing translated. Everyone thought it was a dialect. Sure, you did not think much about it. The villager said excitedly. "So, we will all be saved?" Tang Yueshan said, "Of course. The imperial court's army will arrive in at most 5 days. Attacking the Liang army, capturing the Nangong family, and taking back the new city. With old Zhao's speed, 5 days was enough. Old Zhao's daughter-in-law was still here. If they did not arrive in 5 days, old Zhao would definitely guess that he and the girl were in trouble. He would definitely speed up the attack on Puqing." Sheng Guanqing repeated his words in the language of the Yin kingdom. "How do you know?" another villager asked. Tang Yueshan opened his mouth, thinking about how to explain his identity. Sheng Guanqing put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "He is Marshal Tang, who was sent by the imperial court." Everyone present was from the border, and did not know much about the high-ranking officials of the imperial court. However, when they heard that it was the marshal, they immediately believed his words and rekindled their hope. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They all put their hearts back into their stomachs. Tang Yueshan said softly, "Isn't it a little bit?" Sheng Guanqing raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't say which marshal or which imperial court he is." Tang Yueshan was speechless. He wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed the movement above. He hurriedly put his finger to his lips and gestured for silence. The villagers were very cooperative. Even little Ying, who was more than a year old, covered her mouth with her little hand under her brother's signal. Little Ying was obedient. Little Ying did not speak. The cave suddenly became silent. "Okay, let's camp here tonight." They heard the voice of the Jin army. The border trade of Puqing was developed. Before the outbreak of the war, there were many shops opened by the merchants of the Jin kingdom in the city. Basically, the people here could speak both the Jin kingdom and the Yin kingdom. The Jin army actually camped above them. It was a lucky hit. Sheng Guanqing gestured and said, "Don't worry. Just keep quiet." Everyone nodded. It happened that it was late now. They should sleep. When they woke up, the Jin army should have left. "Don't sleep if you snore," Sheng Guanqing whispered. Tang Yueshan just lay down with his bow, and then sat up with a dark face. At night, everyone on the ground and underground fell asleep. Ghost Mountain fell into silence. Tang Yueshan did not dare to sleep too deeply. He found an open space with his bow and sat down. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes from time to time. In the middle of the night, he heard an unusual sound. It seemed to be a painful groan. He frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. With the light of the luminous pearls on the wall, he saw that it was a pregnant woman with a big belly who was groaning in pain. Tang Yueshan remembered that she was the mother of the little girl Little Ying. Her husband was killed by the Jin army in Puqing. She was rescued by Sheng Guanqing and brought back to Ghost Mountain with her son and daughter. The ghost soldiers on duty were patrolling somewhere else. Tang Yueshan was the only one awake at the moment. Tang Yueshan looked at her in confusion. He did not understand what had happened to her. The next second, Tang Yueshan saw that she took out a dagger and cut her own neck with her teeth clenched. Tang Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. He flashed over and grabbed her wrist. He lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" The moment she took out the dagger, he almost thought that she was a spy, who knew that she was going to commit suicide. The woman's surname was Zhang. She was soaked in cold sweat, and her face was pale. Tang Yueshan vaguely realized something. He looked at her painful expression and her bulging belly. You're not going to give birth, are you? What's going on?" Shang Guanqing woke up from his sleep and walked over. He looked at the water stains under the woman's dress and frowned. He said calmly, "The water broke. The baby is going to be born." Mrs. Zhang was only 8 months pregnant. It was not the expected date. Maybe it was because of too much pressure that she gave birth prematurely. Mrs. Zhang endured a wave of terrible pain. She choked with tears in her eyes. "I can't give birth. I can't." Jean Jun was on the ground. Once her child was born, the cries would expose everyone's hiding place. She cried in pain and despair. "I'll die. Little Ing will die. Little Hui will die. You will all die." She couldn't ruin the lives of her children and the whole village just because of a baby in her belly. Shang Guanqing looked at little Ing, who was snoring next to her. He looked back at the sleeping villagers and made a decision in his heart. He said seriously, "I'll take you to another place to give birth. You have to bear with it." Mrs. Zhang choked. Won't we be exposed?" Shang Guanqing said. "Many premature babies don't cry loudly. If we go further away, we may not be discovered. If it really comes to that point, I'll kill him myself." Tang Yueshan was shocked. He actually understood. He looked at Shang Guanqing in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this child could say such words. For him, cruelty was a more difficult choice than kindness. But if he didn't do it, thousands of people would lose their lives. Compared with letting Mrs. Zhang's hands be stained with the child's blood, he would rather do it himself and let himself bear this shadow for the rest of his life. Mrs. Zhang nodded with tears in her eyes. Shang Guanqing woke up an old woman in the village and called a few ghost soldiers. He ordered them to do something. The ghost soldiers found an emergency stretcher in the cave and carried Mrs. Zhang away. Shang Guanqing woke up an old woman and asked her to help take care of Mrs. Zhang's children, lest they feel uneasy and scared when they woke up and found that their mother was gone. "What happened?" the old woman asked. The villagers woke up one after another. Because they were trapped in the cave, everyone's mental state was extremely tense. Even the slightest movement of the wind would cause them to be extremely afraid. Shang Guanqing stood under the cold pearl light and said calmly, "I'll take care of it. Go to sleep." He exuded an aura that made people believe in him. They didn't ask any more questions. They nodded and went to sleep obediently. Tang Yueshan went with him to the place where Mrs. Zhang gave birth. It was a small cave, at least 100 feet away from here. It was originally used for storage. Mrs. Zhang was lying flat on the ground on a stretcher. The old woman was not a midwife. Compared to men, she had more experience in childbirth. She accompanied Mrs. Zhang to give birth inside, while Shang Guanqing and others all stayed outside the cave. "Do you have any wood?" The old woman came out and asked. "How big do you want?" Shang Guanqing asked. The old woman said, "It doesn't need to be too big. Let her bite it in her mouth, so that she won't make too much noise and hurt herself." Shang Guanqing pulled out the cork on the water bag. "Is this okay?" The old woman shook her head. "No. What about this?" Shang Guanqing pulled out the wooden hairpin on his head. The old woman shook her head again. "No." Shang Guanqing hesitated for a moment, then took out a very old wooden dagger from his arms and handed it to the old woman. The old woman smiled. "This should be enough." Then she turned around and went into the small cave with the dagger. Tang Yueshan noticed that Shang Guanqing's expression showed a moment of disappointment. Was the small wooden dagger something very precious? But it didn't look precious. If he liked it, he could carve 10 or 8 daggers for him when he became his godson. Mrs. Zhang's labor pains began during the day. At this time, her uterus was completely open, but she still couldn't give birth. "Oh, I'm afraid it's not good." The old woman came out anxiously and said to Shang Guanqing, "Mrs. Zhang is having a difficult labor." Women had to go through the gates of hell to give birth. Once they had a difficult labor, it was very likely that both the mother and the baby would die. Tang Yueshan punched himself in the palm of his hand and muttered, "If only that girl was here." "What's wrong?" A familiar young man's voice suddenly appeared at the other end of the passage. The two ghost soldiers quickly became alert. "It's me," Gu Jiao said. Shang Guanqing waved his hand, and the two ghost soldiers stepped aside. Gu Jiao pushed open a secret door and climbed out. She patted the dust off her body and whispered, "It's hard to find here." Shang Guanqing looked at her suspiciously. "Did you come from the back mountain?" Gu Jiao said. "Where else could I come from? From the camp of the Jin army?" Shang Guanqing couldn't hide his surprise. "There's a tunnel in the back mountain? And it's connected here? What? You don't know?" Well, she just found out. She was bored and strolled around Xian Yuanqi's cave residence. Then she accidentally touched a mechanism and fell into a tunnel. She wanted to walk back, but she didn't expect to meet them after walking around. Tang Yueshan grabbed her wrist and walked over. "You came at the right time. A woman is having a difficult labor. Go in and have a look. Is she a virgin or a menstruating woman?" After asking, Gu Jiao saw the two people's confused faces. She said, "Oh, has she given birth before?" "She had 2 children," Shang Guanqing said. Gu Jiao asked, "When did it happen?" Shang Guanqing said, "I don't know the details. She has been enduring it." "Okay, I see." Gu Jiao entered the small cave where Mrs. Zhang gave birth. Mrs. Zhang's face was pale, and she was biting a small wooden dagger. There was no dry spot on her body, and even the stretcher under her was soaked with sweat. "Do you feel like you're going to go to the toilet?" Gu Jiao asked. She nodded with difficulty. Gu Jiao checked her. The cervix was open, but the fetus was not in the right position. It was not ready for a cesarean section. Fortunately, her amniotic fluid was not broken, and the fetus could still swim in the womb. The orthodontic surgery that she stole from the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor in her previous life should come in handy. "I hope it's useful for you." Time ticked by. Shang Guanqing and Tang Yueshan were guarding outside the cave. They looked calm, but their palms were sweating. Tang Yueshan never dreamed that he would one day be guarding a woman to deliver a baby. What was going on? He paced up and down in the tunnel, talking to himself in a low voice. "It's been a long time. Could it be that she can't give birth? No, that girl's medical skills are so good. Why didn't I know that giving birth is so dangerous? Sister-in-law has worked hard giving birth. I'll make it up to her when I go back." With Mrs. Zhang's last groan, a baby with bruises all over his body fell to the ground. It was a baby boy. Although he was less than a month old, he was not small. "Why is there no crying?" Mrs. Zhang looked weakly at the baby in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao grabbed the little boy's feet, lifted him up, and spanked his little but a few times. The little boy finally moved. He clenched his little fists, opened his little mouth and cried. His crying was so loud that it made Shang Guanqing and Tang Yueshan's hair stand on end. What happened to the premature baby? Even a full-term baby wouldn't cry as loud as him, right? In the tent on the ground, Jie Xingzhou and Elder Lu opened their eyes almost at the same time. Both of them had good hearing, but they were not sure if they had heard wrongly. The two of them walked out of their respective tents. When Jie Xingzhou saw Elder Lu, he was half sure. "Did you?" Elder Lu nodded. "I thought I heard wrongly. It seems that General Jie heard it too." Jie Xingzhou chuckled. "It's not a ghost crying in the middle of the night, is it?" Elder Lu said indifferently. "If General Jie believes in ghosts, I have nothing to say." Jie Xingzhou said coldly. Even if there is a ghost, I will find the crying little ghost." Elder Lu said. "The sound seems to be coming from underground." The two of them lay down and put their ears to the ground. At this moment, lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a clap of thunder. Wah! The baby's crying was perfectly covered by the thunder. The two of them stood up. Jie Xingzhou asked, "Elder Lu, what do you think?" Elder Lu said with amusement, "The commander of this operation is General Jie. I will listen to General Jie's orders." Jie Xingzhou looked up at the lightning that was jumping on the dome like a dragon, smiled, and said, "They are really lucky. No, we are really lucky." A confident smile appeared on Elder Lu's face. "Although the thunder is dense and covers the baby's cries, we can be sure that there are people underground. We just need to dig 3 feet underground, and we will definitely dig them out. Underground. Madame Zhang had fainted from exhaustion. Gu Jiao hugged the crying little guy and stuffed his thumb into his own mouth. He didn't even suck twice before he fell asleep. The people in the passage heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Yueshan asked with the last hope. The first sound was not covered by the thunder just now. We shouldn't be so unlucky to be discovered, right? Shang Guanqing sent the ghost soldiers to investigate the situation. The information he got was that the Jin army on the ground had all been awakened by Jie Xingzhou. It seems that they have discovered us and are preparing to dig the ground. But they don't seem to be sure of our specific location. They started digging in the village. The ghost soldiers reported. Tang Yueshan guessed it from his expression. He closed his eyes. As expected, there was no such thing as luck on the battlefield. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Shang Guanqing clenched his fists. Tang Yueshan knew what he was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. It's not your fault. This place is actually very hidden. Ordinary crying can't be heard. These were not comforting words. He remembered that when Tang Ming was born, he was strong. But his crying was not as loud as this baby. His baby was comparable to Tang Ming's baby. Seeing that Shang Guanqing did not speak, he asked, "Do you really want to kill this baby?" Shang Guanqing looked at the baby in Gu Jiao's arms. He slowly loosened his clenched fists and sighed. "We've been exposed. Killing him won't help." Gu Jiao asked Shang Guanqing, "How long can you hold them off?" Shang Guanqing took a deep look at Gu Jiao and asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Jiao lowered her head and took the baby's finger out of his mouth. She said, "He will still cry when he wakes up. When the thunder stops, the Jin army can easily find your location. I'll take him away." Shang Guanqing said, "Where are we going? The Ghost King's lair? We'll be exposed." Gu Jiao said, "No, back to Cuyang." Shang Guanqing was shocked. "You?" Gu Jiao said calmly. "I'll go back to Cuyang to get reinforcements. Give me 2 days. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Imperial Army will arrive at the city. This would be the final battle. It's useless." Shang Guanqing turned around. "Even if you get out of Ghost Mountain, you can't get out of Puching." It was easy to enter Puching, but difficult to get out. Moreover, the checkpoint at the city gate must be stricter if they wanted to catch people from Ghost Mountain. Even if he did it himself, he might not be able to successfully send them out of the city. Gu Jiao said, "We'll know if we can get out or not. Besides, you guard Ghost Mountain. I'll find a way to get out of the city. You just need to tell me which passage leads out of Ghost Mountain." In her dictionary, there was no such thing as retreating. Shang Guanqing asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? It's dangerous." She was not afraid of danger, but she thought of Xin Yuanqi. At this moment, she still had a strong intuition that if she left here, she might never see him again. Those secrets would also be sealed forever. 1,000 lives and the truth she wanted to find out. Without any hesitation, she made a choice in her heart. Chapter 862. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Madame Zhang did not expect that she would give birth prematurely. When she packed her luggage, she did not bring the baby's clothes. Gu Jiao had no choice but to find a clean set of clothes to wrap him up. Then, she used the cloth to wrap the child in front of her chest. Tang Yueshan wanted to share her burden, but he didn't dare to touch the newborn baby. He was afraid that his hands and feet were too clumsy, and he would accidentally break his thin little arm. He carried his big bow on his back, dozens of arrows in the quiver, and a long sword at his waist. Gu Jiao's weapon was the silver spear that Black Impermanence threw to her. Although it was not as good as her red tasseled spear, it felt good. The failure and success of this operation were 50-50. If the newborn baby followed them, he might be killed by the Jin army. But they had to do it for the lives of the 1,000 people underground. "Are you sure you don't need to bring more people?" Shang Guanqing asked. Gu Jiao said, "No, old Tang and I are enough. More people are not good for hiding." Tang Yueshan agreed. "Yes, and you don't have many people. You'd better stay to deal with the Jin army." Shang Guanqing didn't insist. Before leaving, Mrs. Zhang woke up. Gu Jiao gave the baby to her and asked her to feed him. After feeding the baby, Mrs. Zhang gave the baby to Gu Jiao with tears in her eyes. Shang Guanqing led the way, and 2 ghost soldiers covered the back. They walked in the winding passage. The deeper they went, the more Tang Yueshan was amazed by the magic of these underground passages. If there was such a siege in Yueqing city of the Zhao kingdom, the Chen kingdom's army would have been wiped out. There are few ghost soldiers, but the passage is like an underground maze. It's narrow and difficult to pass through. 20,000 soldiers can't come in at once. If they come in one by one, they will be easily defeated one by one. He muttered to himself. He was more confident about the survival of Shang Guanqing and the villagers. Of course, the Jin army was not weak. Every time a group of people died, they could figure out the rule of a passage. The longer it took, the more unfavorable it was for the ghost soldiers. We have to let the imperial army of the Yin kingdom come as soon as possible. Fuck. I didn't even worry this much when I was fighting in Zhao country. Forget it. Everything was for his godson. We're here. Shang Guanqing stopped at the end of the tunnel. He held the oil lamp in his hand and shone it on the wall. Behind this wall is the tunnel that leads to the entrance of Ghost Mountain. After you leave, this tunnel will be destroyed, and no one will be able to enter. Let me ask you one last time. Have you thought it through? Even if you were killed at the entrance of Ghost Mountain, I wouldn't be able to save you. I know, Gu Jiao said. Shang Guanqing carried the oil lamp, and the dim light fell on Gu Jiao's young and calm face. The red birthmark bloomed like a beautiful flower in the dark night. Shang Guanqing said, although we haven't known each other for long, you have a familiar aura. Because we are family, little days Qing. Gu Jiao said seriously. Open the passage. I will get you out of here and take you to see your father, your mother, and your brother. You are everyone's savior, so please hold on, Shaoqing. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan went out of the passage. There was a very slight sound of sand flowing from underground. It was the passage being filled up by the mechanism. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao came behind a big tree. They were dozens of steps away from Ghost Mountain. But the tricky thing was that there were hundreds of soldiers of Jin guarding there. They couldn't force their way in. They didn't ride the Black Wind cavalry, and would be easily caught up by the cavalry of Jin army. Tang Yueshan made a gesture and said silently, let's go around them from behind. It was not yet dawn, and it was dark all around. If they were careful, they could avoid it. The premise was that the little fellow didn't cry. Gu Jiao looked at the sleeping little fellow, and nodded slightly. Who is it? A Jin army soldier turned his head and shouted. It's a wild rabbit. His companion smiled and caught the wild rabbit. We'll roast it later. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan quietly walked behind the two. Ghost Mountain was high, and it was very cold at night. More than half of the Jin army had gone to rest. Only a dozen soldiers were around the campfire, warming themselves while guarding the entrance. No one noticed that not far away, there were 2 silhouettes quietly passing by. Just as the 2 of them were about to walk out of the forest, Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Tang Yueshan asked her with his eyes. Gu Jiao said, I think I stepped on something. Tang Yueshan was about to speak, but the next second he also froze. He swallowed and continued to make eye contact. I think I stepped on something too. The 2 of them raised their heads at the same time, only to see several rows of sharp knives hanging from the lush branches above their heads. The shiny tips of the knives were aimed at them. If they let go of their feet, it would rain knives from the sky. This was not an ordinary knife rain. It was made of silk and moved faster than arrows. Even an Hun would not be able to dodge it. It's over. It's over. This is what it means to die before the battle begins. Tang Yueshan said, Is the Jin army that powerful? Gu Jiao said, I think it's Shang Guanqing. This was supposed to be a way to deal with the Jin army. Unfortunately, she and Tang Yueshan were the ones who stepped on it. Tang Yueshan said, What do we do now? Wait. Gu Jiao said, Wait for the children to cry and we'll be exposed. Or wait for the Jin army to patrol, and we'll still be exposed. Tang Yueshan was speechless. Okay, I'm going to relieve myself. One of the Jin army soldiers stood up and stretched. He rubbed his hands and sighed. It's so cold on the mountain. His companion teased him. Lazy people poop a lot. Who else is going? Why? Are you afraid of ghosts? Aren't you? Okay, let's go together. This time it was completely over. With more than a dozen people coming together, there was no way they could hide anymore. Gu Jiao gripped her silver spear tightly. Then let's fight our way out, Tang Yueshan said. Grab someone to block the knives. Gu Jiao said. Got it. More than 10 Jin army soldiers came into the forest. The two of them were ready to be exposed. They hoped that the Jin army would not shoot them. Instead, it would be better if they got closer. One of the Jin army soldiers, who was a little drunk, unbuckled his belt. He glanced at them and asked uncertainly, Huh? Is there someone over there? They did not even care about their pants. They quickly took out the bows on their backs. Shoot. Fuck. They were really coming to kill them. Tang Yueshan's scalp went numb. How could they dodge? If they let go, they would be stabbed to death. If they did not, they would be shot into a sieve. In the nick of time, a ghostly shadow flashed over. It grabbed Gu Jiao with one hand, and Tang Yueshan with the other. With a swoosh, it took them away from the spot. A rain of knives fell from the sky and cut the arrows in half. Let's go and take a look, said one of the Jin army soldiers. They fastened their belts and came to the scene. When they looked carefully, they were all dumbfounded. There was no one on the ground. There was only a prey that had been stabbed. What? It's just a stupid roe deer, one of the Jin army soldiers muttered. It seems that it triggered the trap here. Another Jin army soldier said. I told you that the forest is not safe. We should be careful in the future. Don't step on any traps. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan were taken into an underground tunnel by the shadow that suddenly appeared. Gu Jiao had guessed who it was, but she still took out a torch and shone it. When she saw the old face, she felt a long-lost feeling in her heart. It was as if the person she had been waiting for finally appeared. It's you, she said. Who is he? Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao looked at the man in armor and said, General of the Yin Kingdom Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi. As a general, Tang Yueshan had naturally heard of the generals of the Xianyuan family. But the one he heard most was the head of the Xianyuan family, the war god of the Yin Kingdom, Xianyuan Li, and Xianyuan Li's eldest son, Xianyuan Sheng, who was known as the Little War God. He had not heard much about Xianyuan Qi. Ah, I remember now. He is Xianyuan Li's younger brother. Didn't he die more than 30 years ago? Tang Yueshan asked. He faked his death, Gu Jiao said. Xianyuan Qi's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. He said slowly, You know about me? Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, Well, how should I tell you? Do you know about Sheng Guanqing's background? Xianyuan Qi looked confused. It seemed that he did not know. Then he must not know about Xiao Heng's existence. It was better to use the identity of Duke Onggua. Gu Jiao said, Duke Onggua is my adoptive father. My name is Xiao Lulang. Xianyuan Qi corrected her and said, You are a girl. This was not a woman's name. I almost forgot. When I fought with him, I revealed that I was a girl. Gu Jiao spread her hands helplessly and said, Okay, my original name is Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang is my identity in the Yin Kingdom. This is the token of Duke Onggua. And this is the token of the Crown Princess. Gu Jiao took out 2 tokens and handed them to him. Xianyuan Qi did not take the tokens. He just murmured the name in a daze. Gu Jiao. Tang Yueshan could understand a little, but it was not comprehensive. He looked at the two of them in confusion. He did not understand why Xianyuan Qi faked his death, and why he was in the Ghost Mountain. Also, this girl knew him. Could it be that Xianyuan Qi was the Ghost King in the back mountain? Tang Yueshan thought. Oh my god, this is too exciting. I want to leave the city, Gu Jiao said to Xianyuan Qi. Wait for an hour, Xianyuan Qi said. Then he turned and walked away. Gu Jiao followed him. Tang Yueshan stroked the big bow on his back, and quickly caught up with him. Gu Jiao did not expect that Xianyuan Qi would be brought back to the cave in the back mountain, which was commonly known as the Ghost King's lair. Tang Yueshan saw the Black Wind King in the lair, as well as the Black Wind Cavalry that he brought back from the forest. The Black Wind Cavalry was very happy to see Gu Jiao, and rubbed its head against her. Gu Jiao also touched it. Boss. Then, the Black Wind King found a strange smell and sniffed in Gu Jiao's arms. It's a newborn baby. I want to take him out of the city. Gu Jiao said to the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King sniffed and accepted the little guy's smell. After Xian Yuanqi returned to the cave, he went to the stone steps at the entrance of the cave and looked up at the endless night sky. His rusty armor reflected a cold light under the moonlight. Gu Jiao came to his side and sat down. She looked at him and said, "Have you remembered?" Since she had fallen off the horse, Gu Jiao decided to use her own voice. "Yes," Xian Yuanqi replied. "Not much." Gu Jiao nodded and asked, "Do you remember why you came to the Ghost Mountain?" "Waiting for someone," Xian Yuanqi said. "Is it the person who built the Ghost Mountain tunnel?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes," Xian Yuanqi said. "Who could be so powerful? Who could build such a sophisticated and huge project?" Gu Jiao could not help but think of the First Lord of Shadows. But soon she shook her head. If that person was the Lord of Shadows, why didn't he come to see Xian Yuanqi for so many years? Gu Jiao felt that the First Lord of Shadows was probably no longer in this world. The little guy in her arms twitched. Gu Jiao patted him gently and said to Xian Yuanqi, "By the way, I saw your son Xian Yuanzheng. He is now a monk, and his Buddhist name is Liaochen." Xian Yuanqi's empty eyes flickered. He's still alive. He did not doubt Gu Jiao's words. So both father and son thought the other was dead. Gu Jiao nodded and gave him an affirmative answer. "I met him in Zhao country. At that time, he was already Master Liaochen in the temple at the back of the mountain." Xian Yuanqi was already half a living dead. It was difficult for him to have any complicated emotions. But Gu Jiao still felt a little different from him. He said word by word, "It's good that he became a monk." He was not really a monk. It was just a disguise. When you and your father meet each other, he will tell you about it personally. Gu Jiao said. He should be coming to the border soon. Liaochen secretly escorted little Jing Kong. When little Jing Kong safely entered Zhao country, he would leave for the west. He always thought that you died in the hands of Shirtian. If he knew that you were still alive, he would be very happy. Gu Jiao said, paused, turned to look at him and asked, "Do you remember what happened with Shirtian back then?" Chapter 863. He hadn't heard this name for many years, but the memory of it didn't fade. Just a slight mention of it was like a piece of driftwood that had been pressed to the bottom of the water, finally breaking free from the big palm and rising to the surface. "I once fought with him. That battle was the most thrilling battle in Xian Yuanqi's life." Shirtian was clearly only a 13 or 14-year-old boy, but he showed more terrifying strength than Xian Yuanli. Xian Yuanqi only found out later that it was because he had been poisoned by purple grass poison. The poison stimulated his potential, but even so, his talent was unique in the world. Other than the First Lord of Shadows, Xian Yuanqi couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could defeat that boy. "I lost," Xian Yuanqi said. "So you two still fought? Since you lost, how did you escape?" Gu Jiao remembered that Shirtian's mission was to kill the Lord of Shadows, and the Lord of Shadows at that time was Xian Yuanqi. Combined with the information she got from the border, Gu Jiao speculated that the goal of the Sword Hutback then should be to destroy the entire Shadow organization, including the State Preceptor Hall and Xian Yuan family, that were under the protection of the Shadow organization. Shirtian had no reason to let Xian Yuanqi go, unless he was also heavily injured. He stopped. Xian Yuanqi said. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. "Why?" Xian Yuanqi mechanically and slowly shook his head. "I don't know. He fell to the ground with serious injuries." Shirtian's sword was at his throat, but the sword suddenly stopped moving forward. He looked at Shirtian in surprise. His vision was already blurred by blood, and he couldn't see Shirtian's expression. But he could feel that Shirtian was looking at him, and Shirtian's murderous aura faded little by little. In the end, Shirtian didn't say a word, turned around and left. He left. This didn't conform to Shirtian's style. In fact, whether it was Shirtian in the past or Long Yi now, once he received an order, he would complete it at all costs. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. "It's so strange. You said that Shirtian was looking at you. Did he see something on you that made him stop killing you?" Xian Yuanqi. "I don't know." Gu Jiao. "Do you have any special items on you?" "No. The only special item on Xian Yuanqi's body was the shadow token." But before the Sky Splitter made his move, he had already secretly handed the shadow token to Xianyuanzheng. Gu Jiao really couldn't figure out why Shirtian stopped for no reason. Gu Jiao originally thought that it was because both sides were injured that led to the situation later. Not long after Shirtian fought with you, he lost his memories. He mistakenly entered the Xinjiang princess residence and became a dragon shadow guard. I once wondered if it was you who beat Shirtian until he lost his memories. I don't think so, Xianyuanqi said. Now you can. In other words, he didn't have this ability at that time, but Xianyuanqi, who had become half a living dead in Ghost Mountain, had reached a realm that ordinary people couldn't reach. Gu Jiao. Then what happened? After Shirtian left, did you come to Ghost Mountain immediately? Xianyuanqi. No. After that, he was chased by the Sword Hut for several years. After he finally faked his death as the second Lord of Shadows, he finally returned to the Yin Kingdom. However, what greeted him was the bad news that the Xianyuan family had rebelled and was destroyed. Everyone was dead. His eldest brother was dead. His sister-in-law was dead. Cheng-Er, his brothers, and Azi were also dead. The crown princess was deposed, and his sister, Empress Xianyuan, was banished to the cold palace. He couldn't even contact any of the old subordinates of the shadow guards. He thought that they and Zheng had all been killed. Gu Jiao said, Xianyuanzheng didn't return to the Yin Kingdom after you parted ways, but stayed in the Zhao Kingdom. The old subordinates of the shadow guards you mentioned might have gone to the Zhao Kingdom to look for him. Xianyuanqi suddenly realized. No wonder I couldn't find them. Continue, Gu Jiao said. Xianyuanqi didn't continue. After he returned to the Yin Kingdom, he saw that the Xianyuan family had been severely damaged. He was greatly affected, and his old injuries hadn't healed yet, so he fell ill. He lost the will to live. When he was about to die, he heard that person's voice. Xianyuanqi, I need your help. Wait for me at Ghost Mountain. Help me do something. What is it? When the time is right, you will know. How do I know when the time is right? You will know. If the time isn't right, it will be a regret for all of us. At that time, he was having a high fever and was in a daze. He could only see a blurry shadow. If he hadn't found the token beside him on the ground, when he woke up completely the next day, he would have thought that he was dreaming the night before. The person who had been missing for many years really reappeared. However, he disappeared again after giving him a task that he didn't have any clue about. Even so, he still pulled himself together and went to Ghost Mountain without hesitation. At first, Ghost Mountain wasn't the burial ground of the Xianyuan army. Instead, it was the place where they threw the corpses. He buried one corpse after another with his bare hands. At first, he thought that this was the task given to him by that person. Gradually, with the invasion of countless Liang and Jin armies, and even some bandits, the graveyard was severely damaged. He felt that protecting this graveyard was his task. He looked at the endless graveyard all day long. He didn't know when, but he didn't remember that he was still alive. However, the longer he stayed, the more confused he became. What was his task? His life was coming to an end, but that person still hadn't come. His task still hadn't come. This was a secret between him and that person. He couldn't tell a third person. Therefore, Xianyuanqi didn't say this part. Gu Jiao saw that he was silent and didn't force him. Everyone had their own secrets. Besides, they had gained a lot tonight. Other than the mystery of Long Yi's amnesia, the rest of the truth had surfaced. Girl, how much longer do we have to wait? Tang Yueshan urged her at the entrance of the cave. Soon. Gu Jiao answered and turned to ask Xianyuanqi. What did you mean by asking us to wait for an hour? Xianyuanqi said. After an hour, the passage will open. It will lead directly to the outside of Ghost Mountain. Horses can go. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. If they went directly out of Ghost Mountain, they could perfectly avoid the Jin army in the forest. It was indeed the best choice at the moment. Besides, horses could also go. With the speed of the Black Wind King, she could reach Tuyang faster. Gu Jiao paused and asked him, Are you coming with us? Or do you want to stay in Ghost Mountain and wait for that person? Xianyuanqi didn't answer. Gu Jiao understood his choice. He He lived for more than 10 years in the latter half of his life to wait for that person. He wouldn't leave easily. Gu Jiao said, "Take care. Girl, my knife holder is broken." Tang Yueshan walked over and handed the two halves of the leather knife holder to Gu Jiao. "How did it break?" Gu Jiao asked. Tang Yueshan's eyes flashed. I don't know. It just suddenly broke." He would never admit that he wanted to ride the Black Wind King secretly, but it was bitten by the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao took the knife holder over. She had a needle and thread in her first aid kit, but it was inconvenient for her to move with a child in her arms. She knocked the purse away, and the small notebook in the purse fell out. Xian Yuanqi went to help her pick it up. He didn't mean to peek, but the small notebook was open. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of a few lines of words. "I hate writing about policy in the month, since I came to the Yin Kingdom. The runner-up of the archery competition will get 1,000 taels of gold. The monarch is so generous. I will work hard to get the second place. I really want to beat Muchuan to death. Put Han Yi in a sack. Give me the mysterious energy." These little notes after coming to the Yin Kingdom were all written in the language of the Yin Kingdom. Xian Yuanqi paused in picking up the small notebook. Gu Jiao only thought that he was stuck in the armor and couldn't bend down. She didn't take it to heart. "I'll do it myself." Gu Jiao picked up the small notebook and put it back in the purse. Then she sewed Tang Yueshan's knife holder stitch by stitch. "Here." Tang Yueshan looked at the knife holder in his palm, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Girl, did you sew it wrong?" Gu Jiao. "Oh." Yao taught her to sew the thread inside, but she hadn't done it for a long time after coming to the Yin Kingdom, so she forgot. "Just use it. If you don't want to use it, just throw it away." It was impossible for her to sew it again. Tang Yueshan took the knife holder with a dark face. Gu Jiao stood up and said to Xian Yuanqi, "It's almost time, right? We should go." She then walked into the cave and asked, "Where's the passage?" Tang Yueshan caught up and asked in a low voice, "That Ghost King. Won't he go with us?" Gu Jiao came to the Black Wind King and patted his horse's back. She answered, "He wants to stay in the Ghost Mountain." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Jiao felt a terrible murderous aura coming from behind. She couldn't avoid it, or the Black Wind King would be hurt. She frowned and looked at the silver spear standing beside her. She grabbed it and blocked the opponent's attack. "Xian Yuanqi?" Gu Jiao looked at him in disbelief. Tang Yueshan was also confused. He looked at the two of them and asked, "What's going on? Why are you two fighting? Aren't you on the same side?" Xian Yuanqi's long sword pressed on Gu Jiao's silver spear. Gu Jiao felt an extremely strong pressure. Her arm began to ache and she couldn't hold it anymore. She took off the cloth bag in her arms and threw it to Tang Yueshan. "Catch." Tang Yueshan caught the baby in the swaddling clothes steadily. Gu Jiao added her other hand in time, but she was still trembling under Xian Yuanqi's pressure. Her right knee bent, and she almost knelt to Xian Yuanqi. "I won't kneel to you." Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and forced herself to pull back her knees that were almost on the ground. Xian Yuanqi put away his sword. In the next second, he attacked Gu Jiao with an even fiercer killing move. Gu Jiao's face was serious. What happened to Xian Yuanqi? Why did he suddenly want to kill me? Chapter 864. Gu Jiao was not the only one who was confused. Tang Yueshan was also completely surprised. This old ghost king named Xian Yuanqi was obviously on the same side as Gu Jiao. They got along well. One was the general of the Xian Yuan family, and the other was the new commander of the Xian Yuan cavalry. "Ah, I almost forgot that Xiao Heng is the son of the crown princess. Then this girl is actually a relative of Xian Yuanqi. Hey, stop fighting." Tang Yueshan rushed over to stop them. However, Xian Yuanqi's second attack was too fierce. He was one step too late, and the power of that attack had already fallen on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her silver spear again to block it. The moment the weapons collided, even sparks were created from the friction. Tang Yueshan didn't know whether to worry about Gu Jiao's safety, or whether the Jin army outside would hear them. "Girl, hold on for a while. I'll go and take a look." Tang Yueshan held the child in his arms in a very clumsy posture, and ran all the way to the crack outside the cave. He carefully listened to the movements behind the mountain. The patrolling Jin army had already left. They were probably transferred to the village to dig a tunnel. He took a deep breath. Okay, you two continue to fight. No. Why fight? They were all on the same side. Tang Yueshan continued to go back to the cave to persuade them. In such a short time, Gu Jiao and Xin Yuanqi had already exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Except for the first 2 moves, she was beaten down by Xin Yuanqi in every move. When Tang Yueshan came in, she had just been hit by Xin Yuanqi. Her whole body hit the rock wall behind her, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Yueshan's body shook. No way! This girl didn't even suffer such a serious injury when she was fighting at the border of Zhao country. Was Xin Yuanqi serious? Did he want to kill this girl? Was he crazy? Tang Yueshan's eyes darkened. He flew up and raised his palm to attack Xin Yuanqi. Xin Yuanqi glanced at him from the corner of his eye and turned around with a swoosh. His palm met Xin Yuanqi's palm wind. The terrifying force was like gunpowder, exploding wildly within Tang Yu's body. The child in his arms cried out. His eyes trembled, and he hurriedly used half of his inner energy to protect the baby in his arms. As a result, Xin Yuanqi's inner strength invaded his dantian unstoppably. When he landed on the ground, he also felt pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't come over. Gu Jiao used her silver spear to support her body and stood up. There was no fear in her eyes. She casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and pointed her silver spear at Xin Yuanqi. I will defeat him myself. This was probably the most arrogant thing Tang Yueshan had ever heard in his life. Defeating a freak like Xin Yuanqi? Girl, are you sure your brain isn't damaged? Tang Yueshan's strength was archery. In terms of archery, even 10 Xin Yuanqis were no match for him. However, in terms of one-on-one combat, Tang Yueshan was inferior to Xin Yuanqi. This was not because Tang Yueshan's martial arts were weak, but because Xin Yuanqi's martial arts were too terrifying. During these years in Ghost Mountain, he had already entered an unbelievable realm. Even if Long Yi came, it would be impossible for him to hurt him easily. Gu Jiao panted and looked at Xin Yuanqi with an unyielding gaze like a wolf. In any case, I managed to withstand 2 moves from you. Earlier in the graveyard, I couldn't even take 1 move. Next, I'm going to be serious. You'd better not. Pa. Before she could finish speaking, she was sent flying by Xin Yuanqi's sword. Gu Jiao. Seeing that she was about to hit the stone wall again, Gu Jiao turned around and stepped on the stone wall. Borrowing the force, she jumped and attacked Xin Yuanqi with her spear. From this moment on, she did not need to defend. Attacking was the strongest defense. Gu Jiao attacked again and again, displaying the 7 styles of Xin Yuan to the extreme. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. This little girl's martial arts were much more powerful than when she was in Zhao country. Speaking of which, what kind of spear technique was this? It was so powerful. Even Xin Yuanqi was forced to retreat. Xin Yuanqi only retreated for a short while, and in the next moment, he launched an even more violent attack on Gu Jiao. All her escape routes were blocked. If Gu Jiao could not take this move, she could only die under his Qifeng sword. But she had already used up the 7 styles of Xin Yuan. She had no more moves. Did Xin Yuanqi really want to kill her? Or was he just trying to scare her? If it was the latter, then he should have seen that she had reached her limit. She would definitely not be able to take this move. Xin Yuanqi did not have the slightest intention to stop. His sword was like a rainbow, and he suddenly slashed towards Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao smelled the scent of death. She could already see her blood splattering 3 feet away, and her head flying out and rolling on the ground. Gu Jiao, when you come back, let's get married. Jiao, are you going to war again? But war is very tiring. I don't want Jiao to be so tiring. You can only eat 3 pills a day. You can't eat more. When you finish eating all of them, I will be back. She wanted to go back. She could not die here. A cold glint appeared in Gu Jiao's eyes. Heat waves rolled across her chest, and her mind exploded. It was as if it was driven by instinct, or as if she had practiced it countless times. She suddenly held the silver spear in her hand and spun it above her head. Then, She slashed down at Xian Yuanqi's longsword with a force that could split mountains and seas. Tang Yueshan's breathing stopped. With a crisp sound, the weapons collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Gu Jiao's spear slashed across Xian Yuanqi's Qingfeng sword. She stepped on the stone wall behind her, flipped in the air, and went straight for Xian Yuanqi's glabella. Her speed suddenly became unbelievably fast. Even Tang Yueshan could only catch a glimpse of her afterimage. Clang! Xian Yuanqi blocked her spear and grabbed her neck with his bare hands. You lost, Gu Jiao said. No. Xian Yuanqi frowned and looked down. He saw that Gu Jiao's other hand was holding a dagger, and it was pressed against his dantian. Xian Yuanqi's murderous aura faded, and he said calmly, It's already good that you can reach this step. Gu Jiao was exhausted. She used the silver spear to support her body. In fact, she still lost. Her dagger pierced his dantian, which would only cause him serious injuries. If he broke her neck, she would die on the spot. Tang Yueshan came back to his senses. He held the child and looked at Xian Yuanqi with an ugly expression. After all this time, you were just testing her martial arts? You were too cruel, weren't you? If she couldn't use the last two moves, she would have died under your blade. Xian Yuanqi didn't say anything. He just turned around and walked into the depths of the cave. All the mechanisms in the passage have been activated. We can go now. The Black Wind King came over and rubbed his head against Gu Jiao to comfort her. Gu Jiao took a deep breath. She looked at Xian Yuanqi's back without looking back. An indescribable sense of strangeness surged in her heart. Xian Yuanqi didn't hold back at all just now. It was as if he was sure that she could use the last two moves. However, the Xian Yuan family's spear technique only had 7 moves. The last 2 moves were forced out by her in a hurry. Was this guy trying to stimulate my potential? Other than that, I can't think of any other possibility. After Gu Jiao recovered a little bit of strength, she turned around to pick up the things that had fallen on the ground during the fight. Why is it missing? She looked around. What's missing? Tang Yueshan asked. A small booklet, Gu Jiao said. It was the information that she had memorized from Gong Sun Yu's study. She was afraid that she would forget it, so when Xian Yuanqi woke up, she drew out all the pictures in her mind. It was very important. It was related to the victory of the entire battle, and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Pu City. Found it. It's here. Gu Jiao bent down and picked up the booklet from a crack in a stone. She opened it and checked it. After making sure that she didn't miss any page, she and Tang Yueshan led their horses and caught up with Xian Yuanqi. They entered a relatively tall passage through a stone door. However, it was still very narrow and couldn't accommodate 2 people walking side by side. In addition, the Black Wind King and the Black Wind Rider had to lower their heads. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to move forward. The 2 horses had never been trained to go through tunnels. After entering, the 8-year-old Black Wind Rider started to feel uneasy. The Black Wind King also felt uncomfortable. Gu Jiao turned around and stroked the horse's mane to comfort it. It's okay, boss. The Black Wind King forced himself to calm down. Tang Yueshan also comforted his horse in a low voice. He didn't even comfort his own son like this. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the exit. Xian Yuanqi pressed the switch. The cold moonlight shone in, and the cool night wind blew. Everyone breathed in the fresh air that they hadn't had in a long time. There was a vent in the tunnel that was connected to the ground. It was covered by bushes and thorns. However, the ventilation was poor. They were all sweating. The 3 people and 2 horses came out of the tunnel. This was an abandoned village. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The official road was in the north. They came out of a cowshed less than 100 meters away from the official road. Then goodbye. Gu Jiao said goodbye to Xian Yuanqi. Xian Yuanqi didn't say anything. He came to the Black Wind King's side, stepped on it with 1 foot, and sat on it. Gu Jiao blinked. Xian Yuanqi reached out to Gu Jiao expressionlessly. Gu Jiao was stunned. She stretched out her little paw arrogantly. Didn't you say that you don't want to go with us? Why? Aren't you going to stay in Ghost Mountain? I changed my mind. Xian Yuanqi said lightly. He pulled Gu Jiao onto the horse. Gu Jiao sat behind him. It was quite sudden. Chapter 865. Gu Jiao and Xian Yuanqi were riding on the same horse, so it was inconvenient for her to hold the child. She was afraid that the child would be squashed into a meat patty if she suddenly braked. "Old Tang, here you go." Gu Jiao handed the child to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan stretched out his arms, wishing he could take the child as far away as possible. "Can I refuse?" Gu Jiao raised her chin and said proudly, "No." Tang Yueshan looked at Xian Yuanqi, who was like a ghost king guarding the mountain, and held the child in his arms. "It's okay, I'm going to have a godson soon. Although my godson doesn't practice martial arts, he's smart. After I save him, I'll let him deal with you big and small devils." Tang Yueshan was full of confidence, feeling that life was wonderful. They thought of two plans to get out of the city. One was to disguise themselves as merchants or commoners, but this plan was abandoned when they arrived in the city. The reason was that the city was under martial law. The number of patrolling Jin soldiers had doubled, and they could see the Jin soldiers on every street. Gu Jiao thought, did the news of Ghost Mountain spread to the Castellan mansion? They thought we escaped from Ghost Mountain, so they suddenly increased the security in order to prevent us from leaving the city? In any case, if the situation was so tense, it was basically impossible to get out of the city gate. Then they could only implement the second plan. "You guys wait here," Xian Yuanqi said. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan nodded. Xian Yuanqi jumped and disappeared into the night. About an hour later, he came back with a big bag, which contained 3 sets of warm Jin soldiers' armor, as well as their talismans and identity iron plates. "I don't know the Jin language. What's the name written on it?" Gu Jiao muttered. "Don't look at me. I don't know it either," Tang Yueshan said. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and tilted her head to look at Xian Yuanqi. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "You should know it, right? The knowledgeable and talented second Lord of Shadows?" Xian Yuanqi took the iron plate and let go of it exaggeratedly, letting the iron plate fall into the ground. "Ah, it's gone." Gu Jiao was speechless. "You, really? Don't. No. Bah. Well, this kind of iron plate was usually used to identify corpses after death in battle. Normally, it wasn't checked, so it didn't matter if it was dropped. In addition, Xian Yuanqi had gotten a small basket from somewhere, and it just so happened to fit the baby inside. However, it was clear that the small basket was not enough. The cries of the newborn came as they wished. Gu Jiao had just put the child into the basket cushioned with cotton wool when the child began to cry. This shout caused the 3 of them to tremble. It was so loud that the top of her head was about to be overturned by the child's cries. Tang Yueshan's face paled. "Don't cry, little ancestor. In a while, you'll make Jin Jun come crying." "Wah wah 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 wah." He clenched his little fists and cried loudly. "Benefactor." Suddenly, a woman holding a lantern appeared at the entrance of the alley. She walked towards Tang Yueshan with small steps. "It's really you." Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao recognized her. She was one of the people who were bullied by Jin Jun in the alley yesterday. Gu Jiao didn't show up at that time, so she only knew Tang Yueshan. "Benefactor, you saved our young lady. Have you forgotten?" she said, looking at the baby in Tang Yueshan's arms and asked, "Is he just born?" Gu Jiao said, "His father was killed by Jin Jun. His mother is hiding from Jin Jun's pursuit. We want to take him away. Let me do it." The woman handed the lantern to Tang Yueshan and reached out to take the child from Gu Jiao. "He must be hungry. My little miss was just born not long ago. We have a wet nurse at home. I'll carry him to feed him." Gu Jiao said, "Thank you." The woman hurriedly said, "If you don't mind, please come with me." They followed her into the house. This was a wealthy family. It was a pity that all the men in the family had been taken away. Only the women and a few maids and servants lived in fear and trepidation. The woman took the baby to the upper room. The baby stopped crying in a moment. It seemed that he was drinking milk. About half a quarter of an hour later, the woman came out of the upper room. She came to the parlor and bowed to Gu Jiao and the other 2. Then she said to Tang Yueshan, "My lady is still in confinement. It is inconvenient for her to come out, and thank you for saving her life. But my lady said that if you don't mind, you can leave the baby here first. When you are done with your work, You can come to pick him up. The woman was not stupid. Her lady was not stupid either. They were wearing the armor of Jin Jun. It was obvious that they were going to cause trouble. Gu Jiao asked, "Will it bring you danger?" The woman said pleasantly, "No, the wet nurse's children are also in the house. The two little guys cry all day long. It doesn't matter if there is one more. No one will notice. Besides, the Jin army is just robbing. They are not interested in a few babies." Gu Jiao thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible. "What did she say?" Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao said, "She asked us to leave the baby here first and come to pick him up in a few days." "Will it be exposed?" Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao said, "It is very unlikely. There is a wet nurse's child and a newborn baby in the house." Tang Yueshan was relieved. After the problem of the baby was solved, the three continued on their way. In the meantime, Xin Yuanqi took away robbed a warhorse from the Jin Nation army and forced the Jin Nation soldier to teach him a few words of the Jin Nation language. Then he killed the soldier and took Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan to the city gate. He put down the mask of his helmet and showed his token. His aura was fully released. The guards trembled in fear and hurriedly saluted. "General Liu." Gu Jiao was speechless. "You actually made yourself a general. It is not dawn yet. Is General Liu going out of the city?" the guard asked. Xin Yuanqi put on airs and glanced at Gu Jiao ostentatiously. Gu Jiao said in the Jin language that she had just learned. "General's secret order. Open the city gate." Yes. Getting out of the city was smoother than expected. Gu Jiao wondered what kind of powerful person he had robbed. Could it be that he had robbed the city lord's mansion? No. After Gu Jiao expressed her doubts, Xin Yuanqi denied it seriously. He had left the city lord's mansion. He had robbed them at the gate. It was dawn soon after they left the city. They didn't dare to delay for even a moment. So they rushed in the direction of Chuyang City. The Black Wind King was an excellent lead horse. Under its leadership, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Jin Army horses ran at the maximum speed. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. "Boss, we have to get to Chuyang City before dark." The Black Wind King faced the strong west wind and galloped on the official road. They took the shortcut that they came from. After getting off the official road, they entered the shady forest. They bypassed the winding paths and steep mountain streams and went all the way to the east gate of Chuyang City. The last time they rushed like this was during the last round of the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. The distance from Puching to Chuyang City was less than 300 miles, but the road was not easy to travel. When they came out of another forest, the three horses were all injured. The Black Wind King did not dare to stop. Xian Yuanqi chased after it and looked at it from afar. He did not expect little Ayu to be like this. Little Ayu almost died when it was just born. He once thought that it would not grow up. However, not only did it grow up, but it also became the new Black Wind King who defeated the male horse. It was the most powerful Black Wind King. It was even more powerful than his big brother's Black Wind King. It had only participated in its first battle at the age of 16, and it was likely to be the last battle of its career. After this battle, it should be retired. Due to the high training intensity of the Black Wind Cavalry, its lifespan was shorter than that of ordinary warhorses. In order to ensure the maximum combat power, there were no warhorses older than 12 years old in the Black Wind Cavalry. Normally, they would stop serving at 13 years old. However, it was almost 17 years old and was still serving. Xian Yuanqi looked at it and also looked at the valiant little figure on its back. They were the most suitable companions in the world. The sun gradually set in the west. The Black Wind King took the lead. The two warhorses followed from afar. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. When Gu Jiao turned around, she could not see them anymore. "It's okay, Chuyang City is just in front. It's the same if I send the message first. Boss, after we finish this official road, we'll see the city tower." As soon as she finished speaking, the Black Wind King suddenly slowed down. Gu Jiao frowned and pulled the reins to stop. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from the official road, and the sand on the ground shook. This sound of horse hooves. Could it be that a cavalry is coming? As they got closer and closer, Gu Jiao saw the flags they were raising high. It was the Jin army. They had avoided the Jin army in Puching, but they encountered another Jin army here. What was going on? Gu Jiao first ruled out the possibility that the Jin army from Puching overtook them on the main road, and then turned around. The main road was much farther than the small road, and their horses could not outrun the Black Wind King. The Jin army seemed to be coming from the direction of the new city. The new city was the territory of the Nangong family. The Jin army had hidden in the new city a long time ago. Now that the imperial court's 120,000-strong army was coming to take back the new city, they did not have enough soldiers to defend it, so they abandoned the city and fled. They were going to the main camp in Puching, so they met Gu Jiao who came from Puching. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Gu Jiao looked at the Jin army and roughly estimated that there were at least 10,000 soldiers. Their movements were so big, and they were so close to Cuyang City, but they were not stopped by Cuyang City's soldiers. There was only one possibility. Cuyang City's soldiers had split into two, and almost all of them were mobilized. The only ones left in the city were the Black Wind Cavalry, who could not fight, and a portion of the garrison that was just enough to defend the city. This arrangement was correct. They could obtain the greatest victory with the least casualties, and leave enough soldiers to deal with the 200,000-strong Jin army in Puching. No one expected Gu Jiao to encounter the Jin army. After all, if not for the urgent situation at Ghost Mountain, Gu Jiao would not have chosen to travel in the day. Gu Jiao did not have time to hide, because the Jin army had already discovered her. "Who's there?" a Jin cavalry shouted. Chapter 866. Gu Jiao was wearing the Jin army armor, so the other party should just be asking a normal question. Gu Jiao gently patted the back of the Black Wind King's horse. The Black Wind King retracted his king's chi and lowered his head, looking very tired. In terms of acting skills, no one could be more eye-catching than Gu Jiao. Except Xian Yuanqi. The cavalryman sped up and ran towards Gu Jiao. He stopped about 6 feet away from Gu Jiao. He looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe and asked, "Which battalion are you from? Who's your subordinate?" Coincidentally, there were a few sentences in the Jin language that she had just learned. Gu Jiao answered his second question without changing her expression. "I'm under General Liu." She didn't know which battalion she was from, but she was afraid that he would mention which General Liu. The cavalryman looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. "Are you under General Liu Wei's command? I've never seen you before." Gu Jiao said, "I was just transferred from General Min Hongyi's army. General Min was killed." The key was the last sentence. As expected, the cavalryman's expression changed immediately after hearing the news. "What? General Min was killed?" "Min Hongyi was killed the night before yesterday." It seemed that the news hadn't spread to the new city yet. Gu Jiao said, "Yes." The cavalryman asked, "How did he get killed?" Gu Jiao said coldly, "I can't say much. It was mainly because she didn't know enough Jin language that she had learned at the last minute. Otherwise she would be exposed." This was an experienced cavalryman, and obviously wouldn't be fooled so easily. He frowned again and looked at Gu Jiao. "Then what are you doing here? Are you here to catch the murderer?" "If I say that I'm here to catch the murderer, won't all of you follow me? Then how can I go back to Cuyang City?" Gu Jiao was a woman of few words. "It's a secret order. I can't say much." Once the word secret was involved, it would have a sacred and inviolable color. In addition, Gu Jiao looked magnanimous. She didn't look guilty at all, so the cavalry believed her. Just as he was about to tell him to leave, another cavalryman came over. Judging from the red tassels on his armor, he was a small leader. "What has happened?" he asked. The cavalryman saluted him and said, "Vice General Zhang." He was a soldier under General Min. After General Min was killed, he was transferred to General Liu. He is now out of the city to carry out a secret order. Vice General Zhang's eyes turned cold. Secret orders are executed by at least 2 people. Was there such a thing? Since when did your Jin army become so advanced? Coincidentally, Xian Yuanqi and Tang Yueshan arrived at the same time. Xian Yuanqi's aura made people feel like strangers were not allowed to get close to him. He coldly glanced at the two Jin soldiers, and the two instantly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. General Lu. Gu Jiao saluted Xian Yuanqi. The mask on Xian Yuanqi's helmet was down, so people couldn't see his face clearly. However, with their status, they didn't dare to look directly at General Lu's appearance. The two also saluted. Xian Yuanqi simply said, "Let's go." Gu Jiao quickly replied, "Yes." Then the three went back the way they came. The two cavalrymen were confused, but they didn't dare to make them stay. The two rode their horses back to meet up with the rest of the army. They also reported the situation to General D, who was leading the army this time. General D noticed two important points. Min Hongyi was in trouble, and his subordinates were taken away by General Lu Wei. "That's impossible," General D said. The two were stunned. General D frowned and said, "Lu Wei is in the scout camp. He is in charge of collecting intelligence. He is General Gongsuan's spy. Why would he want Min Hongyi's men?" Min Hongyi's soldiers were used for war. They weren't professional scouts. Lu Wei had no use for them. Most importantly, why would Lu Wei come to Ziyang City in person? Was he carrying out some secret order? He came here, but he turned around and left after encountering his cavalrymen. He felt that something was wrong. "Are you sure that person is General Lu Wei?" General D asked. "Well," the two exchanged a look. Vice General Zhang thought carefully and said, "He was wearing a helmet and had his mask down. We didn't see his face clearly, but his figure did seem to be bigger than General Lu Wei." Subordinates didn't dare to question their superiors. However, General D and General Lu Wei were of the same rank. He was the one who questioned General Zhang, so Vice General Zhang dared to say something strange. General D said, "Something is wrong. Zhang, run. You lead the cavalrymen and chase after him." "Yes." Vice General Zhang immediately led 500 cavalrymen to lead the way and outflanked them from the main road and the small roads. When they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, the three of them knew that their identities had been exposed. Unfortunately, there was no forest on this road that they could hide in. There was only a sparse little village. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, "We can't go to the village." The Jin army was not easy to deal with. They would do anything. Tang Yueshan said, "We can't keep going forward. If we keep going, we will go back to Puching. We will be attacked from the front and back. We will be finished." Gu Jiao also understood this. The current situation was too unfavorable for the three of them. There were nearly 1,000 lives waiting for reinforcements in the tunnel. Every second they were delayed, they would be in more danger. It wasn't easy for them to get here. Would they be forced back by the 10,000 Jin soldiers? Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, "We can't go forward." They couldn't go any further. Their horses had been through a long journey for a whole day. They were already exhausted. It was only a matter of time before the cavalrymen of the Jin army caught up. The three of them stopped their horses. The sound of galloping horse hooves came from the front and the side. The Jin army had split into two and blocked their escape route. They only had one choice left: break out of the encirclement. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Any perfect plan would encounter unexpected situations. This was exactly the case. The Imperial Army was out in full force. There were no extra soldiers in the city. They could only rely on themselves. But could the three of them really kill their way out of 10,000 soldiers? Tang Yueshan joined the army at the age of 12. He had fought countless battles in his life, but he had never fought such a difficult battle. It was not 2,000 against 20,000, but 3 against 10,000. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear and said, "We don't have to kill them. We just need to rush out. As long as we enter the city, they can't do anything to us." Although that was the case, it would definitely be a fierce battle. The sound of horse hooves was approaching. The murderous aura was endless. The sun was hidden in the clouds, and only the gray sky could be seen. Xian Yuanqi looked at the incoming cavalrymen of the Jin state, and the black mass of infantrymen behind them. He urged his horse to take a few steps forward, and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was used to rushing at the front. She was slightly stunned when someone suddenly took over this dangerous position. Xian Yuanqi pulled out the long sword at his waist. The 3-foot sword reflected a cold light in the twilight. It was like a dragon out of the sea, eager to eat the bones and blood of the enemy. Who is in front? Get down from your horse and follow me. Before the cavalryman could finish his sentence, Xian Yuanqi rode forward and cut off his head with his sword. This scene happened so suddenly that the cavalrymen behind did not have time to change their route. The horse hooves crushed the head that rolled down, and the brain matter fell out. Xian Yuanqi raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. He opened a path for Gu Jiao with the power of thunder. Count me in. Tang Yueshan raised his hand and took the big bow on his back. He took out the arrows from the quiver and shot 3 arrows at the same time. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and rushed all the way with the Black Wind King. The cavalrymen of the Jin state were in a mess. If all 500 cavalrymen were here, they might not have succeeded so easily. However, they divided half of their forces and went to the official road on the side. The 3 of them did not continue to fight. After rushing out of the encirclement of the cavalrymen, they continued to rush in the direction of Ziyang City. Compared with more than 200 cavalrymen, the more than 9,000 soldiers in front of them were the real difficulties they had to face. Xian Yuanqi took the lead and opened a path in front. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao each formed the left and right wings respectively, and they rushed into the dense army of the Jin state. As Gu Jiao said, their goal was not to defeat them. They would win if they rushed over. Get into formation, General D shouted. The well-trained Jin nation army held shields and quickly formed an impenetrable iron wall. Shoot the arrows. Along with General D's stern shout, the archers behind the shields stood up and shot a rain of deadly arrows towards the 3 of them. Xian Yuanqi pulled the reins and changed his direction. He ran diagonally in front of Gu Jiao and directly in front of her. He used his long sword to cut down all the arrows that were flying towards Gu Jiao, building a wall that no weapon could penetrate. Tang Yueshan also pulled out his long sword and quickly brandished it. Xian Yuanqi's murderous intent was like thunder. He came to the front of the first formation and used his fierce killing move together with his powerful internal energy. He broke the shields of the Jin state army with one sword, and the soldiers fell to the ground. Xian Yuanqi jumped on his horse and flew over the heads of the Jin state army. A powerful warhorse could make its master even more powerful. Similarly, a powerful master could also make the warhorse perform incredible combat power. It stood proudly among the heroes like a beast in the abyss. Under Xian Yuanqi's control, it suddenly stepped into the Jin state army. The Jin state army was terrified as if they had seen the ancient god of death. However, this god of death was not enough. There was also a little god of death behind him. They cut through all obstacles, and wherever they went, the Jin state army was defeated and blood splattered. Tang Yueshan also killed to his heart's content. Awesome! Ha 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 ha! Come and kill me! Come on! Come on! He shouted to attract more soldiers to attack him, so that Gu Jiao and Xian Yuanqi could be relieved. I'll take you on! General D drew out his saber and urged his horse to charge at Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan and General D of the Jin state fought fiercely. General D was also a powerful general of the Jin state and was skilled in martial arts. Tang Yueshan looked down on him at first, but after a few moves, he realized that General D was a tough opponent. Tang Yueshan was forced to take him seriously. On the other side, Xian Yuanqi and Gu Jiao were also surrounded by the Jin state army. They learned from their previous failure and gave up the defensive formation to attack. The situation suddenly became more serious. Everyone was losing their strength. The difference was that the Jin state army always had a constant supply of fresh blood, while Gu Jiao and Xian Yuanqi were losing less strength. Gu Jiao was in a killing frenzy. Soon, they were about to rush out. Fuck you. Tang Yueshan was almost stabbed in the back. He thrust his sword backward and pierced General D's abdomen. He leaned back on the horse, curled his stomach and raised his legs. He wrapped his legs around General D's head and twisted him hard. With a cracking sound, General D screamed miserably and fell down. One of the Jin soldiers was shocked. General D! General D! Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and sat back on the horse. Who attacked him just now? He got a dart in his thigh. He pulled out the dart and threw it away. He killed his way and caught up with Gu Jiao and Xian Yuanqi. The three of them rode side by side. Gu Jiao noticed the blood on his thigh. "You're injured," Tang Yueshan said. "It's just a small injury. It's okay." General Di's fall made the Jin State Army's morale drop for a moment. It was a great opportunity for them to rush out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura came from behind. Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Clang! It was Xian Yuanqi who cut off the arrow. It was not an ordinary arrow. The moment it broke, countless poisonous needles burst out. Xian Yuanqi waved his sword and used it as a shield to block all the poisonous needles. A woman's bell-like laughter came from behind. "Ha ha ha. Amazing. Really amazing." This voice, she was the only female general under Gong Sunyu. She was good at using hidden weapons and setting up formations. She was the same age as Gu Jiao. She was 16 this year. He did not expect her to submit to Gong Sunyu so early. She was a Turkic. She had a pair of beautiful light brown eyes. Her appearance was bright and beautiful, but she did not lose the innocence of a young girl. She wore a graceful pink dress. Her waist was slender and her body was light. She reminded people of the butterfly spirits among the flowers in the misty forest. She was riding a beautiful white horse. The horse was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. It did not fit in with the bloody battlefield. "Miss you." A Jin soldier recognized her. At this moment, Yu Liui was not a general of the imperial court. She was just a master recruited by Gong Sunyu. However, she was not a general, but it did not mean that the other person was not a general. A burly man riding a tall steed caught up to them and said in a rough voice, "Little Luer, this is a place where men fight. It's better for you to move aside so that you don't get hurt. If the Lord blames me, I won't be able to bear it." Yu Liui said carelessly, "Oh, the Lord blames you, not me. I don't care." A Jin soldier said excitedly, "General Zhu. General Zhu is here." That was right. This person was none other than another fierce general under Gong Sunyu, Zhu Zhongquang, known as the Iron Palm. His position in the army was much higher than General Di's. His arrival undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Jin soldiers. Yu Liui looked at one of the three with a smile and said, "That fatty. Yes, it's you. You were hit by my poisonous dart. Without the antidote, you will die in less than an hour." Tang Yueshan was furious. "Fuck you, fatty." He was Zhuang. He was as strong as a yak. Zhu Zhongquang and Yu Liui's arrival reignited the Jin soldiers' blood. They rushed forward and surrounded Gu Jiao and the other two. If this continued, the three of them would be exhausted to death. Xian Yuanqi looked ahead. At the end of the official road was a pass. After passing through the pass, they could see the tower of Tsuyang City. "Don't fight. Run at full speed," he said. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "Boss." The Black Wind King ran at a speed that he had never run in his life. He did not know how many swords and sabers had cut him, but he did not hesitate at all. He rushed all the way to the pass with Gu Jiao. Zhu Zhongquang led the soldiers to chase after them, and Yu Liui assisted with hidden weapons. Xian Yuanqi's warhorse was hit by a poisonous dart. The poison had invaded its internal organs, and it could not run anymore. Gu Jiao reached out to Xian Yuanqi. "Get on the horse." Xian Yuanqi reached out to Gu Jiao, but he did not want to hold her hand. Instead, he slapped the Black Wind King with his palm. The huge internal force sent the Black Wind King and Gu Jiao forward. Gu Jiao frowned and looked back at him. "Xian Yuanqi." Xian Yuanqi sent Tang Yueshan and his warhorse out with another palm. He did not do this because he had lost his mount. From the moment he gave the order to rush to the pass, he had already made this decision in his heart. His life was about to come to an end, but he did not know what his mission was. He often thought that he might not be able to wait any longer. Yu Liui said disdainfully, "Humph, you want to stop my Jin country's 10,000-strong army by yourself? Dream on." She flew up and slashed at Xian Yuanqi with the folding fan in her hand. Silver needles shot toward Xian Yuanqi like flying flowers. Xian Yuanqi's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yu Liui. So fast, Yu Liui's expression changed, and a chill ran down her spine. She hurriedly turned around to defend, but she was a step too late. Xian Yuanqi stabbed her right wrist. Ah! A sharp pain came from her wrist and blood spurted out. Her folding fan fell to the ground, and her beautiful face turned pale. What's the point of bullying a little girl? If you have the ability, fight with me. Zhu Zhongquang slammed his palm towards Xian Yuanqi. His palm actually forced Xian Yuanqi to take a few steps back. Zhu Zhongquang snorted proudly. I don't kill nameless people. Who are you? Tell me your name. Xian Yuanqi's eyes were cold. You scoundrels are not worthy. He looked like he was forced to retreat, but it was actually a feint. This distance was more suitable for him, to use the ghost mountain sword qi. Zhu Zhongquang was sent flying by his sword, and fell to the ground heavily. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Liuyi said fiercely, attack together. Zhu Zhongquang ordered. Don't just stand there. Kill them. Who can charge through today? The reward is 1,000 taels. Brave men were bound to appear, when there was a great reward. The Jin country's army madly rushed towards the mountain pass. Xian Yuanqi held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and domineeringly guarded the mountain pass. One man could hold back 10,000 men. Tang Yueshan's poison spread in his body, and he vomited blood while lying on the horse's back, losing the ability to fight. The sound of fighting came from behind. The Black Wind King did not turn back. It exhausted all its strength, and rushed forward without caring about its life. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly. Xian Yuanqi, hang in there. The Black Wind Cavalry is coming. The Jin country's army is coming. On the observation tower, a guard noticed the figure rushing towards the city gate. Wait! It doesn't seem like it. Open the gate! Gu Jiao shouted. The one guarding the east gate today was General Ji. He recognized Gu Jiao's voice. Commander Xiao. Commander Xiao is back. Open the gate. Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Jiao shouted again. What's wrong? Why did they suddenly call for the Black Wind Cavalry? Could it be? General Ji. Look. A guard pointed at the mountain pass in the distance. The mountain pass was not directly facing the tower, and it had to be turned right. The mountain blocked most of the Jin country's army, and it also blocked Xian Yuanqi's figure. However, the Jin country's army behind the mountain was decreasing. They rushed into the mountain pass, but none of them came out. It was as if they were all swallowed by the mountain pass. General Ji said, inform the Black Wind Cavalry to fight. The guard said awkwardly, only the reserve camp can fight, General Ji said. Go to the reserve camp not because they are weak, but because there are some things that must be done. Don't underestimate any soldier. Yes. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. I am about to enter the city. The capstan on the city gate tower turned with a rumbling sound. The 2 gates in the city gate hole were pulled open one by one, and the last city gate rose up slowly. Bang! Tang Yueshan's Black Wind Cavalry fell. A man and a horse fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth, and did not stop at all. She quickly ran towards the city gate. Xian Yuanqi. Hang in there. You have to hang in there. Xian Yuanqi was covered in blood as he stood in the middle of the mountain pass. His Qingfeng sword was dripping with blood. His stamina and life were also rapidly depleting. Yu Liuyi said, their city gate is open. There are less than 10,000 soldiers in Xuyang City that can fight. Why don't we take the chance to kill our way in? Zhu Zhongquang held his chest and said, but this guy is not dead yet. Yu Liuyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Xian Yuanqi, whose arm was cut by a Jin country soldier. She said, I think he is almost out of stamina. When we enter the city, we will first kill that kid, and then kill their city guard. This is a good opportunity to take down Xuyang City. The heavens are on our side. Zhu Zhongquang also felt that this idea was feasible. He attacked Xian Yuanqi again. But he never expected that Xian Yuanqi could still send him flying with one strike, after being exhausted like this. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it! Yu Liuyi panted and said, I calculated that we must kill him within 10 moves, or we won't be able to make it in time. Zhu Zhongquang said with lingering fear, but with our strength, not to mention 10 moves, we can't do anything to him in 20 moves. Yu Liuyi was so angry that she vomited blood. What a monster! It was no wonder that Yu Liuyi said that. That guy was not afraid of death or pain. He was like a living dead that crawled out from the ground. He could not be beaten down or killed. Yu Yui clenched her fists and coldly glanced at Zhu Zhangquang, who was about to retreat. She snorted and said, "If you want to hide, then hide. I won't hide. Today only one of us can live." After saying that, she pulled out the soft sword at her waist and used her qinggong to stab at Xian Yuanqi. Her soft sword entangled with Xian Yuanqi's qingfeng sword. She curled her lips, and a poisonous needle flew out from between her fingers, stabbing straight at Xian Yuanqi's vital point. Xian Yuanqi pulled back his long sword, and the sword qi sent Yu Yui flying, shattering her silver needle. Yu Yui crashed into the stone wall behind her, and was bounced back by the huge force. She fell beside Xian Yuanqi's feet in a sorry state. Xian Yuanqi's sword stabbed towards Yu Yui's forehead. Ah! Yu Yui was so scared that she closed her eyes and turned her face away. She heard the sound of a sharp blade entering her body, but the pain that she imagined did not come. A drop of hot blood dripped onto her face. She opened her eyes and saw that Xian Yuanqi's long sword had stopped in front of her forehead. It was only half an inch away from stabbing her. She looked up. Xian Yuanqi's chest was pierced by a long spear that was shining with cold light. That long spear looked a little familiar. She turned around and saw a man in a white brocade robe riding a majestic dark brown warhorse under the drooping curtain of the night. The man had an unparalleled aura in the world, and his eyes were calm and steady. Yu Yui's eyes lit up. "Master!" Zhu Zhangquang also hurriedly bowed. "Master!" Gongsun Yu calmly raised his hand. Yu Yui kicked Xian Yuanqi. "Who asked you to be so arrogant? You dare to be arrogant again." Blood dripped from Xian Yuanqi's chest. He gripped his longsword tightly, supported himself and slowly stood up. The well-trained archers behind him drew their longbows and aimed at Xian Yuanqi in unison. There was a long spear in Xian Yuanqi's body. He did not spend any effort to pull the spear out. Instead, he dragged his long sword and walked towards Gongsun Yu step by step. The long sword made an ear-piercing sound on the cold hard stone ground. The Black Wind King leaped into the city gate. Gu Jiao did not turn around. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, and her hand that was holding the reins began to tremble. "Commander Xiao," Zhao Defeng called her from the back of the horse. She did not seem to hear him. She let go of her stiff hand and dismounted from the horse. She calmly walked up the city gate tower. Only Wenren Chong noticed that her entire body was trembling slightly. Some of the soldiers wanted to attack Xian Yuanqi, but Gongsun Yu raised his hand and stopped them. Xian Yuanqi's vision was blurred by the blood. He had overexerted himself, and his dantian had already exploded. All the bones in his body were broken, and blood flowed out of his orifices. Intense pain gnawed at his body. He walked towards Gongsun Yu with great difficulty, but his will was firm. Yu Yui stood beside Gongsun Yu's horse and looked up at him in confusion. "Master, let him come over," Gongsun Yu said. Xian Yuanqi seemed to have walked his entire life in just a few short steps. Xian Yuanqi used all his remaining strength to raise the qingfeng sword in his hand and launch a final attack at Gongsun Yu. Puchi! The long sword pierced through his body. It was Gongsun Yu's sword. Bang! The city gate closed. Gu Jiao stood on the towering city gate tower. She gripped the city wall tightly with both hands and scratched a large patch of blood. "Show the flag." Show what flag?" General Ji was stunned. Wenren Chong rushed up. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped onto the city gate tower. He unfurled the eagle flag in his hand. The Great Yin flag and the Xianyuan commander's flag fluttered in the west wind. Xianyuanqi knelt on the ground powerlessly and looked in the direction of the city gate tower. Was that the commander's flag of the Xianyuan family? He could still see it before he died. How nice. He had no regrets. "Zheng'er, forgive your father. I can't wait until the day I reunite with you." The Lord of Shadows Xian Yuanqi had completed his mission. "See you in the next life." "Father!" A heart-wrenching cry came from the official road behind him. Xian Yuanqi closed his eyes and lowered his arms. Chapter 867. He's dead. Yu Liui looked at the lifeless Xian Yuanqi and pulled out her sword. She snorted. "He hurt me. I'm going to cut off his hand." "Liui," Gongsun Yu calmly called out to her. Yu Liui's dagger-wielding hand paused in midair. What's wrong, my lord? Gong Sun Yu listened to the approaching sound of horse hooves and said, Let's go. Yu Liui looked at the man galloping towards them from the end of the road. Behind him was a large army. She frowned unwillingly and put away her dagger. This guy got lucky. She quickly mounted her horse. Gong Sun Yu didn't bring a large number of troops, only 20 archers. They didn't have the advantage in numbers. However, this man looked very powerful. Killing him would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Yin kingdom. Yu Liui followed Gong Sun Yu. My lord, who's that big guy? Gong Sun Yu looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. Yin kingdom's general, Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi? Didn't the Xianyuan family all die? Yu Liui muttered to herself. She looked up and saw that Gong Sun Yu and the 20 archers were already in front of her. She quickly whipped her horse and caught up. She said to Gong Sun Yu, My lord, your horses are very powerful. I've never seen them before. Gong Sun Yu said calmly, The Yin kingdom's Han family sent the Black Valiant Cavalry. Yu Liui said mischievously, Black Valiant Cavalry? The Xianyuan family has the Black Wind Cavalry. The Han family has the Black Valiant Cavalry. Interesting. My lord, I want one too. Gong Sun Yu said, There are more in the city lord's residence. Go back and pick one. Yu Liui smiled brightly. Okay. The group of people left. The last ray of light dimmed. Dark clouds swallowed the entire night sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The biting cold west wind instantly turned into a storm. The grass and trees at the pass swayed, as if tens of thousands of heroic souls at the border were sobbing silently. Yu Liui was drenched and snorted disdainfully. Today is not a good day to attack the city. We'll fight them another day. Gong Sun Yu didn't say anything as he rode on his horse. His expression was cold and solemn, like a god from the 9 heavens. In the end, the last great general of the Xianyuan family had fallen in his hands. The legend of the Xianyuan family came to an end. Sooner or later, Great Yin would fall into Great Jin's hands. By the time Liao Chen's horse reached the mountain pass, Gong Sun Yu had already left with the Jin army. He almost jumped off the horse and fell heavily into the mud that was soaked by the rain. Braving the cold rain, he rushed over on his knees and arrived in front of Xianyuan Qi. He looked at the man who was covered in blood and had his chest pierced by a spear. Tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. Why? The wound that he had taken 20 years to heal was once again cruelly torn open, and his heart felt as if it had been torn in half. He raised his hand and wanted to hug his father, but he was worried that he would hurt him. Such a serious injury, so painful. He knelt in front of his father, and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He suppressed the pain in his heart, and his tears fell onto the ground. Why can't I see you after so long? Why can't you wait for me? Why must you leave me behind every time? Open your eyes, look at me. Look at Zheng has grown up. Liao Chen knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His fingers dug into the mud, and blood spread from his fingertips and flowed all over the ground. The heavy rain broke a big tree that had been cut by the sword energy at the mountain pass. Without the cover of the big tree, everyone on the city tower saw this scene. They had all thought that there was a small army at the mountain pass, and that was why they didn't let the Jin army charge over. Who knew it was just one person? That person used his own flesh and blood to guard the mountain pass and stop the 9,000 soldiers of the Jin army. His body was full of arrows and knives, and there was even a spear that pierced through his chest. What kind of tenacious and unyielding willpower was this? What kind of willpower could make a person forget life and death, or even surpass life and death? Everyone had tears in their eyes. They didn't know who that person was, but they all felt the powerful willpower coming from him. That was the undying war spirit of the great Yen. Yi Qing stood on the city tower and stared at the father and son kneeling in the rain without even saying goodbye. His heart was filled with countless complex emotions. Master, your divination has come true. Everything is exactly the same as what you said. The soul of Xianyuan has fallen under Gong Sun Yu's sword. But Master, since you already know the result, why did you still send me to the border? So that I can witness this tragedy with my own eyes? With my ability, I can't change anything. I didn't even have time to take precautions. The soul of Xianyuan shouldn't have fallen. The state teacher's disappointed voice flashed through his mind. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold, as if he had made some kind of decision. He clenched his fists, flew up, and jumped down from the city tower. Master Yi. General Ji's expression changed. He reached out to grab him, but he was too late. He didn't even touch a corner of Yi Qing's clothes. The blue robe of the state teacher's palace fluttered in the wind and rain, like an ink-stained green lotus blooming. Yi Qing jumped down from the city tower. General Ji's face was solemn. Master Yi, what do you want to do? Yi Qing used Qinggong to rush through the wind and rain. Master, since the soul of Xianyuan shouldn't have fallen, then please forgive me for making this decision without permission. I'm very sorry for going against your will. When I return to the state teacher's palace, I'm willing to accept any punishment. I don't know if this can save him. Maybe I can't save him, and I'll waste the most precious thing you gave me. But no matter what, I want to try my best. If I'm wrong, please let me use the rest of my life to make up for today's mistake. Wenren Chong jumped down and came to Gu Jiao's side. Commander Xiao, that person is. Gu Jiao looked at Yi Qing's figure flying in the rain, and her eyes moved. General Xianyuan Qi. Wenren Chong was stunned. General? General? He's not. Could it be? No, it's him. Gu Jiao concisely answered his question. Prepare the stretcher. Finished speaking, she turned around and quickly went down the city tower. The rain was getting heavier. When Yi Qing came to the father and son's side, the three of them were all soaked. Yi Qing knelt down on one knee and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. Xianyuan Zheng, help me support your father's head. Liaochen was slightly stunned. He hadn't heard anyone call his name for many years, so he didn't react for a moment. My name is Yi Qing, the eldest disciple of the state teacher's palace. Yi Qing said, and his eyes were cold. If you don't hurry up, when your father is completely dead, even De Luo Jinxian won't be able to save him. Tears rolled down Liaochen's face as he held his father's head that was gradually losing its temperature. He could no longer feel his father's pulse and breathing. Like this. Can he really be saved? Yi Qing pulled out the cork. In the state teacher's palace, there are many patients who have stopped breathing and pulse. Not everyone can be saved, but as long as they aren't completely dead, there is still a glimmer of hope. Liaochen choked and asked, what is considered completely dead? Yi Qing poured out the only pill left in the bottle, pried open Xianyuan Qi's mouth, and fed it to him. If your breath and pulse stop for half an hour, then you're basically completely dead. An expert like your father may be able to delay it a bit. This kind of pill didn't seem to melt in the mouth. Yi Qing then slapped Xianyuan Qi's abdomen and used his internal energy to slide the pill into his stomach. Liaochen carefully avoided the weapons on his father's body and let his father lean on his chest. In the past, his father was his support. In the future, he hoped that he could become his father's support. There are 2 points. Yi Qing glanced at him and said, First, I'm not sure if your father is dead or not. If he's dead, then it's useless for him to take this pill. Second, saying this, Yi Qing paused. Even if your father isn't completely dead, this pill may not have any effect. Liaochen looked at him with a complicated expression. The pill you gave my father is purple grass poison. Yi Qing met his gaze and honestly said, You should have heard of this poison. It has a 99% chance of directly killing your father, making him completely dead. Liaochen squeezed his fingers and murmured. In other words, the chance of survival is only 1 out of 100. Not that much. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, then said, With your father's situation, 1 out of 10,000 is the most. Gu Jiao arrived at the scene and found that Xianyuan Qi's situation couldn't be carried on a stretcher. That is, if Xianyuan Qi had any hope of being saved. Gu Jiao began to deal with the weapons on his body, starting with the spear. Yi Qing, as the state teacher's direct disciple, was also not weak in medical skills, so he cooperated very well. Wenren Chong and the others held up their raincoats, blocking the pouring rain from the sky. What did you give him? Gu Jiao asked Yi Qing. Purple grass poison. Yi Qing said. Gu Jiao understood. Since coming to the Yin Kingdom, she had heard of this poison more than once. Last time, Gu Chongqing was stabbed by an Hun and was sent to the intensive care unit, almost becoming a cripple. The state teacher also intended to give him this poison. It's just that the poison had expired. Gu Chongqing used his own willpower and psychological suggestion to pull himself through. This was a miracle in the history of medicine, but Xian Yuanqi's situation was very different from Gu Chongqing's. Gu Chongqing had already woken up, and his life was no longer in danger. He just didn't want to become a cripple. But Xian Yuanqi, he really breathed his last. Gu Jiao put on the silver silk gloves and cut the spear in Xian Yuanqi's chest with the golden silk. This won't expire again, right? It won't. The state teacher had told him about last time before he left. He hurriedly explained. The medicine master gave Gu Chongqing was left many years ago. This medicine was found in the Han family's mansion a few days ago. Han family? Gu Jiao cut the spear in her back with the snow sky silk. Yi Qing said. Yes, master said that the Han family is likely to control a large purple grass garden. They have a lot of purple grass in their hands. The Han family's black valiant cavalry and fifth master Han's black demon horse were all fed with purple grass poison. Black valiant cavalry. Gu Jiao frowned slightly when she heard the name. But this also explained why fifth master Han's horse was so powerful. Then didn't a lot of horses die? She asked. Yi Qing nodded. Animals are much more resistant to purple grass poison than humans, but there is still a 70% failure rate. A large number of young horses are poisoned to death, and only those who survive are qualified to become black valiant cavalry. Gu Jiao didn't speak anymore. In order to strengthen themselves, the Han family was really willing to do anything. If it wasn't for Yi Qing's master mentioning it before he left, he wouldn't have known that the Han family had so many crazy secrets. He coldly said, They're worse than animals. Gu Jiao glanced at him and disagreed. Don't insult animals. Yi Qing was stunned. Oh! Gu Jiao's hand that was treating Xian Yuanqi's wounds suddenly stopped, and solemnly asked. Yi Qing, will the purple grass poison lessen his pain? Yi Qing quickly realized that she was referring to Xian Yuanqi. He. Liaochen supported his father in his arms, and also carefully looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't hide anything from him. As a son, he had the right to know his father's real situation. He has very serious internal injuries, and suffers great pain every day. Living is a kind of torture for him, but death is a kind of relief for him. Liaochen clenched his fists, and his body slightly trembled. He didn't expect his father to be like this all these years. He will. Yi Qing firmly said. Either he will be poisoned to death, and the pain will end, or he will endure the poison and be reborn. Thinking of something, Yi Qing added. After being poisoned by the purple grass poison, he will enter a state of suspended animation, and will look no different from a dead person. It will last for different hours. Some people will last for 6 hours, some for 14 hours. If he still can't wake up after 24 hours, then he is really dead. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the man's face. Xian Yuanqi, you have to survive. No matter who you've been waiting for all these years, and what kind of agreement you have with him, I think he doesn't want you to die here. Your mission is not complete. Go through all the pain in the world. Live on as the spirit of Xian Yuanqi. Live on as Liaochen's father. Live on as Jing Kong's uncle. And witness the new dynasty in peace. That is your true mission. Xian Yuanqi was brought back to the wounded barracks, and Yi Qing personally guarded him. Liaochen pulled himself together. Whether or not his father could be saved, he couldn't wallow in the pain for too long. Is it Gong Sanyu? Liaochen asked faintly under the awning outside the tent. Other than him, there was only Gu Jiao in the tent, looking at the map. Gu Jiao grunted. Yes, it's him, the main general of Jin's expedition to the east, General Shen Wei. Liaochen said coldly. I will kill him with my own hands. Gu Jiao looked at him. Liaochen had changed out of his monk robes, and put on the black robes of the Shadow Division, which made him look a bit murderous. Okay, Gu Jiao said. He is yours. The lights under the awning reflected in Liaochen's eyes, like two burning flames of vengeance. What are the other two called? Gu Jiao flipped through the map and said. Zhu Zhongquang and Yu Liuyi. They are both Gong Sun Yu's confidants. Liaochen said. If they are here, I will kill them as well. No one will take your head but, Gu Jiao said, handing him the map with the key points. We may have to split our forces. They may not all gather in one place. You have to think carefully about who to deal with. Liaochen said without hesitation. Gong Sun Yu. A medical officer came out from another camp. Gu Jiao called out to him. How is old Tang? The medical officer hurriedly said. Commander Xiao, he has taken the antidote pill you gave him. He is fine now. He will recover after a few days of sleep. Yu Liuyi was a master of concealed weapons, but she didn't use poison. The antidote pill given by Madame Nan could cure all poisons. Except for Sheng Guanqing's poison. Thinking of Sheng Guanqing, Gu Jiao closed the map and said to Liaochen. Sheng Guanqing is still trapped in Ghost Mountain. We must attack Puqing as soon as possible, and draw the Jin army away. How many soldiers do you have in your Shadow Division? 20,000, Liaochen said. Not all of them are from the Shadow Division. There are also some old subordinates of the Xianyuan family. Gu Jiao said. The Black Wind Cavalry can fight for 10,000 soldiers. Altogether, there are 30,000 soldiers. The Imperial Army is attacking the Liang Army. I sent Wenrenchong to send a message. I don't know how many soldiers they can send. The Imperial Army had 120,000 soldiers. 80,000 of them were soldiers, while the rest were supplies and logistics. The Jin Army claimed to have 200,000 soldiers. It was unknown whether that was true, or how many soldiers they had. Gu Jiao called for Teacher Hu. How many of the translations have you done? Teacher Hu hurriedly said. Half. I will go and urge them. Gu Jiao reminded him. Remember, not a single word is wrong. Teacher Hu patted his chest. Yes, sir. Don't worry. I have found 4 true descendants of the Jin army. I have checked them carefully. There will be no mistakes. Gu Jiao said. That's good. I need accurate information about the Jin army. On the other side, Sheng Guanyin was in charge of the rear. Marquis Xianping led his troops to kill the Jin army. Wang Man led his troops to besiege the Nangong family and recapture the new city. Marquis Xianping drove the Liang army out of the border. But that was not enough. He directly killed his way to the border of the Liang country and planted the flag of the Great Yin on the territory of the Liang country. In the rear tent, spies constantly sent in reports of victory from both sides. Sheng Guanyin was very satisfied. At this rate, it will be over in 3 to 5 days. Outside the tent a man's voice came. Your Highness, Wenrenchong of the Black Wind Battalion requests an audience. Sheng Guanyin sternly said, Come in. Wenrenchong hurried into the tent, cupped his hands and bowed. He presented the letter in his hands. Huaner took the letter and opened it, and handed it to Sheng Guanyin. After Sheng Guanyin looked at it, she stood up with a swish sound. Her crown princess aura was fully released. Someone come. Go and inform General Xiao and General Wang Man. They must end the battle tonight. Tomorrow, we will set out to attack Pu City. Chapter 868. Marquis Xianping was planning to order the soldiers to rest and continue the siege tomorrow morning, but he received an order from the rear. He frowned. Why are you in such a hurry to finish tonight? The best way to deal a heavy blow to the Liang army's vitality was to attack all the way into Bian City. Of course, this was impossible. Neither the military strength nor the provisions would allow it. But at least, he had to seize a few border cities to hurt the Liang army. Tonight he would reorganize. Tomorrow, he would attack Li County and harvest more heads of Liang dogs. The guard presented a letter with both hands and said, This is a letter from Her Highness the Crown Princess. Please take a look. Marquis Xianping casually took it. A message is a message, why write a letter? There were no superfluous words in the letter, only 6 words. Qing'er was trapped in Pu City. Marquis Xianping's expression instantly turned cold. In order to make it easier for him to lead the troops to war, Sheng Guanyin fabricated an identity for him as an old subordinate of the Xianyuan family. He had been working secretly for years and temporarily conferred him the position of Dingyuan general. Although everyone was unfamiliar with this person, It was an indisputable fact that he killed Chu Feiping. In addition, the four of them defeated the Liang army's thousands of soldiers and horses. There was no doubt about their prestige and strength. In addition, everyone only thought that the crown princess wanted to take the opportunity to support her henchmen. They were not too surprised by his sudden appearance. This time, he was with the Great Yin Imperial Court's General Zhao Guoping. Did General Zhao also get the letter? Marquis Xianping asked. It seems no. The guard braced himself and said. Marquis Xianping's expression was as calm as ever, but there was a bit of chilling murderous aura around him. I know. You go and reply to the crown princess. Not tomorrow morning at midnight. I will take Li County. The guard opened his mouth wide. At midnight? There were only 2 hours left, right? Can they really take it? Shang Guanyin paced back and forth in the tent. She vaguely felt that she had missed something, but she couldn't remember it at once. Her mind was full of the news that her son was besieged in Ghost Mountain. She couldn't believe it was true. Why did her son come to the border all of a sudden? He even fell into the Jin army's territory? What the hell is going on? There was limited space in the letter. Gu Jiao only picked out the main points. Everything would have to be discussed in detail when they met. Huaner wanted to remind her, but seeing how anxious she was, she silently swallowed her words. When something happened to His Highness Zhongsun, the first person you thought of was Marquis Xianping. Have you forgotten about General Zhao? It didn't matter if she forgot. Marquis Xianping would deal with it clearly. At midnight, Marquis Xianping flattened the Li County camp and killed 6 Liang country generals. The Liang army was forced to retreat. They wanted to escape, but were surrounded by the Yin country army. In the end, King Pingyang stepped forward and submitted a humiliating letter of surrender. With the letter of surrender in hand, King Pingyang was taken away by Marquis Xianping as a hostage. On the other hand, Wang Man's task was much easier. The new city was not as sturdy as Zuyang City. Furthermore, the Nangong family's army had been left behind in Zuyang City by Tsun Takeshi. There were less than 10,000 local soldiers left in the city. When Wang Man's army of tens of thousands charged over, the Nangong family was destined to lose. When the sun was about to rise, Nangong Sitsi died in battle, and the others were captured alive. In the commander's tent of the Black Wind camp in Zuyang City, advisor who walked over with the translated booklet in his arms. My lord, please take a look. Gu Jiao looked away from the sand table and raised her hand to take the book. Liao Chen was also in her tent. The two of them carefully read the intelligence of the Jin army. Gu Jiao said, there are more than 200,000 soldiers. Excluding the supplies, there are more than 160,000 soldiers who can fight. Given the conditions of war in this dynasty, the supplies usually accounted for about a third of the total military strength. The Jin army was no exception. Gu Jiao continued. We can mobilize about this number of soldiers. However, the Jin army still has to include the 30,000 soldiers of the Han family. The main reason for this situation was that the Yin country was besieged by 5 countries. Many of its soldiers were scattered. The only country that could be confirmed to have retreated was the Zhao country at Chishui Pass. However, Chishui Pass was mainly made up of Navy soldiers. It was not suitable for fighting on land. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. The Chen country and the Zhao country were far away, so there was no definite news. Liao Chen read all the information in the book and said, Gongsun, you deployed a large number of soldiers at the north and east gates. These 2 gates are the closest to us. The south gate is guarded by the Han family. There are 30,000 cavalrymen and 20,000 infantrymen. I don't know which gate they will be transferred to. The west gate is the weakest, but it is too far from us. Gu Jiao said, it's almost time. Let's go to the pass and meet with the crown princess. Due to the urgency of time, Shang Guanyin and the imperial army did not enter Zuyang City to rest. After they finished fighting the Liang army, they rested for a few hours and then began to march to Pucheng. Gu Jiao changed into red battle clothes and black armor. She also went out to put on helmets and armor for the Black Wind cavalry. When she turned around, Liao Chen had also put on his battle armor. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. This general in helmet and armor. Was he still the handsome monk in her memory, who loved to eat meat and drink? The laziness and demonic charm of the past had faded away, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura of a powerful army. What are you looking at? Liaochen asked indifferently. Gu Jiao curled her lips. I'm not used to you suddenly being serious. Liaochen was speechless. Liaochen mounted his horse and led the troops out of the city. Gu Jiao also took 10,000 Black Wind cavalry. Most of them were soldiers of the garrison camp. They had been longing for this battle for a long time. After the destruction of the Xianyuan family, Wen Renchong, Li Shun, and Zhao Dingfeng finally had another chance to fight side by side. The three of them rode on horseback. They no longer looked high-spirited in their early 20s. Their faces were stained with the vicissitudes of life, but the conviction in their bones had never diminished or wavered. Zhao Dingfeng sneered. Old Shi is not here. This time, we will fight back together with his share. Wen Renchong, Li Shun, Zhao Dingfeng, and Shi Zhongkui were the four fierce generals of the Black Wind Battalion. Shi Zhongkui died in battle more than 10 years ago. Thinking of Old Shi, Wen Renchong and Li Shun's eyes turned cold. Old Shi's death had nothing to do with Jin. This time, they were going to settle the old and new accounts together. For Old Shi, for the general, for the seventh young master. The three of them looked determined and chased after him without hesitation. Gu Jiao waited for Shang Guanyan's carriage on the official road outside the pass. She patted the Black Wind King and stepped into the carriage. Shang Guanyan's eyes were red. It seemed that she had cried because she was worried about Shang Guanqing. But she had calmed down and was able to talk to Gu Jiao calmly. She took Gu Jiao's hand and let Gu Jiao sit down beside her. Jiao Jiao, what happened? Gu Jiao looked back. Shang Guanyan said without changing her expression, General Shao, you also get on the horse. I have something to discuss with you and Commander Shao. Marquis Xianping also got on the carriage. Gu Jiao told them about the Ghost Mountain. There were 3 main points: Shang Guanqing, Xianyuan Qi, and the 1,000 lives in the tunnel. Gu Jiao only mentioned Shang Guanqing's situation in the letter. Shang Guanyin never expected that Xianyuan Qi was involved. Second uncle is still alive. He is still alive. He has a son. Shang Guanyin didn't know about the Shadow Division. She thought that Xianyuan Qi really died that year. He is the master of Jing Kong, Gu Jiao said. So in Jing Kong, he is also a child of the Xianyuan family. Although Shang Guanyin had doubts for a long time, she was not sure. Where is Zheng? Gu Jiao said. He first set off with 20,000 troops and some of the city's supplies. Shang Guanyin whispered. Second uncle is still in danger, right? Gu Jiao nodded regretfully. Yes. Gong Sunyu. Shang Guanyin coldly clenched her fists. Marquis Xianping, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth. I have 2 doubts. First, where did old Gu go? Second, why did Qing go to Ghost Mountain? Shang Guanyin, didn't you say that he is staying in the village outside Qingdu? Shang Guanyin opened her mouth. Marquis Xianping raised his hand and made a stop gesture. Okay, no need to say any more, this Marquis knows. The two looked at him with a dumbfounded face. What do you know? Marquis Xianping couldn't hide his emotions and said. Father and son are connected by heart. You must have come to find this Marquis. What a filial son, he is to look for his father for thousands of miles. Gu Jiao. Shang Guanyin. Wang Man beat the gong to withdraw his troops at dawn and was on his way. Mu Qingchen was also under his command. While waiting for the two of them, Marquis Xianping and Shang Guanyin quickly understood the deployment of the Jin army and drew up a preliminary battle plan. Gu Jiao's Black Wind Cavalry and Liao Chen's Shadow Division went to attack the 30,000 Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family. The battle location was at the South Gate. Marquis Xianping led 50,000 infantry and archers to attack the 80,000 Jin army at the North Gate. Wang Man led 30,000 troops to the East Gate to fight the 40,000 Jin army. Finally, Chang Wei led 30,000 troops to the West Gate of Puqing to fight the 20,000 Jin army. The rest of the troops stayed in Xuyang City to prevent the Liang army from counterattacking and the Jin army from being defeated. Chapter 869. In October, the border was cold and bleak. After making all the battle plans, Shang Guanyin stayed in place to wait for Wang Man's army. Gu Jiao and Marquis Xianping led the troops first. Just as the two of them got on their respective war horses, a mighty and majestic figure galloped towards them, full of vigor and vigor. "Hey, you two are not loyal. Go out to fight. You left me alone in the wounded barracks. You're not kind." It was Tang Yueshan. "You're injured," Gu Jiao said. Tang Yueshan angrily retorted, "Is that an injury? It's just a mosquito bite." Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark face. "Little henchman, pay attention to your tone, or I'll give you an injection." Tang Yueshan coughed softly and said, "It's fine now that the poison is detoxified. I don't care, I want to go." He was born to be a warlike person. He wouldn't stay idle in the wounded barracks. "Then you follow me," Marquis Xianping said. Tang Yueshan was a little hesitant and disdainful. "You already have Chang Jing. Why do you need me? I can't use my full strength as the Grand Marshal if I'm with you, Aya." His reins were pulled away by Marquis Xianping. Pu City Lord's mansion. Yu Liuyi went to the yard early in the morning to play with her new black brave mount. The black brave mount was not all black. For example, the Lord's was dark brown, and hers was chestnut. She rode on her new mount and happily circled around the City Lord's mansion. Seeing Gong Sunyu returning from the barracks with Zhu Zhongquang and several generals, she jumped off the horse with a smile. "Lord." Gong Sunyu nodded slightly. She was a little girl, so Gong Sunyu treated her more leniently than those rough men. He said, "It's still early, don't you want to sleep a little longer?" "No, I want to ride a horse," she said mischievously. "I heard that the Lord caught a few more prisoners. I wonder, can you give them to me?" Gong Sunyu generously said, "After the interrogation, I'll give them to you." Yu Lui smiled and said, "That's great. Another newbie is testing the mechanism." Zhu Zhongquang secretly shuddered, looking at this girl's innocent smile. He thought that she was an innocent and harmless little girl, but he had seen her use mechanisms to torture people to death. She was a little devil. Thinking of something, Yu Lui stomped her feet and snorted. Why isn't Jie Xingzhou back yet? A mere 300 ghostly soldiers have been tormented for so long. How useless. My lord, I'll go help him. Okay. Gong Sunyu agreed. Yu Liuyi laughed heartily and mounted her horse. Just as she was about to gallop out of the estate, a guard suddenly rushed in with a hurried expression. He saluted Gong Sunyu and said, "Reporting to the Grand General, our spies have discovered the movements of the Yin army on the official road. A large number of cavalries are heading towards Puqing City." Without waiting for Gong Sunyu to speak, Yu Lui chuckled. Yin army? Were they really that bold? He had just killed their great General Xianyuan yesterday, and now he dared to come to their doorstep for revenge. You're really not afraid of death? Gong Sunyu calmly asked. How many soldiers do you have? About 30,000. The guard replied. Yu Lui scoffed. It's just 30,000 cavalries, my lord. Give me 20,000 men, and I'll go out of the city and kill them all. Gong Sunyu was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he asked the guard, Are they the Black Wind cavalry of the Xianyuan family? It seems so. The guard said. They're carrying the Flying Eagle flag of the Xianyuan family. Yu Lui excitedly said. My lord, I'll go cut down their Flying Eagle flag. Gong Sunyu calmly said. There's no need for the Jin army to do such a thing. The Han family has always wanted to compete with the Black Wind cavalry. Then, let the Han family prove it to me. Gu Jiao and Liao Chen's 30,000 men took a day to reach the small forest near Puqing City. Gu Jiao said, We'll rest here for a night and attack the city at dawn. Okay. Liao Chen felt that it was feasible. Gu Jiao was not worried that their whereabouts would be exposed, and they would be attacked by the Jin army. Based on her understanding of Gong Sunyu probably did not care about these 30,000 men. He wanted to keep the Jin army to deal with the main force of the Yin kingdom. Gong Sunyu would probably let the Han family deal with them. In order to maintain the strongest force, the Han family would not choose to attack at night. Gu Jiao sat on the ground with her back against a tree. She hugged the red tasseled spear and closed her eyes. She said, They'll wait for us in the city. The tree was wide enough for two people to sit together without feeling crowded. Liao Chen sat beside her. He glanced at her and said, I've always had a question in my mind. What question? Gu Jiao asked. Liao Chen whispered. Do you have any relationship with the Xianyuan family? Gu Jiao said. Why do you ask? Liao Chen looked at the branches above his head and said, My uncle's red tasseled spear is in your hands. I know it's a coincidence, but I feel like it's destined to be yours. Gu Jiao was silent. Liao Chen said, The armor you're wearing belongs to the First Lord of Shadows. The armor was recast from my uncle's armor. But that set of armor was originally given to him by the First Lord of Shadows. So my profound armor has such a history. There was something else Liao Chen didn't say. The armor and armor were inseparable. Now that they were finally combined, it was as if they had found their true master. A gentle breeze blew past. Liao Chen turned to look at her again. He found that she had fallen asleep with the red tasseled spear in her arms. The Black Wind King quietly came over. He bit off a warm cloak from the carriage and gently placed it on Gu Jiao. Liao Chen closed his eyes in envy. In a flash, he felt something extra on his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the Black Wind King had also covered him with something with his mouth. It was a broken sack. Liao Chen was speechless. The next day, at 7 in the morning, the sky was overcast. There was an invisible chill in the haze. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Division were at the city gates. Pu City was not as easy to defend and difficult to attack as Chuyang City. There were two reasons for this. First, it had been in disrepair for a long time. The original city lord had embezzled the money allocated to him, causing it to be unable to be repaired. Second, when the Jin army attacked Pu City not long ago, they had damaged the city gates once. After the Jin army entered the city, they enslaved many strong men to repair the city gates. Unfortunately, the south gate had not been repaired. Gu Jiao and Liao Chen rode at the front of the 30,000 soldiers. They looked up at the familiar figures on the city gates. It really is the Han family. She had guessed correctly. She introduced them to Liao Chen. That silver-haired man is Han Fifth Master. Beside him is Han Lei, Han Ye's father. Liao Chen looked at them. They also looked at Liao Chen. Han Lei said thoughtfully, I know that youth. He's the one who took Xiao Liulong's identity. He was adopted by Duke Ongua and became the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. But who is the person beside him? I don't think I've seen him before. Han Xiai did not speak. He looked at Liao Chen without blinking. Liao Chen also looked at him without dodging. Han Lei looked at Han Xiai and asked, Fifth brother, do you know him? Han Xiai said, I don't know him, but I think I've seen those eyes somewhere before. Gu Jiao raised the red tasseled spear in her hand and pointed it in the direction of the city gates. She said arrogantly, Bastard of the Han family, do you dare to come out of the city and fight with your grandfather? Han Lei was so angry that his mouth twitched. In the next moment, the city gates opened. A young man in silver armor rushed out with a long sword in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at him. Han Yi. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. She put the red tasseled spear on her shoulder and looked at him calmly. Your hamstring is fixed. You can't only fight on horseback? Han Yi was angry at the mention of this. He had suffered so much and endured so much pain before he could stand up again. It was all Xiao Liulong's fault. He wanted to kill him and avenge himself. And also avenge second uncle. Han Lei frowned. Yi-er, why did you open the gates? Fifth grandfather Han said calmly. We can't defend it anyway. Why don't we go out and fight? The valiant dark cavalry's strength was offense. Only under the city gates could they unleash their full power. Moreover, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He always wanted to know if the valiant dark cavalry he trained could defeat the Xianyuan family's dark wind cavalry. An endless stream of valiant dark cavalry rushed out of the city gates and fought with the dark wind cavalry and the shadow tribe. The battle came faster and fiercer than expected. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cavalry fell. Some were on their own side, and some were on the other side. Han Ye's target was Gu Jiao. Why didn't that Gu Changqing come with you? You don't deserve to fight with him. Nonsense. Watch out for my sword. Han Yi swung his sword at Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao raised her red tasseled spear to block the attack. The spear and sword clashed, and Han Ye's murderous aura filled the air. Han Yi was shocked. The last time they fought, this kid was clearly no match for him. Why was it that after a dozen moves, this kid's face was not red? Nor was he panting. It seemed like he was very relaxed. Whoosh! Gu Jiao killed a cavalry with a single stab. Then she stabbed her spear at Han Ye's waist. The angle was very tricky. It could not be blocked or deflected. Han Yi gritted his teeth and used his qinggong to leap up, perfectly dodging the attack. Then, he swooped down from above Gu Jiao's head and stabbed his sword at Gu Jiao's Baihui acupoint. Are you trying to make me jump up? Dream on. Gu Jiao stared at him. Then she suddenly leaned back. Han Ye's spear stabbed Gu Jiao's armor. However, it did not pierce through. Han Ye's eyes flashed. Gu Jiao's spear slashed at his thigh. Han Ye did not understand why this kid's armor was so hard. It was too late for him to retreat. Seeing that one of Han Ye's thighs was about to be cut off by Gu Jiao, fifth grandfather Han suddenly rode his black demon horse and quickly arrived behind the two. He used his sword to deflect Gu Jiao's spear. 2 against 1, Gu Jiao was pincered. Han Ye said, "You attack her arms. I'll kill her horse." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Chen flew over and forced fifth grandfather Han off his black demon horse. Fifth grandfather Han stabilized himself with a flip. He turned around and looked in disbelief at the man who forced him off his horse. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Liao Chen's killing intent was like a knife. Xianyuan Zheng of the 7 Xianyuan sons. Chapter 870. As soon as he said that, everyone seemed to feel the powerful spirit of Xianyuan. The morale of the soldiers on the battlefield was split in half. The morale of the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division was rising. The Black Wind Cavalry of the Han clan seemed to feel the suppression from the spirit of Xianyuan. Puqing was the burial ground of the Xianyuan army. Many years ago, countless Xianyuan soldiers were buried here. Some died in battle, while others died in vain. Now that the 7 Xianyuan sons had returned, the souls of the heroes in the world seemed to have been summoned. A gust of wind blew past, and the house of Han's cavalry felt a chill run down their spines. Most of them forgot to think about how many sons the Xianyuan family had. Only fifth grandfather reacted. He said coldly, "The Xianyuan family has 6 sons. Since when did they have 7? You're obviously pretending to be one of them. Don't try to persuade a stubborn person, because they won't listen." Liao Chen didn't waste time with fifth grandfather Han. He sheathed his sword and pulled out the spear on his back. The action of holding the gun and the domineering move that was completed in one go shocked fifth master Han once again. Fifth grandfather Han looked at him solemnly. "This is traitor. Die." Liao Chen's spear came down. Fifth grandfather Han blocked it with his sword, but half his body went numb. His feet sank into the ground with a bang. It was obvious how powerful the spear was. "Black Demon Horse!" Fifth Master Han shouted, and the Black Demon Horse charged towards Liao Chen. Liao Chen's target was not the Black Demon Horse, but he could not allow himself to be knocked away. Just as he was about to hit the Black Demon Horse with his palm, the Black Wind King came galloping over and mercilessly collided with the Black Demon Horse. The young and healthy Dark Demon Horse was actually knocked aside by a 16-year-old horse. Fifth grandfather Han couldn't believe it. Even more incredulous was Han Yi, who was fighting Gu Jiao not far away. This beast, he had raised it for so many years, but it turned around and sought refuge with someone else. What an ingrate! If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chu Nan and left it to fend for itself. He should have caught it back. Han Yi was kicked violently and fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear and stood in front of him. She looked down at him and said, "Don't get distracted. You might die." Han Yi clutched his aching chest and stood up. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Gu Jiao. Did you use some kind of evil method to increase your power? If you can't beat me, just say so." Gu Jiao carried the long spear on her shoulder. This action was exactly the same as Marquis Xianping carrying his broadsword. She even shot off a Han family cavalryman's helmet and stepped on it with one foot. "Didn't your fifth uncle just use drugs? But look, did he win?" Han Yi turned to look at his fifth uncle. He saw the Han family's once-in-a-century expert being defeated by someone who called himself one of the 7 sons of Xian Yuan. After being sent flying again, 5th grandfather Han fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. How can this be? This was his 5th uncle. The survivors who survived the purple grass poison possessed terrifying inner strength and an immortal body that could be said to be immune to pain. Immortal body was an exaggeration, but he was more resistant to injury than normal people. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed the next day. This time, it must be the same. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Liao Chen's palm shattered his dantian. Liao Chen had countless chances to kill him, but he did not. Instead, Liao Chen took him down one move at a time. Yes, the purple grass poison could heal a person's body, but could it restore a warrior's fighting spirit? When 5th grandfather Han's last shred of fighting spirit collapsed, he spat out blood and lay on the blood-stained ground. It wasn't that he'd run out of energy, but that he could feel the huge gap between him and Liao Chen. He was not a martial arts genius to begin with. It was only because he had been poisoned by the purple grass poison that he had such astonishing strength. Liao Chen was different. He was really strong. 5th grandfather Han finally accepted his fate. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Liao Chen's spear pressed against his forehead but did not stab him. You let my 6th brother go. Consider this life of mine repaying you in his stead. With that, Liao Chen put away his spear and turned to leave. 5th grandfather Han suddenly opened his eyes and looked weakly at Liao Chen's departing figure. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is 6th grandfather still alive?" Liao Chen did not answer. He mounted his horse and said to Gu Jiao, who was fighting Han Yi, "I'm going to kill Gong Sun Yu. I'll leave this to you." Gu Jiao shot Han Yi and knocked him down. Go. Liao Chen led dozens of Dark Shadow Division fighters into the city gates. He rode his horse while the others used their lightness techniques. After entering the city, they split up and disappeared with a whoosh. A large group attracted attention and could easily be surrounded by the Jin army. It was much more secretive when they split up. They would meet up at the governor's mansion later. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the city, a child's scream came from the top of the city gate tower. He looked up. A 5-year-old boy was falling from the top of the city gate tower. His face was full of fear. He flew up and caught the boy in midair. Now is the time. Murderous hidden weapons rained down from the top of the city gate tower. The boy was just bait. If he didn't fall for it, the boy would fall to his death for nothing. If he fell for it, he would be shot to death with the boy. What a vicious plan. Liao Chen flicked his sleeves and pulled out his sword, stabbing it into the tower. He stepped on the blade of the sword, and under the great force, his body flew forward like an arrow released from a bow. The rain of hidden weapons clanged against the sword, and also hit the hard bluestone floor. His horse was also injured and couldn't continue to fight. He landed on one knee at the corner of the street with the boy in his arms. Are you okay? The boy was so scared that he didn't even know how to cry. He turned to look at the towering city gate tower with a cold face. On the city gate tower, a graceful girl in pink was looking at him with a smile. You're the 7 sons of Xian Yuan? Xian Yuan Qi, who was killed by the Lord, is your father? How interesting. You actually dodged my flying flower hidden weapons. Interesting. Throwing an innocent child down from the city gate tower was left out of her mouth so casually. Liao Chen turned his head and put the boy in a safe place. He looked at the top of the city gate tower with a murderous look. It was impossible to climb such a high distance with lightness techniques. However, he had just stabbed his sword so he could borrow some strength. Let's try. Liao Chen pulled out the long spear behind his back and stabbed it into the long sword. With 2 points to borrow strength, he shouldn't miss. Liao Chen flew up. No way. Climbing the city gate tower with your bare hands. How confident are you in your lightness techniques? Yu Liuyi didn't attack. She just looked at Liao Chen and waited for him to fall. Unexpectedly, Liao Chen really came up. Yu Liuyi widened her eyes in disbelief. Looking at the man who flew in front of her, she was so shocked that she forgot to attack. Bang! A powerful sword energy came from behind Yu Liuyi. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He slapped the wall of the city gate tower with his palm and supported his body upside down to avoid the attack. The next moment, 4 or 5 more powerful sword energies came at Liao Chen. This was a blatant sneak attack. Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't dodge. He was blasted off the city gate tower by the sharp sword energy. His whole body was numb for a moment. He couldn't use his internal energy and lightness techniques. Was he going to fall to his death? He looked at the grayish-blue sky. White clouds had appeared at some point. He saw his father's gentle and kind smile. He hadn't avenged his father. Was he going to die in vain? At the critical moment, a figure in a dark blue Taoist robe soared into the air from behind. The figure grabbed his waist, which was clad in armor, and brought him down slowly. His toes touched the ground, and his whole body sank. Then he turned his head to look at the man who had appeared out of thin air. His eyes flashed fiercely. Ox nose. Taoist Qing Feng ignored him. He only raised his head and looked at the 5 swordsmen on the city gate tower with cold eyes. He said lightly, "His life is mine." The aces of the sword hut all frowned. That boy was already difficult to deal with. Why was there another one? Yu Liui's almond eyes widened. This stinking Taoist seems very strong. Capture him. I want both of them. I want to use them to test medicine. The 5 aces of the sword hut flew down from the city gate tower. Taoist Qing Feng looked at the pale Liao Chen and said, "You're injured." Liao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing. Why are you here?" Taoist Qing Feng said, "I should be the one asking you this. But before you answer me, I have another question." Liao Chen didn't argue with Liao Chen on account of Liao Chen's kindness. "Go on." Taoist Qing Feng held a bag of dried buns in his hand. He asked seriously, "Is this Zhangxue Pass?" Liao Chen was speechless. Zhangxue Pass was in the northeast. This was the northwest. Chapter 871. The newest chapter of the book is not finished yet. Liao Chen's expression was indescribable. Did this guy get lost again? How did he get lost from the northeast to the northwest? Liao Chen suppressed the urge to twitch his mouth and said calmly, "This isn't the Zhangxue Pass." Speaking of which, did the Feng family swap missions with Wang Su to escort the emperor's grandson to the Qin kingdom for peace? Taoist Qing Feng said, "Feng Wuxia wanted to eat lamb buns, so I went to buy them for him. I told him not to run around, and to follow Prince Changsun. I think he got lost with Prince Changsun and the others." Liao Chen looked at the 3 buns that had dried to stone in the bamboo bag, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You're the one who got lost, right? How long have you been lost? Can't you ask for directions?" Well, this guy never asked for directions. He didn't think he was lost at all. As long as I don't ask, I'm not lost. Having a bad sense of direction isn't scary, but it's scary to think you're a road hog. Liao Chen shook his head and sighed. "How can anyone be like you? Are you living in heaven?" Taoist Qi Feng didn't hear clearly, and looked at him strangely. "What did you say?" Liao Chen's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. His murderous aura faded, and he smiled evilly like a demonic monk. "I said you're a natural-born immortal. It must be hard for you to come down." Taoist Qing Feng didn't understand, but he didn't care. He looked at the people across from him and asked, "Why do these people want to kill you? And why are you dressed like this?" Liao Chen said lightly, "When 2 countries are at war, I'll fight. They're the Jin army." "Jin army?" Taoist Qing Feng paused and said seriously, "Okay, I'll kill them first. Then I'll take your life myself." Liao Chen smiled. Okay. The two seemed to have talked a lot, but in reality, not much time had passed. The 5 swordsmen of the sword hut had been observing their breath and internal energy to determine their martial arts and weaknesses. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. "Attack together," the leading swordsman said. The 5 of them wielded long swords and charged at Taoist Qing Feng and Liao Chen. Taoist Qing Feng put the dried buns on the stone lion beside him. He was not used to using weapons, so he started to fight with them with his bare hands. Liao Chen didn't use any weapons either. The swordsman thought that Liao Chen had lost his weapon and suffered internal injuries, so his strength would be greatly reduced. Who would have thought that when Liao Chen attacked, the swordsman would feel great pressure? Liao Chen said coldly, "That was just a sneak attack. Do you really think you can beat me fair and square?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down and sent the 2 swordsmen flying. Taoist Qingfeng frowned. Is this guy's kung fu so powerful? The other 3 saw that Liao Chun was not easy to deal with, so they targeted Taoist Qingfeng, thinking that it would be easier. Taoist Master Qingfeng leaped into the air and landed on the ground. He slammed his palm on the ground and shouted, "Leave! Can! Break!" With him as the center, a powerful internal force attacked the 2 swordsmen on his left and right. Li was the east, and Kim was the west. The 2 swordsmen had unknowingly walked into his formation. It was almost the same situation as 5th Master Han and Gu Chongqing. The difference was that the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander was a competition, so he didn't kill them. This time, he was using his true strength. The 2 swordsmen were sent crashing into the pillars on both sides. The pillars collapsed, and the 2 swordsmen fell heavily to the ground. Even their weapons flew to the side. Cultivators did not kill, but he was a citizen of the Yin Kingdom first, and then a Taoist of Baiyun Temple. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Close. Open. Break. Taoist Master Qingfeng slammed his palm down again. Liao Chen's expression changed, and he leaped onto the roof. The other 2 swordsmen were not so lucky. They were hit by Taoist Master Qingfeng again, and their dantians were destroyed. They died on the spot. Liao Chen jumped lightly and landed steadily in front of Taoist Master Qingfeng. He said with a faint smile, "Taoist Master Qingfeng, your strength is very surprising." Taoist Master Qingfeng said expressionlessly, "When I kill you, I'll be even more surprised." Then, he slammed his palm in Liao Chen's direction. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He raised his fist and punched in Taoist Master Qingfeng's direction. Their fists and palms passed each other in the air, hitting the sneak attackers behind each other at the same time. They were the 2 swordsmen who had been sent flying by Liao Chen. Now that they were hit again, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't take it anymore. Their legs gave way, and they died. Taoist Master Qingfeng looked coldly at Liao Chen. Before he could finish, Liao Chen suddenly stepped forward. His left arm touched Taoist Master Qingfeng's waist, and he pushed Taoist Master Qingfeng behind him. His other palm slammed into the last swordsman's chest. Now 5 swordsmen were dead. On the tower, Yu Liuyi stomped her feet in exasperation. "Useless. You can't even defeat a Taoist in Xianyuanzi. What's the use of having you? I told you to send your sword hut's protectors over. What are these disciples trying to do?" These people weren't ordinary disciples. They were the most talented swordsmen in the sword hut. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called to Puching by Elder Lu. They could only blame Liao Chun and Taoist Master Qingfeng for being too strong. After Liao Chun killed the last person, he immediately let go of someone's waist and used his Qinggong to leap onto the roof. Taoist Master Qingfeng frowned. "You want to escape?" Liao Chun curled his lips and said lightly, "I'll go kill someone first. After I'm done, I'll deal with you and me. By the way, I'll leave that child to you." With that, he pointed at the alley and disappeared in a flash. Taoist Master Qingfeng looked at the child in the alley who was too scared to cry. He frowned, but in the end, he didn't chase after Liao Chen. He walked over and took the child's small hand. Outside the city gate, the Black Wind Cavalry and Shadow Division were fighting fiercely with the House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry. 5th Grandfather Han was helped to the side by his servants. He sat on the cold ground with his back against the city wall. He watched the House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry fall one by one. Suddenly he felt powerless. Had all his years of perseverance been a mistake? Had all his efforts been wasted? Why couldn't they defeat the Black Wind Cavalry, even though they were stronger? The House of Han's warhorses were stronger than the Black Wind Cavalry. Their tolerance for pain was also much higher. However, the Black Wind Cavalry had an unyielding will in their bones. They could suffer, they could die, but they would never retreat. He thought that with the strongest warhorse, he could train an unparalleled cavalry. Only now did he realize that being strong didn't equate to being powerful. The House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry might really lose. No, there was still the Black Demon Horse. There was still a chance. The Black Demon Horse was one of the few Black Storm Cavalry on the battlefield that wasn't affected. It was in the prime of its life and was young and strong. It wouldn't allow itself to lose to an old horse. It wanted to take back its position as the king of the horses. It launched its most powerful attack at the Black Wind King. With its speed and explosive power, the Black Wind King would definitely lose half of its life. The people around all broke out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, they were in the middle of a battle and couldn't rush over to save the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King panted slightly. It looked at the warhorse that was galloping towards it. It didn't seem to have any extra strength left to take the hit. Its body trembled and fell down weakly. Li Shun's expression changed. Black Wind King. The black demon horse stepped over the Black Wind King and returned to its original position proudly and excitedly. It had defeated the old horse. It was the true king of war horses. It raised its front hooves and declared its absolute dominance. At that moment, the Black Wind King, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly jumped up and bit the black demon horse's neck. The black demon horse howled in pain. It began to struggle with all its might, trying to shake off the Black Wind King. Unfortunately, the Black Wind King didn't let it go. It could only surrender or die. The black demon horse finally used up its last bit of strength. It whimpered and knelt before the Black Wind King. Fifth Master Han closed his eyes in pain. The House of Han. They had lost. Han Yi was no match for Gu Jiao, so he called the Han family's death warriors to besiege her. Gu Jiao didn't hesitate at all, killing one person with a single spear strike. Han Yi was injured, so the Han family's guards escorted him away. Gu Jiao chuckled. You want to leave? Not so easy. Fifth Master Han allowed you to take him away, because he wanted to spare Shen Chen's life. But who did Han Yi think he was? He was the Black Wind King who wanted to kill her. Gu Jiao raised her red tasseled spear and mounted her horse. Boss, chase after it. At that moment, Yu Liui flew down and shot a round of hidden weapons at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao chuckled. You think I don't have hidden weapons? She took out a mechanism box and threw it at the densely packed hidden weapons. Master Lu had made a mechanism box for Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun, and they both gave it to her. She hadn't tested the power of the two mechanism boxes yet. She first heard a light crisp sound, as if a silver needle had hit the mechanism box, followed by the sound of a wheel turning. In the next second, the mechanism box suddenly scattered, and the hidden weapons shot out like a fairy scattering flowers. Not only did they block all of Yu Liui's silver needles and darts, but they also shot down the Han family soldiers around her. Even Yu Liui herself was hit by an almost invisible silver needle. Ah! Yu Liui cried out in pain. The silver needle was poisonous, and Yu Liui's left shoulder and entire left arm instantly lost feeling. She held her left arm and fiercely looked at Gu Jiao. You dare hurt me? Gu Jiao arrogantly said. So what if I hurt you? I still want to kill you. Gu Jiao said. Of the four generals under Gong Sunyu, Yu Liui was the most ruthless. 9 years later, she would be a very troublesome enemy. Gu Jiao wouldn't give her a chance to grow stronger. Gu Jiao stabbed her spear towards Yu Liui. This was one of the last two moves forced out by Xian Yuanqi at Ghost Mountain. Even Xian Yuanqi was forced to retreat, let alone Yu Liui. Yu Liui's stomach was cut. She was furious. Who are you? Gu Jiao said indifferently. Why do you care who I am? Yu Liui didn't want to die on the battlefield of the Han family. She gritted her teeth and threw out a black fire pearl, which exploded into a cloud of smoke. She took advantage of the chaos to escape. Gu Jiao looked at her back and didn't chase after her. You don't know that Puqing is surrounded on all sides, right? You're just a turtle in a jar if you escape into the city. The Han family's morale was already gone. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to lead the Shadow Division to the city wall. She cut down the Jin Kingdom's flag with her spear and put the Yan Kingdom's flag back on the towering city wall. Chapter 872. In October, the first snow fell in Songxue Pass. At night, Feng Wuxia wore a thick cloak and held a hand warmer in both hands as he paced back and forth in the snow outside the tent. He glanced at the entrance of the camp from time to time. The attendant walked up worriedly and said, Master, it's windy outside. You should go into the tent and warm yourself. Songxue Pass was cold. When he spoke, his breath was white, and the wind hurt when it blew on his face. Feng Wuxia sighed. I'm not going in. I want to wait for my brother. The attendant quickly said, Eldest young master will be fine. Feng Wuxia blamed himself. If I had known, I wouldn't have craved the mutton buns. His brother took 3 years to get home from the mountain, and 3 months to get out of the forest. This time he got lost halfway. He did not know when he would reunite with them again. The attendant laughed dryly. Well, you just said it casually. Who would have thought that eldest young master would not sleep in the middle of the night and run off to buy you buns? It was a long story. On the way, they met a famous bun shop. Because the business was so good, the bun would be sold out the moment it opened. Taoist Qingfeng waited in front of the bun shop in the middle of the night, so that his brother could eat the buns. Then there was no then. Feng Wuxia had a mission to negotiate, and could not wait for his brother. He could only leave a few guards to search the area, while he followed Prince Changsun to Zhongshui Pass. Feng Wuxia continued. Also, I shouldn't have swapped missions with Wang Su. If I went to Qishui Pass, I wouldn't have bumped into that bun shop. If I hadn't bumped into it, I wouldn't have craved it. The attendant said, Qishui Pass has crispy duck. It's crispy and fried with honey and sesame. It's delicious. Feng Wuxia swallowed his saliva. What flavor? The attendant was speechless. In another tent, a handsome man wearing a silver fox cloak sat in front of a small table. He picked up a pen with his slender fingers and dipped it in ink to write a letter. 2 muffled groans came from outside, and the air was filled with the warm smell of blood. Not long after, Long Yi carried his long sword, which was wiped clean with ice and snow, and entered the tent. It's the 13th wave, right? Xiao Heng said calmly. Jin's state is really persistent. As soon as the news of the Emperor Sun Dong negotiating for peace spread, the Jin nation attached great importance to it. Along the way, Jin nation continuously sent experts to assassinate him for 3 purposes. First, destroy the peace talks with the Chen nation. Secondly, he could use the death of the emperor's grandson to suppress the morale of the Yin army. Third, cut off the possibility of using the state of Chen to deal with the state of Zhao. Long Yi sat cross-legged beside him. Xiao Heng turned his head and brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders. Long Yi was very quiet. He didn't make any noise and allowed his little master to approach him. There were not many people who could get so close to the sky splitter. The memory related to Heaven Splitter seemed to be gradually awakening, and the expression of Long Yi and his aura were also undergoing subtle changes. Xiao Heng felt as if he was losing Long Yi, but he didn't stop Long Yi from recovering his memories. He asked, Long Yi, the letter I asked you to deliver to the Chen nation's military camp, did you deliver it to that person? Long Yi nodded. Although he still couldn't speak, Long Yi was no longer unable to communicate with others like before. Xiao Heng smiled with relief. Long Yi, it's time to learn how to read. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Outside the Blue Snow Pass, the Yin army had set up a temporary tent in an open space at the border. To express his sincerity, Xiao Heng had been waiting in the tent for a long time. The time written on the letter he asked Long Yi to deliver was 7:15 in the morning. However, the appointed person didn't arrive until 7:15 in the morning. The other party was wearing a purple mink cloak. He had a strong figure, wheat-colored skin, resolute facial features, and a pair of smiling eyes. He was the former hostage of the Zhao nation Yuan Tang. Now he was the crown prince of the Chen nation. Yuan Tang entered the tent with a smile. He took off his cloak and threw it to the accompanying eunuch. Looking at Xiao Lulang, he said, Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Lord Xiao. Long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. Xiao Heng had already stated his identity on the letter. Xiao Heng raised his hand and motioned for him to sit down. Yuan Tang sat down opposite Xiao Heng and calmly narrowed his eyes. Xiao Lulang, what's going on? Aren't you from the Zhao nation? Why did you go to the Yin nation as an envoy? I heard that the eldest grandson of the Yin nation wants to negotiate with the Chen nation. Why don't I see him? In the tent, other than the 2 of them, there were also Long Yi, a eunuch, and 2 men of sacrifice from the Chen nation. Xiao Heng calmly said, I am the eldest grandson of the great Yin nation. Yuan Tang was stunned. The eunuch beside Xiao Heng poured tea for Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang raised his hand and motioned for him to withdraw. The eunuch bowed and retreated behind Xiao Heng. Yuan Tang stared at Xiao Heng without blinking and sized him up from top to bottom for a long time. Xiao Lulang, are you playing with me? You are clearly. Xiao Heng calmly said. My name is Xiao Heng. Xiao Lulang is my temporary identity. My father is the Marquis Xianping of the Zhao Nation. My mother is the Princess of Xinyang. My birth mother is the Crown Princess of Great Yen. Yuan Tang opened his mouth wide. The amount of information was too much for him to digest. Horizontal was a knife, vertical was also a knife. Either way he would be shocked. It was better to shock him all at once. Xiao Heng didn't hesitate and continued. Jiao Jiao has already been adopted by the Duke of Anghua of Great Yen. She is the future successor of the Duke of Anghua. She is also the newly appointed commander of Black Wind Cavalry. This time, she will follow the Crown Princess to battle. If you must fight, then fight with us. Jiao Jiao said that you once owed her a favor. She wrote you a personal letter. As Xiao Heng spoke, he took out a letter from his wide sleeve and placed it on the small table in front of the two. Yuan Tang was about to reach out to take it, but Xiao Heng pressed his hand down on the letter. Yuan Tang looked at Xiao Heng in confusion. Xiao Heng said seriously, I came to talk to you, not because I have this letter. You can still owe Jiao Jiao a favor. I came to make a deal with you. Oh, Yuan Tang smiled and slowly withdrew his hand. What kind of deal do you want to make with this prince? This prince will say the ugly words in advance. This prince doesn't believe a single word you said just now. You are Xiao Lulang, not the grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Xiao Heng nodded. Very well. I'm not making a deal with you as the grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Yuan Tang had been shocked again and again today. He had no idea what Xiao Lulang was planning. He sneered and said, Don't tell me you want your loyalists to capture me and use me as a hostage to blackmail the Qin Kingdom? Xiao Heng said, There are too many people in the Qin Kingdom's imperial court who want you dead. If I really capture you, they would be more than happy to see you die in my hands. Why would they be blackmailed by me? Yuan Tang's smile froze. Your position as the crown prince is not stable. When your uncle Rong Yao helped Prince Bo plot a rebellion, it was you who personally brought an imperial edict to arrest him. Although he died at the hands of Prince Bo, didn't he also die at your hands? The Rong clan has long been in harmony with you. Forgive me for being blunt, but the one who is truly suffering from internal and external troubles is you. Yuan Tang said. That's why I have to win this war and get enough wealth from the Yin Kingdom. Xiao Heng asked. Do you really think you have extra energy to deal with the Yin Kingdom? Yuan Tang looked at him strangely. What do you mean? Xiao Heng sighed regretfully. The army of Zhao Kingdom has arrived at the western border of the Qin Kingdom. If we in Zhao Kingdom start a war against the Qin Kingdom at the same time, I don't know if the Qin Kingdom can withstand it. When I say we, I mean Zhao Kingdom, Yin Kingdom, and Zhao Kingdom. Yuan Tang frowned. You, Xiao Heng said calmly. If you don't believe me, you can go back and wait. I promise you, in less than 3 days, the news of the Zhao Kingdom's army arriving at the city will be delivered to you by your spies. Yuan Tang clenched his fingers and said coldly, Zhao Kingdom won't help you. Besides, Zhao Kingdom didn't have the guts to do so. Xiao Heng smiled faintly. It's a long journey for Zhao Kingdom to attack the Yin Kingdom. The loss outweighs the gain. How can it be faster than directly dividing your neighboring kingdom? Besides, Zhao Kingdom already believes that Zhao Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom will send troops to attack the Qin Kingdom. So, you don't have to worry that they don't have the guts to take a share of the loot. Yuan Tang said sarcastically. How can they believe that? Xiao Heng said calmly. Young Master Gu family army of Zhao Kingdom and Mr. Meng, the chess saint of 6 kingdoms, have already sneaked into Zhao Kingdom. I think these 2 people are enough to gain the trust of Zhao Kingdom. When Yuan Tang heard this, he couldn't keep calm anymore. You don't go too far. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Heng sighed. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I'm the eldest grandson of the emperor or not. What matters is that I can prevent the Qin Kingdom from being attacked by the other 3 kingdoms. Make your choice, Prince of Qin Kingdom. Yuan Tang slapped the table. Xiao Lulang, you're looting a burning house. Does Jiao Jiao know that you're so despicable? Xiao Heng didn't even lift his eyelids. You'd better think about how to deal with the attack of the other 3 kingdoms. As he spoke, he stood up slowly and walked out of the tent. When he was at the door, he stopped, as if he suddenly thought of something, and said pleasantly, "But if you're willing to cooperate with me, I can guarantee that I'll share the Jin Kingdom with you." Jin Kingdom? Yuan Tang was stunned again. Let Yuan Tang fall into a desperate situation first, and then draw a big picture for Yuan Tang. No one could withstand it. And as long as Yuan Tang agreed to join the Yin Kingdom, it would be much easier to deal with the Zhao Kingdom. Your Majesty of the Zhao Kingdom, if you're not willing to accept the negotiation, then the Yin Kingdom, the Zhao Kingdom, and the Qin Kingdom can only declare war on you. The Qin Kingdom won't help you. The Yin Kingdom can't even take care of itself. How can they fight us? This is a letter from the Prince of the Qin Kingdom. He has agreed to form an alliance with the Yin Kingdom. As for the Yin Kingdom, Xuyang City has sent news of victory, and the Liang Kingdom has surrendered, taking down the Zhao Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom without losing a single soldier. This is called subduing the enemy's troops without fighting. Chapter 873. The key to this peace talk was Yuan Tang. The premise of taking down the 2 countries was based on Yuan Tang's agreement to the peace talk. If Yuan Tang refused, then things would not go well in Zhao State. Will Yuan Tang's Crown Prince of Qin State agree? After Yuan Tang left, an old general accompanying him in the tent asked. Xiao Heng flipped through the report on the table. Find a way to send the report of Xuyang City's victory to Qin State. If there was no news of Liang State's defeat, it might be a little tricky, but now it was foolproof. Yuan Tang was an ambitious crown prince. He was not willing to be a puppet crown prince, so he urgently needed to make military achievements and establish his reputation in the imperial court, the army, and the people. But if he was destined to lose, then Yuan Tang's risk would be the last hurdle to destroy Yuan Tang. Prince Changsun. A guard's voice came from outside the door. His tone was obviously a little strange. Xiao Heng understood and said, "Come in." The guard led a man dressed as a cook into the tent. The man had been here once before, so Xiao Heng and the old general were not unfamiliar with him. The 2 looked at him. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying in standard Yin State language, "Prince Changsun of the Great Yin State, my master wants to ask you, what do you think? My master can give what the crown prince can give, and what the crown prince can't give, my master can give." Xiao Heng said without hesitation, "I'm not interested in the internal strife of Qin State. If you have the ability, let your crown prince be the crown prince of Qin State first." The cook smiled. "Your Highness, do you really think that Yuan Tang's crown prince will agree? Even if he agrees, he won't be able to achieve anything. I'm afraid he will drag Yin State down." Xiao Heng said casually, "I only know that he became the crown prince, but your crown prince didn't." His words caused the cook's face to turn red. Naturally, he was not a real cook. Instead, he was a subordinate of the Qin State's second prince. He rushed up angrily and said sarcastically, "I think your Yin Kingdom has been too arrogant for too long. Do you really think that you can defeat Jin and Liang by joining forces with a few inferior countries? What an idiotic dream. Your country of Yin has been besieged on all sides. My Highness is willing to cooperate with you, which is giving you face. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't think too highly of yourself in the Yin Kingdom." The old general unsheathed his sword and stood up with a murderous aura. "You bastards! How dare you disrespect the eldest grandson of the great Yin Emperor?" The cook trembled in fear. Xiao Heng said faintly, "Forget it, General Fu. After all, he is not from the Yin Kingdom. It's not up to us to punish him. I'll have to trouble General Fu to make a trip personally and send this person to the Qin nation's crown prince." It just so happened that he brought the news of Xuyang City's victory to them. 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Heng was a person who did good deeds without leaving his name behind. However, he could not do that in the political arena. He could not hide his kindness to his allies. He must let Yuan Tang know everything that was beneficial to Yuan Tang. The man was shocked. How dare you? The old general chopped him to the ground with a hand knife and tied him up with a rope. Xiao Heng said faintly, "You all think that the Yin Kingdom is going to fall. You can't wait to ride on our heads. Go back and tell your masters that the Yin Kingdom will win this war." Pu City. After a fierce battle, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division successfully broke through the South City Gate. The Yin Kingdom's flag once again fluttered above their own land. The soldiers of the Garrison Battalion were very excited. Who said that the Garrison Battalion could not fight? Didn't they break through the South City Gate? Zhao Dingfeng fell on his butt and sat on the ground. He said breathlessly, "Those bastards from the Han family are so damn tough." It was an indisputable fact that the Han family's warhorses were strong. They and the Dark Shadow Division had fought with all their strength and lives. They had used their unyielding belief and fighting spirit to kill those troublesome fellows. "I'm so tired," Zhao Dingfeng said breathlessly. Li Shun supported his body with a knife and glanced at him coldly. He said while panting, "Who told you to indulge in debauchery and waste your energy?" Zhao Dingfeng was not happy. Hey, you're accusing me wrongly. When did I indulge in debauchery? Didn't I just do it for others to see? You're such a stubborn person. So what if you agree with the Han family? You spend the Han family's money to do your own thing, and then stab the Han family in the back. This is so fucking annoying. When he and Li Shun left the military camp around the same time, the Han family wanted them to go underground and secretly contact the old subordinates of the Xianyuan family for them. Li Shun did not agree, and said that he would not let the Xianyuan family down in this life. Then he left without taking a single copper coin. Zhao Dingfeng was much more tactful. Wenren Chong glanced at the two and said seriously, "You two stop arguing. Han Yi has escaped. Besides, there are 20,000 Han family soldiers in the city. They should be under the command of the 4th Master Han. Our mission is not finished yet." "I know." Zhao Dingfeng smiled. He quickly recovered his strength and mounted his horse in high spirits. "Bastards of the Han family, your grandpa Zhao is here." Li Shun frowned. "Can you not talk like the young commander?" Zhao Dingfeng said, "I just want to learn. You sound so arrogant." Wenren Chong looked around. "Wait, where is the young commander?" Li Shun said, "He was on the gate tower." They looked up at the same time, but Gu Jiao's figure was long gone. The three of them looked at each other, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts at the same time. Wenren Chong's eyes turned cold. "Not good. It's a trap. Go to the gate tower." "Ha ha ha ha. We've been tricked." Yu Liui's bell-like laughter came from the gate tower. She didn't run away at all. Instead, she hid in the dark room of the gate tower through a special mechanism. Now there was another guest in the dark room. Yu Liui looked up with a smile and looked at Gu Jiao, who was standing on a wooden cross. She said with an innocent face, "You are the Black Wind Cavalry's commander? You look very young, but you dared to hurt me. I have to ask you for a little compensation." It all started when Gu Jiao went up the gate tower. After she put the Yin Kingdom's flag on the roof, she inadvertently heard an unusual noise under the roof. She went into the house and released the kidnapped civilian, but it ended up like this. The floorboards suddenly retreated, leaving only 2 floating planks that crossed under her feet, barely supporting her. She couldn't jump out, climb up, or walk down because she was surrounded by a cage made of the Snow Domain's heavenly silkworm silk. There were hundreds of heavenly silks. Even if she had the silver silk gloves, she couldn't destroy so many heavenly silks in an instant. If she tried to break in, the most likely result would be her body being cut up, leaving only her hands intact. Yu Liui said with a smile, "What's the point of saving a cheap civilian's life? Yu Yin Kingdom's generals are too soft-hearted." Gu Jiao said, "This is not soft-hearted. Unfortunately, people like you will never understand." She wasn't a normal person either. Every day, she endured the torture of slaughter chi. But her godfather said that sometimes people don't bully the weak because they are soft-hearted. But a strong person must have their own pride. Strong people don't live to bully, they live to protect. Yu Liui said with a smile, "I don't understand, but I won't be as stupid as your Yin Kingdom's generals. You, the 7 sons of Xianyuan, and that Xianyuan Qi. You are all people who shed blood for a group of lowly civilians. I am only loyal to my lord. Aya. Exchanging a civilian for the life of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, it's worth it. Yu Liui sat in a hanging basket. After she finished speaking, she waved at Gu Jiao. Goodbye, Black Wind Cavalry's commander. She snapped her fingers, and the person at the bottom activated the mechanism. Her hanging basket slowly moved down, and finally entered a dark room underground. The mechanism above Gu Jiao's head also began to turn. It was a huge winch, and it was above the heavenly silks. Every time the winch turned, the heavenly silks would tighten towards Gu Jiao. Young commander. It was Zhao Dingfeng's voice. The three of them found the room on the tower. They saw Gu Jiao standing on 2 planks, and her feet were in the air. This was too dangerous. The three of them rushed forward without any explanation, wanting to save Gu Jiao. Don't come over, Gu Jiao said. The three of them stopped in their tracks. Gu Jiao said, there's heavenly silks of the heavenly silks. The three of them blocked the light, so they could not see. They scattered to the side, and with the light and angle, they could see the intertwined threads in the room. There was actually so much heavenly silks of the heavenly silks, the three of them were stunned. The planks under her feet were very narrow, so Gu Jiao had to maintain perfect balance to not let herself fall. She gently placed the red tasseled spear on the planks, and slowly took out the heavenly silk's gloves and put them on. She wanted to try and tear a hole, but when she moved one of the threads, the winch increased its strength and turned twice. The heavenly silks of the heavenly silks tightened around her by an inch. Hiss! One of the red tasseled spear was cut off. Wenren stared. Winch! Stop the winch! The problem was, how could they stop the winch? They tried to use weapons and hidden weapons, but before they could touch the winch, the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks were cut into pieces. Ka! The winch turned again, and a small piece of the plank was cut off. When the plank was completely cut, Gu Jiao would fall, and be cut into pieces by the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks below. What should we do? Zhao Dingfeng asked. Wenren frowned. We can only do it from the roof. You two go up to the roof, and I will tell you what to do. The two of them nodded, and used their qing gong to go up to the roof. Wenren stood at the door, and stared at the winch's position. A little to the right, yes, that tile. Take it away, and be careful not to trigger the mechanism. The two of them carefully took away the tile on the roof, and finally saw the winch below. Li Shun pulled out his long sword, and stabbed it down, and it was stuck in the shaft of the winch. Success! Zhao Dingfeng let out a long sigh of relief. As soon as his voice fell, a caw sound was heard. The winch was so strong that it broke Li Shun's long sword. To make matters worse, the spinning speed of the winch began to increase abruptly. The Snowland heavenly silkworm silk came from all directions, cutting towards Gu Jiao. Wenren felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhao Dingfeng, where is your sword? Zhao Dingfeng broke out in cold sweat. The capstan is spinning too fast. I can't get it in. Wenren shouted. Even if you can't get in, you still have to get in. The young commander will lose his life. Zhao Dingfeng was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. I wanted to. I really can't get stuck. It's over, it's really over. The snow domain heavenly silkworm silk was about to encircle them. Bang! A sharp sword chi pierced through the air from behind the two of them, sending them flying away in a domineering manner. Even half of the roof was blown away. Wenren was standing at the door of the room. He was unable to open his eyes due to the sudden burst of smoke, dust and debris. Little commander! Li Shun shouted. A stalwart figure descended from the sky, and knelt on one knee on the beam of the house. Holding the black iron longsword with both hands, he swung it down viciously and blocked the spinning capstan. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. They looked at the expert, who had appeared in the sky in disbelief. Wasn't this the old man who had been guarding the little commander's tent for the past few days, and forbade anyone from visiting the unconscious little commander? They had heard that he had gone to Pu City to gather information. He looked quite old. How could his martial arts be so strong? Gu Jiao looked up at the old marquis who had descended from the sky. So it was my sworn brother. My sworn brother was so powerful. Give me your mysterious power. The old Marquis ignored the glances of his brothers. He found the mechanism under the capstan and removed the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao, who had no idea that she had already fallen off the horse, picked up the red tasseled spear on the wooden board and reached out her hand to the old Marquis. Pull me up. The old Marquis looked at this impudent little girl who had teased him. He was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. He had nothing better to do than to take care of this little girl. Wasn't she quite capable? Come up if you have the ability. If you can't do it, throw him down. He would take care of her again. He wasn't Gu Chao. Gu Jiao pointed to her little foot. She had sprained her ankle. Half an hour later, the old Marquis expressionlessly carried Gu Jiao down the city gate tower. Chapter 874. The latest chapter is not finished yet. Novels with content that could not be found online are all available here. After the South Gate was broken, the Han family members were defeated and fled. The Jin army did not send reinforcements. Indeed, the Jin army did not care about the Han family members. But the final reason was that the other three gates were also under attack. Marquis Xianping stole the advanced siege weapons from the Liang people, which made the situation worse for the Jin army. The Jin army had the geographical advantage and could defend the city with half of their forces. Now they had to go all out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when Gu Jiao was successfully rescued. The people that were rescued by Gu Jiao were taken away by Wenren Chong. He found a cavalry to send them to a nearby hospital. The rest were on standby, waiting for the next mission. The old Marquis placed Gu Jiao on a small stone by the street. The Black Wind King came over and sniffed her. Gu Jiao was about to say, "I'm fine," when she glanced at the old Marquis and patted him. Wenren Chong and the other two walked over. Zhao Dingfeng looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Little commander, are you okay?" Gu Jiao took out a small book and wrote, "I'm fine." The three frowned. What happened? Why did she write? Did her throat go hoarse? The old Marquis put his hands behind his back and stood to the side with a cold face. There was an unknown anger in his heart that he could not vent. After coming to the Yin kingdom for so long, he had learned a lot of the Yin language. He could understand simple words and speak a little. He heard the three old subordinates of the Xianyuan family mention a name, Han Yi. "I'll go catch him," Li Shen said. "I'll go," Zhao Dingfeng said. "Your arm is injured. Let the doctor bandage it for you." Li Shen looked at his left arm and said, "It's just a small injury." Wenren Chong said, "You two stay here and guard the city, Lord Zhou, and I will go and capture them." The old Marquis opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment. Then he spoke in the language of the Yin kingdom that was not very standard. "Is that Han Yi in his 20s? Is he very young?" The three of them nodded in unison. "Yes." The old Marquis pointed to an alley not far away. "Is the person tied up inside the alley the one you want to catch?" Zhao Dingfeng hurriedly ordered 2 cavalrymen to carry the unconscious man out of the alley. The few of them took a closer look. Who else could it be but Han Yi? Zhao Dingfeng's mouth twitched. "You know Han Yi?" The old Marquis replied, "I don't know him. I thought he was a deserter." "Everyone." Gu Jiao nodded seriously and gave the old Marquis a thumbs up. "Big brother, as expected of you." Old Marquis. All right, Han Yi had been dealt with, but things weren't over yet. Zhao Dingfeng angrily said, "There's still 1 more month, Lu Yi. The mechanism just now is set up by her. She almost killed the young commander. I must catch her. I'll tear her to pieces." When the three of them arrived at the gate tower, although they didn't see Yu Lu Yi, they heard her arrogant and vicious voice. The few of them were very angry at her. She was so young, but she was so vicious. They had to kill her quickly. Otherwise, who knew how many people she would harm if she was left alive? Wenren Chong said, "There seems to be a mechanism under the gate tower. Let's go look for it later." The old Marquis was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Maybe there's no need." The few of them looked at him in unison. Zhao Dingfeng asked in a daze, "You didn't catch her too, did you?" "No," the old Marquis said. The three of them let out a long sigh of relief. "That's right. Yu Lui had just left and you appeared. How could you catch her in such a short time?" You didn't give the experts a chance to live at all. The old Marquis said. I just activated the mechanism in the underground house. She should be trapped inside now. The three of them. The old Marquis had been gathering information in Puff City these past few days, but he hadn't infiltrated the army camp or the city lord's mansion. Instead, he had followed a few suspicious soldiers to a gambling house outside the mansion. Yu Lui had taken over the gambling house and turned it into a den for her to test out medicine and mechanisms. The old Marquis had set his sights on Yu Lui. In the past few days, he had followed Yu Lui's tracks and investigated all of the mechanisms she had set up in Puff City. Then, where do we go in? Zhao Dengfeng asked. The old Marquis pointed in a direction. It's behind that door. Yu Lui was a dangerous person. The three of them didn't let anyone else do the work and went to investigate the situation themselves. In the end, they really did find the secret room and saw Yu Lui pressed to the ground by a huge jack. Yu Lui's leg bones had been crushed and several of her ribs had been broken. Her dantian had been destroyed, and she had spat out a mouthful of blood. She probably never dreamed that she would be destroyed by the mechanism she had set up. The next step was to formulate the next step of the plan. The Han family still had 20,000 soldiers in the city, and the old Marquis didn't agree to chase after them. The old Marquis said, "It's easy to take down the south gate, and it's also easy to break the defense. If the Jin army finds that they are no match for them and wants to retreat from the south gate, what do you plan to do? Do you plan to let them go or defend the gate?" That's right. After all, this wasn't Jin's territory. The Jin army wouldn't defend it at all costs. At most, they would retreat. It seemed that they couldn't move the soldiers here. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote, "Big brother is still the experienced one. He's considerate." Her handwriting wasn't good, but her proud tone was overflowing. The old Marquis turned his face away coldly. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Big brother's mood wasn't good? The officers and soldiers of the Dark Wind Battalion and the Dark Shadow Battalion were resting and reorganizing on the spot. Zhou Ren led his subordinates to set up camp and clean up the battlefield. Zhang Shiyong went to organize and deal with the prisoners of war. Wen Renchong and the other two returned to their respective posts to repair the armor, cook the food, and chop firewood. Gu Jiao sat on a stone stool outside the tent and looked at the new intelligence sent by the scouts. The old Marquis sat opposite her and looked at her coldly. She was wearing armor and a helmet. Her face was dirty and she looked like a tomboy. The old Marquis's eyes were cold. He began to shake his legs. After shaking his right leg, he shook his left leg. After shaking his left leg, he changed his posture and continued to shake his legs. Gu Jiao was lost in thought. From time to time, she would come up with a strategy in her mind. The old Marquis crossed his arms. After a while, Gu Jiao still didn't look over. He stood up and walked in front of Gu Jiao. His tall and strong figure shrouded Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Who thinks I'm naked?" grumbled Gu Jiao's stomach grumbled. She saw the brocade pouch at the old Marquis's waist. It emitted a tempting fragrance. The old Marquis looked at her drooling face and frowned. He took off the brocade pouch at his waist and threw it to her. There were a few pieces of crispy candy and walnuts in the pouch. Gu Jiao didn't eat much crispy candy. She took out the walnuts. When a normal girl took a walnut, she would hand it to her grandfather delicately and say shyly, "The walnuts are too hard. I can't open them. Grandfather, please help me open them." But this girl, she directly grabbed 2 walnuts and smashed them on her helmet with a bang. The image of Jiao Jiao's little granddaughter in the old Marquis's mind was smashed. He shivered and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao handed the opened walnuts to him. "Here, do you want to eat?" The old Marquis was speechless. On the other side, after Liao Chun and Taoist Qingfeng parted ways, he used his lightness skill to come to the mayor's mansion. He came to kill Gong Sunyu. But when he sneaked into the mayor's mansion and searched carefully, he couldn't find any trace of Gong Sunyu. He stood on the roof and frowned at the mayor's mansion, which was obviously less guarded, and said to himself, "Strange, where did Gong Sunyu go? Your Highness, be careful." In a small cowshed outside Pu City, Mu Qingchen reached out to support Shang Guanyan, who almost stepped on air. Shang Guanyin steadied her body and calmed down, saying, I'm fine. Mu Qingchen said, it just rained. The entrance of the tunnel is leaking water, and the road is slippery. Please be careful. This tunnel was the route that Xian Yuanqi took with Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan. When they came out, Xian Yuanqi didn't activate the mechanism, so they could go a second time. Gu Jiao drew a detailed map. Pu City was surrounded by battles. The crown princess took Mu Qingchen and a group of experts to the tunnel to meet with Shang Guanqing. Mu Qingchen took the lead. The group of people held torches and walked down the tunnel. The last person closed the wooden door on the ground. The tunnel was wet. After a few steps, Shang Guanyan's shoes were wet. She didn't care about this little discomfort. Her heart was full of her son. It had been a day and a night. How was the situation in Ghost Mountain? At this time, the battle at the south gate had begun, and the east gate would be soon. She didn't know if Gongsun Yu had sent someone to ask Jie Xingzhou to withdraw. They shouldn't know that the great Yan's imperial grandson was trapped under Ghost Mountain. They wouldn't insist on withdrawing, right? If Jie Xingzhou really didn't withdraw, then this tunnel was the only hope to save them. Qing, or you must hold on. Mother is coming to save you. Chapter 875. All the Shang Guanyin hasn't been to Ghost Mountain, and Mu Qingchen hasn't. Among the people who accompanied them, there was a native of Pu City. However, he only knew the road above ground, and knew nothing about the underground passage. When they came in, they felt dizzy. The group came to a fork in the road, and there were passages on both sides. Now, which way should we go? Shang Guanyin asked. Mu Qingchen raised the lantern, looked at the sheepskin map in his hand, and said, right. No matter how well Gu Jiao wrote, the map was very standard, and there was nothing confusing about it. Mu Qingchen continued to walk in the front, and Shang Guanyin was anxious to see her son, so she followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Mu Qingchen noticed that her breathing was not right. He stopped and turned to look at her. Your Highness, are you okay? Shang Guanyin wiped the cold sweat on her forehead, shook her head and said, I'm fine, just a little bit out of breath. Mu Qingchen looked up, looked around and softly explained, this kind of underground passage should be equipped with vents, but because of the rain, some of the vents may be blocked by silt. They were men and martial artists, so it wasn't too difficult for them to breathe. Shang Guanyin was different. She was a woman, and she was injured. Mu Qingchen looked at the map and said to Shang Guanqing, Your Highness, hold on for a while. After walking for a while, the passage will open up, and it won't be so stuffy. Shang Guanyin clutched her chest and nodded. The group walked for a while, and the narrow passage really became much more spacious, allowing two people to walk side by side. Shang Guanyan's breathing gradually became better, and her mind became clearer. She began to look and think about the passage. She sincerely sighed. I really don't know who built such a long passage, directly from Ghost Mountain to outside Pu City? Mu Qingchen agreed. Yes, it's really shocking. The Ministry of Works of the Imperial Court was in charge of water conservancy, agriculture and engineering, but they couldn't build such a marvelous tunnel. More importantly, why did they build such a tunnel? If it was from the city lord's manor or the army camp, it could be said that it was a convenient route for the army to retreat. However, Ghost Mountain was a desolate place. He really couldn't figure out why the passageway was built there. It was as if someone had predicted the disaster on Ghost Mountain and built a tunnel to save them. Mu Qingchen shook his head. He had fought too many battles recently and was possessed. What kind of nonsense was this? He did not speak of strange forces and chaotic spirits. He focused on finding the way and saving His Highness Zhongsun as soon as possible. The tunnel was extremely dark. They couldn't tell how much time had passed, but they had finally reached the last tunnel on the map. Mu Qingchen said, Your Highness, we'll enter the cave at the back of the mountain after we turn right. That's where General Xian Yuanqi used to live. He also knew about Xian Yuanqi and his son. Good. Shang Guanyin touched the armor on her waist. Mu Qingchen noticed her careless movement and said, I forgot that Your Highness is still injured. Why don't Your Highness rest here for a while? I'll go take a look first. Shang Guanyin said, My injury has already healed. It's just that I haven't walked so far, so my waist is a little sore. She couldn't wait to see her son, and didn't want to sit in the same place. Mu Qingchen couldn't stop her, and could only let her go. They soon arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Saving people was more important, so they didn't stay for long. They directly followed the instructions on Gu Jiao's map, pressed the mechanism on the stone wall, and entered another tunnel. Mu Qingchen said, Lulang said that this place is very close to the village. We should be able to hear the movements of the Jin army. Shang Guanyin listened carefully, but it's very quiet up there. Mu Qingchen nodded, yes. Shang Guanyin frowned. Have they already withdrawn? Mu Qingchen analyzed. This is also possible. Just now when we were in the cave at the back of the mountain, I observed the sky. It's getting late. If Lulang moves quickly, he would have already taken the south gate. General Wang Man and General Chang Wei should also be fighting against the east and west gates. Although the north gate is far away, General Xiao and Swordsman Tang should be here soon. Besieged on all sides, it was difficult for the Jin army not to withdraw their troops from Ghost Mountain. In another small cave that could accommodate more than a dozen people, Mu Qingchen stopped. What's wrong? Shang Guanyin asked. Mu Qingchen looked at the wall in front of him, and then at the parchment in his hand, and said, There should be a passage here according to the map, but now it's gone. Shang Guanyin asked, Did something happen that caused the passage to be closed? After that, the wall in front of him slowly moved, and the stone door was opened. A familiar figure came out. Shang Guanyin's eyes lit up. Qing! Shang Guanqing was dressed in a plain white brocade robe, clean and neat, handsome and elegant. The mask on his face had been taken off, revealing a handsome face that was almost the same as Xiao Heng's. There was a charming mole under his right eye. Even if their faces were the same, Shang Guanyin could still distinguish her two sons at a glance. Seeing that her son was safe and sound, she smiled happily. But the next second she couldn't smile, because another figure came out from the passage behind her son. Shang Guanyin's smile turned cold. Gong Sunyu. Gong Sunyu stood beside Shang Guanqing. Behind him, 5 experts came out. One of them was Elder Lu, and the other was Jie Xingzhou. Jie Xingzhou's long sword was pointed at Shang Guanqing's back. Probably no one expected that Gong Sunyu would come to Ghost Mountain, instead of guarding the city outside. Mu Qingchen and the accompanying experts pulled out their long swords, and surrounded Shang Guanyin in the middle. Shang Guanyin restrained the gentle expression of a mother, and restored the aura of a high and mighty crown princess. She said coldly, Gong Sunyu, what do you want to do? Gong Sunyu said indifferently, Your Highness the Crown Princess of the Great Yin, long time no see. Thank you for remembering me. Shang Guanyin smiled faintly. My cousin defeated him. I just happened to remember. When Jin Empire was sent to Yin Empire, Xin Yuancheng fought with Gong Sunyu, and Gong Sunyu was defeated. Gong Sunyu was not enraged. Instead, he said arrogantly, It's a pity that Xin Yuancheng was shot to death on the city gate tower. If he was still alive, I wouldn't mind sparring with him again. Xin Yuancheng's tragic death was a thorn in Shang Guanyin's heart. He didn't die under the enemy's blade, but was nailed to the city gate tower by his own red-tasseled spear. What a tragic situation! Shang Guanyin's fingernails under her wide sleeves were almost pinched into her flesh, but her face was still calm. My cousin is gone, but my 7th cousin is still alive. If you have the life to go out, you can also find him to have a competition. But I guess the ending won't be any different from many years ago. Gong Sunyu snorted, arrogant. Shang Guanyin said coldly, Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, then go out and fight. Gong Sunyu smiled faintly. With you in my hands, why do I need to fight? Crown Princess, will you obediently surrender, or will my men come and catch you? Mu Qingchen raised the long sword in his hand. Gong Sunyu didn't look at Mu Qingchen, but continued to look at Shang Guanyin. You should know that your men are no match for me. If you really send them to their deaths, I don't care. Shang Guanyin said. Qingchen stepped back. Mu Qingchen turned to look at her. Your Highness. Shang Guanyin nodded slightly. Listen to me. As she spoke, she looked at Gong Sunyu and said seriously, I and Crown Princess will go with you. Let them go. Okay. Gongsun Yu generously agreed. Elder Lu said, General, let them go. What if they go to call for reinforcements? Gongsun Yu said unscrupulously. If they want reinforcements, then so be it. With the Crown Princess and Crown Princess in my hands, even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, so what? Don't you think so, Crown Princess of the Great Yen? Shang Guanyin angrily turned her face away, not wanting to pay attention to him. Gongsun Yu waved his hand. Jie Xingzhou pointed his sword at Mu Qingchen and the others. My lord has agreed to let you go. Why aren't you leaving? If you don't leave, I will take action. Shang Guanyin said. All of you leave. This is a military order. A military order is like a mountain, cannot be disobeyed. Mu Qingchen clenched his fists, knelt down on one knee and saluted. Qingchen will take his leave. The group went back the way they came from. Shang Guanyin came in front of her son, raised her hand to touch his thin cheeks, and asked worriedly, You have lost weight. Who told you to come to the border? Didn't I tell you to stay in the manor? You are disobedient again. Shang Guanqing lowered his head. This son knows his mistake. Shang Guanyin asked again, Did you take your medicine? Shang Guanqing said with grievance, I haven't taken today's medicine. Shang Guanyin hurriedly asked, Why didn't you take it? Shang Guanqing glanced at them. Shang Guanyin frowned and coldly looked at Gongsun Yu. You took my son's medicine? Give it back to me. If anything happens to my son, I'll die here. I want to see what you can use to threaten the Yin Kingdom's army. Gongsun Yu faintly said, Give it to him. Jie Xingzhou opened the bag he snatched from Shang Guanqing and rummaged through it. It was full of bottles and jars. Which one is your medicine? Shang Guanqing pointed, That one. Jie Xingzhou, which one? Shang Guanqing, that one. Find it yourself. Jie Xingzhou searched the bag for the daggers and concealed weapons. Shang Guanqing took the bag, squatted on the ground, and found a bottle of medicine. He pulled the cork and drank it. Jie Xingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that he was going to cheat. Shang Guanqing suddenly covered his chest and fell to the ground in pain. You poisoned me. Jie Xingzhou's face changed. I didn't. Shang Guanqing rolled on the ground in pain. Shang Guanyan's face turned pale as she rushed over. Qing'er. Ah! Shang Guanqing was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the stone wall. With a crash, the ground suddenly opened, and he and Shang Guanyin fell down together. Jie Xingzhou flew over, and used both hands to press the stone door that was forcefully closing in the ground. Then, he saw a playful and cynical handsome face. Shang Guanqing was lying on the soft haystack, holding a gun in his arms. His ruffian appearance was completely different from the little sweetheart from before. He hooked up the right corner of his lips and smiled evilly. Goodbye, General Jie. Bang! Jie Xingzhou was sent flying by a shot. Chapter 876. Everything happened so fast that even Gongsun Yu couldn't react in time. The main reason was that Gongsun Yu didn't expect Shang Guanqing to make such a move. They were obviously two people who didn't know martial arts. Shang Guanyin once knew it, but it was later crippled. In short, Jie Xingzhou was more than enough to catch them. Therefore, Gongsun Yu didn't stop him. Unexpectedly, he saw Jie Xingzhou being sent flying in front of him. Even he felt a burst of pressure from the terrifying momentum. This cave was considered a transit point for all the major passages, so it was relatively wide. When Jie Xingzhou hit the ceiling of the cave, the huge impact almost caused the ground to collapse. Dust rustled and fell on everyone's bodies. Gongsun Yu raised his hand to block the dust from entering his eyes. The rest of the people also covered their faces and heads. The only person who wasn't unfamiliar with this sound was Elder Lu. When he and his companion Elder Zhang entered Ghost Mountain to save Minhongyi, Shang Guanqing, who claimed to be the Ghost King, used the same method to kill Elder Zhang. This kind of weapon was too powerful. He didn't dare to take the brunt of it, so he didn't avenge Elder Zhang. Instead, he quickly took the seriously injured Minhongyi and fled. Unfortunately, Minhongyi's heart was pierced by another brat's silver spear, causing him to only bring back a corpse. He had a lingering fear of this kind of thing last time. Today, he experienced it again at such a close distance, which made him even more fearful. He had a very strange feeling that the weapon in Shang Guanqing's hand couldn't be blocked by any expert, no matter how strong they were. Jie Xingzhou fell to the ground, his flesh mangled. He didn't die immediately, but anyone could see that he couldn't be saved. The stone door on the ground quickly closed after Jie Xingzhou was sent flying. Gong Sun Yu went to touch the stone wall that Shang Guanqing had touched, but the stone door didn't react. Gong Sun Yu kicked the stone door open, but Shang Guanqing and Shang Guanyan had already disappeared from the secret room. He jumped down, trying to find the passage they had escaped to. However, the walls were solid, so there was only one possibility: the passage had been blocked. He frowned, which was rare. Who set up the mechanism? So exquisite. Compared to this person, Yu Luyi's ability was not enough. Great General, what do we do now? Elder Lu suppressed the shock in his heart and asked calmly. Gong Sun Yu coldly said, "Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Elder Lu said, "I'm afraid it won't be easy to find." Gong Sun Yu snorted coldly and said, "Then set fire to it. I don't believe that they can still hide after I burn the entire passageway into a fire dragon." In another passage, Shang Guanqing and Shang Guanyan confirmed that they were safe for the time being and stopped to catch their breath. Shang Guanyan leaned against the wall behind her, put her hands on her waist, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and gasped for breath. "Son, why did you come to the border? If it weren't for Jiao Jiao, Mother wouldn't have known that you were trapped in Ghost Mountain." "Who is Jiao Jiao?" Shang Guanqing asked, puzzled. Shang Guanyan was even more puzzled than him. "Haven't you seen him before? She escaped into the Ghost Mountain with Tang Yueshan and took a newborn baby with her." "That's right, the child is temporarily in a big family in the city. There is a wet nurse, so he is very safe." In that case, Shang Guanqing understood. Then he was even more surprised. "He called Jiao Jiao? What kind of name is this?" Shang Guanyan said. "Mother will tell you about Jiao Jiao in detail later. First, tell Mother what is going on." "That's..." Shang Guanqing's eyes flashed. He suddenly bent down his tall body and rubbed his head on her shoulder. "I missed you, so I came to find you. Wu, you didn't praise me but scolded me. Am I still your little sweetheart?" Shang Guanyan's eyes didn't waver. "You overdid it." The lines were also very shocking. "What little sweetheart? You are 20 years old. You are so careless." Shang Guanqing broke his facade in a second, straightened up and bitterly touched his nose. "I just came out to play." Shang Guanyan looked at him with a dark face. "You came to the border?" Shang Guanqing snorted. "Haven't you come to play?" "Shang Guanyan," Shang Guanyan said seriously, "I will settle the matter of you coming to the border when we go back. Now tell me, how did you fall into Gong Sun Yu's hands?" Shang Guanqing unhappily curled his lips. "Isn't it because of that guy, Jie Xingzhou?" Since Jie Xingzhou found that there was movement underground, he ordered the Jin army to dig tunnels with all their strength. At first, they only dug in the village. Later, Jie Xingzhou suddenly had an idea and ran to the back of the mountain and the forest to dig. After digging for a while, they really dug a lot of tunnels. At first, the Jin army dug one tunnel, but Shang Guanqing blocked the other one. But the 20,000 Jin army was too good at digging. If this continued, all the tunnels would be blocked, and they would never be able to get out. So Shang Guanqing, with the identity of the emperor's grandson, walked into the trap. In Jie Xingzhou's view, the 1,000 lives underground were not worth mentioning compared to the emperor's grandson. So he really didn't bother to continue to dig people. He thought about simply destroying the tunnels. So Shang Guanqing lied to him, saying that there were treasures in the tunnels. As long as the Jin army didn't kill him, he would give the treasures to the Jin army. Shang Guanyan's mouth twitched. And Jie Xingzhou believed it? How could he believe this kind of lie? How stupid is Jie Xingzhou? Shang Guanqing pointed to himself. "It should be your son. I'm so powerful." Shang Guanyan's face was full of black lines. "Son, where did your confidence come from?" Shang Guanqing raised his eyebrows. "I originally planned to trick Jie Xingzhou into a trap and kill him." Who knew that he would inform Gong Sunyu? Gong Sunyu still has a bit of brain. I think he is a talent, so I don't want to kill him so quickly. Shang Guanyan. You just can't kill him, right? Gong Sunyu's martial arts are excellent, and his brain is also good. He is much more difficult to deal with than Jie Xingzhou. Shang Guanqing went around in circles, but he didn't get the chance to kill Gong Sunyu. Then, he met his mother in the small cave just now. Shang Guanyin sighed. Her mood was very complicated. This son looked sloppy, but he had a pure and innocent heart. He was not good at literature or martial arts, but he did many things that civil officials and generals couldn't do. If it weren't for this weak body, her Qing or mother. There's movement. Shang Guanqing's voice interrupted Shang Guanyan's thoughts. Shang Guanyan's expression turned cold. She raised her head and carefully listened to the movement above. It's footsteps. Shang Guanqing asked strangely. What are they doing up there in a hurry? Hurry up. You all hurry up. Here. Here too. It was Jin Jun's stern shout. Shang Guanyan frowned. It seems to be the sound of splashing water. Splashing water. Shang Guanqing looked up at the ground and thought seriously. His face changed. Not good. They are going to set fire to the tunnel. Shang Guanyan clenched her fists. Are they going to roast us like chickens? Shang Guanqing said with a dignified expression. We can't let them light the fire. The cave where the villagers and the ghost soldiers were located was very deep, and there was a stream passing through it. They didn't need to worry about being roasted, but there were different mechanisms in the tunnel. Some of them were even buried with gunpowder. Once it exploded, it would bring unpredictable consequences. 1,000 lives would be buried alive in the collapsed tunnel. It would be hell on earth. I'll lead them away, Shang Guanqing said. Qing, are you come back? Shang Guanyin grabbed him. I'll go. I'm the crown princess. My identity is more valuable than yours. My words have more weight. Shang Guanqing helplessly spread out his hands. Okay, I won't argue with you. Having said that, he suddenly pressed the mechanism on the wall and pushed Shang Guanyin into the tunnel behind him. Shang Guanqing. Go straight, you can go to the back of the mountain. Shang Guanyan's face suddenly changed. Qing the stone door was closed. Shang Guanyin patted the stone door and looked for the mechanism. Qing Shang Guanqing turned and walked forward. His eyes were cold and his pace was firm. Lead them away. I only need to make a deal with them. With my resourcefulness, it won't be a problem to stall for time. The Imperial Army will arrive in time. He murmured. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. His legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. The poison in his body. Why did it have to act up at this time? He touched his pouch. It was empty. I lost the antidote. I just need to hold on a little longer. I just need to get through it. Anyway, it's not the first time this poison has acted up. I can still walk. Shang Guanqing covered his chest with one hand and stood up with the other hand supporting himself on the wall. Make a deal with Gong Sunyu. I'm the imperial grandson of the Yin Kingdom. Capture me, and you can threaten the Yin Kingdom's military strength. I can also take you to find treasures. Ah! Shang Guanqing felt a sudden burst of pain in his chest. He couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground. His knees were bruised, and his gums were bleeding. The poison was eroding his body. He couldn't stand up anymore. He had never felt such pain before. Am I going to die? No. I can't die yet. Not now. Shang Guanqing endured the heart-wrenching pain and used all his strength to crawl toward the entrance of the tunnel. I'm almost there. And I don't have any strength left. His hand pushed open the mechanism of the tunnel, but he didn't have the strength to crawl out. He fainted on the ground and lost his last bit of consciousness. Chapter 877. The novels will be updated even faster. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. In the afternoon, strong winds blew. Marquis Xianping and the 50,000 imperial court troops launched a strong attack on the North City Gate. Under the cover of the shields, the 6 chariots of the state of Liang charged through the rain of arrows and rocks from the city tower and crashed into the tightly shut city gate one after another. This city gate had been smashed a month ago and was just repaired a few days ago. Now it was smashed again. The Jin army behind the city gate raised their spears and waited solemnly. Why are they smashing into us so quickly? Did they make a mistake? A Jin army asked. When they first attacked Pu City, it took them at least half an hour from the time they blew the bugle horn to the time they actually hit the city gates. They sent out a total of 6 chariots, but 4 of them were destroyed by the huge rocks on the city walls. The others could not answer him. The general who was organizing the defense said, "Everyone, don't panic. The Yin army doesn't have as many soldiers as we do. Plus, they just fought a battle with the Liang army and marched here overnight. Their entire army is exhausted. They are just relying on the weapons they stole from the Liang army to show off their power. At most, they are an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if they charge in, they are not our match." These words successfully encouraged the soldiers. The Jin army on the city gate tower was filled with morale once more. Outside the city wall, scaling ladders broke through the arrow rain and arrived below the city wall. The Liang army's scaling ladders were too easy to use. There was a shield at the top, and a person stood on a wooden board that could be lifted up. With a so sound, the shield on the ladder would automatically open up a window. Just as a Jin soldier lifted up a rock, a figure darted out from the skylight and pierced his throat with a spear. Since the first person climbed up the city gate tower, there would naturally be a second. The Jin army understood the pattern of the scaling ladders. The moment the window opened, they raised their swords or spears and stabbed down viciously. There were people climbing up the city gate tower, and people falling down the city gate tower. War was never an absolute home ground for any side. It was a battle where one stepped on countless corpses. Regardless of victory or defeat, there would be casualties. The window of another ladder opened. Jin Jun shouted and stabbed at the window of the ladder. At the same time, a Yin soldier came from the side and knocked Jin Jun's weapon away. Then Jin Jun kicked Jin Jun down the tower. As more and more Yin soldiers climbed up the city wall, the situation on the city wall started to spiral out of control. They were a tired army, but they were not at the end of their rope. This was the land of the great Yin, and no one could invade it. The general on the tower saw that the situation was not good and ordered crossbows. A crossbow was a ballista that could shoot further than a bow and arrow, and it was more lethal. Its power was enough to destroy any war chariot. Tang Yueshan drew his longbow and shot the crossbowmen one by one, taking them down one by one. At such a long distance, at such a tricky angle, Jin Jun simply did not know how that person had managed to hit the target. "That's him. Shoot him." Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. With a loud bang, the last city gate was breached. Tang Yueshan put away his bow and drew his sword. He shouted 3 times in the Yin language, which he rarely spoke. "Grandsons, your grandfather is here. Brothers, let's go." Everyone raised their weapons and shouted as they followed him into the city. Tang Yueshan led the charge, but soon, someone caught up with him. To be exact, there were 2 of them. One was riding on a horse, and the other was flying in the sky with Qing Gong. Old Xiao, you're going into battle? This is not like you. Don't you just sit back and watch the show?" Since Marquis Xianping's waist was injured, he rarely went into battle. Marquis Xianping glanced at him and said, "I'll leave it to you, old Tang." Huh. Tang Yueshan was stunned. He did not understand what Marquis Xianping meant. The next moment, he saw Chang Jing rushing to the Jin army and opening a bloody path for Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping rushed over on his horse, leaving Tang Yueshan with a carefree back view. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. "Old Xiao, I suspect you're a deserter, but I have no evidence." Marquis Xianping exuded a fierce aura that could kill any Buddha or god that stood in his way. No one in the Jin army dared to stop him. Even so, it was too far to go to Ghost Mountain from here. In the passage of Ghost Mountain, Shangguan Yin couldn't open the stone door blocked by Shangguan Qing. She had to keep going forward until she finally came to the back of the mountain and met Mu Qingchen. "Your Highness." Mu Qingchen stepped forward to support her. He looked behind her and his eyes dimmed. The imperial grandson, he. Shangguan Yin was so worried that she could no longer maintain her composure. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Gongsun, you wanted to burn the mountain. Qing, or went to stop him." Mu Qingchen opened his mouth. He didn't expect this at all. Didn't the imperial grandson go to Tsongshui Pass? How could he appear in Pu City? Moreover, he vaguely felt that this imperial grandson was different from the one he had seen in Xingdu. Also, what was that commotion just now? So many things had happened that Shang Guanyin forgot to ask about it for a while. She only remembered that after they fell, Qing took out a long iron cylinder from under the haystack. It looked like a firecracker or a black fire bead. It was so powerful that even the boat was blown away. We have to find Qing quickly. Shang Guanyin took out the porcelain bottle in her hand. Tears began to roll in her eyes uncontrollably. He dropped his medicine. If the poison in his body acts up, he will die, Mu Qingchen said. Let's go back the way we came and see if we can find the small cave again. Gong Sun Yu lost track of Shang Guanqing and Shang Guanyin in the small cave. If Shang Guanqing wanted to find him, he should go back there. Drip, drip, drip. The water in the passage dripped on Shang Guanqing's cheeks. Shang Guanqing had a dream. He dreamed of his childhood. He always sneaked to the back of the mountain to play, and occasionally went to the village to find his friends. No one knew that he was the imperial grandson. His mother never let him feel that his identity or his body was different from ordinary people. When others climbed trees, he also climbed trees. When others fought, he also fought. When others lay by the stream and drank cold water, he also did the same. The price he had to pay was higher than others. He was afraid and wouldn't do it again. His mother didn't restrict him too much. He used to think that every child would be poisoned several times a month, and that every child would die in less than 20 years. It wasn't until he accidentally learned about his situation from the servants that he realized that he was the only exception. He asked his mother why. His mother told him that everyone was born differently. Some were rich, some were poor, some were ugly, some were beautiful, some were smart, some were stupid, some were strong, and some were weak. Some were born as ordinary people, and some were born as the imperial grandson. There were different forms of life, and different lengths of life, but they were all normal. His mother didn't treat him differently from normal people. Therefore, he never worried about his body, and didn't feel that he was pitiful. He calmly accepted his own life and death. If he didn't feel sad, it would be because he couldn't bear to part with the people he cared about. Slap! A large droplet of water hit his cheek. He was slightly awakened, and his eyelids moved slightly. I can't die yet. My lord, there's movement in front. Jin Jun's voice came from the end of the tunnel. Then there was a rush of footsteps. A hand grabbed Shang Guanqing's collar and lifted him from the ground. He said in disbelief, My lord, it's the imperial grandson of the great Yin. Thud. Something fell to the ground. He picked it up and looked. My lord, I don't know what this is. Bring it over, Gong Sun Yu said calmly. He was at a fork in the tunnel. In front of him was the tunnel that Shang Guanqing was in. Behind him was the tunnel that led to the surface. There were two more tunnels on both sides. One of them connected to the small cave just now. They had come from this tunnel. As for the last tunnel, it was unknown where it led to. The guard carried Shang Guanqing in one hand and a gun in the other. He strode toward Gong Sun Yu. He didn't care if Shang Guanqing's body could withstand his violent dragging. Shang Guanqing's knees were bleeding from the friction. Are you still breathing? Gong Sun Yu asked. I'm still breathing. As the guard spoke, he violently threw Shang Guanqing on the ground. He bent down and grabbed his hair, intending to lift him up for his lord to see. However, the moment he stretched out his hand, he heard a whooshing sound. It was very soft and faint, as if it was just his imagination. Then he saw his hand fly out. His arm was still there, and the gesture of grabbing his hair was still there. His hand was gone. Ah! He finally came back to his senses and let out a shrill scream. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Just as it was about to spray on Shang Guanqing's back, a black-clothed youth flashed over and carried Shang Guanqing away. The black-clothed youth stepped on the stone wall opposite him and used the force to bounce back. He landed on one knee and steadily landed on the tunnel he came from. Another expert drew his sword and slashed at the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth held Shang Guanqing with both hands and couldn't free his hands. Behind him, Marquis Xianping walked out with a cold gaze and kicked the man in the chest. Chapter 878. That person was an expert of the Great Jin Kingdom, yet he was sent flying with a single kick, without being able to retaliate. Two experts were down in an instant. Gong Sun Yu's expression turned cold. He was also born with a handsome face. When he was young, he had similar experiences with Xian Yuancheng, and was mocked for being a little girl. When they grew up, both of them became famous warriors on the battlefield. The difference was that Xian Yuancheng's heart was filled with light, while his was filled with darkness. Gong Sun Yu looked coldly at the two people who had suddenly appeared. One of them was a young man about 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in black, and had a long sword at his waist. His expression was cold. He was the one who had cut off the guard's hand. His attack was extremely fast, and he managed to kill the guard right under Gong Sun Yu's nose. The other person was dressed in the armor of the Great Yin Kingdom. His weapon was a long blade that flashed with a black light. The long blade was stabbed into the ground, and his hands rested lightly on the hilt. The passageway was a little short for him. He tilted his head slightly. His expression was cold, but his eyes were extremely arrogant. For a moment, the well-connected passageway was unable to contain his aura. Even Gong Sun Yu felt a terrifying pressure. Gong Sun Yu narrowed his eyes. He could not recall which general of the Great Yin Kingdom this was. Marquis Xianping said authoritatively, "Changjing, take him away first." Oh. Changjing carried the dying Sheng Guanqing and turned to leave. Elder Lu suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Changjing? Changjing of the Dark Knight clan? Gong Sun Yu frowned slightly and looked at him in confusion. Elder Lu suddenly realized. He looked at Changjing and said, "I was wondering why your sword and moves looked so familiar. You are really the young master of the Dark Knight clan?" It was not strange that Gong Sun Yu did not recognize the moves of the Dark Knight clan. After all, the Dark Knight clan was a sect of the Jianghu, and had nothing to do with the imperial court. However, the Sword Hut and the Dark Knight clan had some dealings in the Jianghu. Elder Lu had personally gone to the Dark Knight clan, and met Master Chang Kuan, and his son, little Changjing. At that time, Changjing was not even 10 years old. She was small and petite, completely different from the tall and straight young man in front of her. However, he recognized the sword from the Dark Knight sect. Changjing said to Elder Lu, "Don't talk nonsense." Marquis Xianping turned his head to look at Changjing, the young master of the Dark Knight clan. Changjing's expression did not change as she said, "He's talking nonsense." Marquis Xianping said, "Let's go first. We'll talk about this when we get back." Changjing broke into a run. Gong Sun Yu said coldly, "You want to leave? Not so easy. Catch them." The remaining 5 or 6 guards swarmed forward. Marquis Xianping was blocking the entrance of the fourth passageway. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he saw the murderous look on their faces. These people were not ordinary guards. They were all top experts in Jin Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to accompany Gong Sun Yu. They did not know this general of Great Yin at all. In other words, he was just a nameless man. Bluffing bastards who only knew how to launch sneak attacks were no match for them at all. The first guard who rushed forward brandished his sword. "Watch out for my sword." Marquis Xianping grabbed the hilt of his saber and pulled it up from the ground. With a twist of his palm, he slashed down. That person was still flying. His head had already moved. Marquis Xianping did not have the hobby of killing people, nor did he like bloody and violent methods. However, there was no mercy on the battlefield. Killing was a mission, and also a way to save oneself. Every time he left a move for his enemy, he would give his enemy a chance to kill him. Moreover, intimidation was very important. Sure enough, after this move, the remaining people were all startled, and they hesitated for a moment in their attacks. Now is the time. Marquis Xianping raised his saber again and slashed down, killing one person with each strike. He showed no mercy, and did not give Gong Sun Yu's lackeys any chance to retaliate. He would definitely fight with Gong Sun Yu in a while. When that time came, he might not be able to care about these little moths. Instead of letting them chase after his son and Changjing, he might as well get rid of them now. It's your turn. He waved his saber and pointed it at Elder Lu arrogantly. Gong Sun Yu said with a dangerous gaze. I'll deal with him. You go after the eldest grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Elder Lu nodded. He picked up the musket on the ground. This thing was too powerful. He could not let it fall into the hands of this man. Gong Sun Yu and Marquis Xianping began to fight. Gong Sun Yu was a formidable opponent. He had absolute talent in martial arts. His martial arts were not inferior to Xian Yuancheng's in the past. All these years, he had been improving his martial arts in extreme battles. It could be said that within the 6 nations, there was no one who could match him. He could use any kind of weapon. However, he had a sword with him today. He drew his sword and threw away the scabbard. Then he attacked Marquis Xianping fiercely. The tunnel they were in was slightly larger than the tunnel, but it was still difficult for them to use their full strength. This was especially true for Marquis Xianping's saber, which was greatly restricted by the space. The two of them fought to a draw after the first exchange. Elder Lu took the opportunity to enter the 4th passage and chased in the direction where Chang Jing had left. Marquis Xianping slashed with his saber, but was blocked by Gong Sun Yu's sword. Your opponent is me, Gong Sun Yu said. Marquis Xianping was truly enraged. He laughed coldly and looked at Gong Sun Yu. Gong Sun Yu, do you really think that I can't beat you? This time he spoke in Zhao Nation's language. Gong Sun Yu was startled. Marquis Xianping pointed his saber at him. Many years ago, your Gongsun family was defeated by me. Today, you're just adding another defeat to your record. This arrogant gaze, this arrogant tone. Gongsun Yu's eyes trembled. You are the Nether King? Many years ago, there was a fearsome youth in the underground dojo who defeated the top experts from the 6 nations. One of them was the Gongsun family's genius swordsman. Gongsun Ling was another martial arts prodigy of the Gongsun family. However, she was defeated by that 18-year-old youth from the Zhao Nation. After returning to the Gongsun family, Gongsun Ling completely lost her will to fight. The Gongsun family lost a future general. The Nether King was what everyone called that youth. As for why they called him that, other than the explanation of his strength, there was another important reason. The youth's nickname in the underground dojo was very despicable. Lousy number 1 in the world. It's you. It's actually you. Gongsun Yu suddenly had a feeling that this was destined. Very good. I've always wanted to see who defeated Gongsun Ling and kill him with my own hands. I want to tell the world that it's not the Gongsun family that's weak, it's Gongsun Ling that's weak. Marquis Xianping sneered. Ha! Gongsun Yu didn't care about his threat. He continued. However, aren't you from the Zhao Nation? Why did you become a general of the Yin Nation? Marquis Xianping rested his saber on his shoulder. What does it have to do with you? Are you going to fight or not? If not, then get out of my way. Gongsun Yu's eyes turned cold. He swung another killing move at Marquis Xianping. In this narrow tunnel, no complicated moves could be used. It was a battle of speed and internal energy. Gongsun Yu was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. However, with Marquis Xianping's powerful 5 senses, his movements were magnified in slow motion. He could see everything clearly. Marquis Xianping said, Gongsun Yu, no one can stop me from seeing my son. He took a step back and retreated into the 4th tunnel. Then he swung his saber forward. The long saber handle was cut off by Gongsun Yu's sword. Gongsun Yu snorted coldly. You're only SOSO. Before he finished speaking, Marquis Xianping grabbed the short saber handle and swung it at Gongsun Yu. Gongsun Yu's expression changed. You. Marquis Xianping did it on purpose. A long saber handle was already inconvenient. Cutting it short made it easier. The tunnel was narrow. Gongsun Yu had nowhere to dodge. He swung his sword in time to block. When the saber and sword met, sparks flew everywhere. Gongsun Yu could feel the immense pressure coming from the saber. This was the fury of a father. Gongsun Yu, you're not qualified to hurt my son. Marquis Xianping pulled out his hidden secondary saber and stabbed it into Gongsun Yu's abdomen. In a tag team battle, experts would not give their opponents the chance to attack them repeatedly. Victory was decided in an instant. However, Gongsun Yu was wearing armor similar to Gu Jiao's. The tough armor blocked Marquis Xianping's saber. Gong Senyu laughed mockingly. Is this all you've got? Hades. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed it at Marquis Xianping. Clang. It was the sound of the saber piercing through armor. Gong Senyu laughed without restraint. But in the next second he could no longer laugh. He lowered his head and looked at the saber that had pierced through his armor. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. His armor was impenetrable. No one could penetrate it. He looked at Marquis Xianping. His saber had pierced Marquis Xianping's shoulder. Marquis Xianping did not use any inner energy to protect himself. He had used all his inner energy for this attack. This was a madman. A madman even crazier than him. Marquis Xianping's eyes were cold. I've said it before. No one can hurt my son. Gong Senyu had been stabbed. My lord. Zhu Zhongquang flew over and separated the two of them with one palm. He grabbed the injured Gong Senyu and quickly fled into another tunnel. Not far behind Marquis Xianping, a black-clothed figure walked out from a hidden cave. It was Chang Jing. Just now, Chang Jing and Shang Guanqing didn't run away at all, but hid in this stone cave. Elder Lu did not see them and chased after them like a fool. Why didn't you chase after him? Chang Jing asked. Marquis Xianping said mysteriously, he shouldn't have died in my hands. There's someone more suitable than me to kill him. Chang Jing hit the nail on the head. You're just too lazy to kill him, right? Marquis Xianping said seriously. Am I that kind of person? Chang Jing, if you continue to speak the truth, you won't have any more marbles. Seeing that his son could not be delayed, he was in no mood to fight with Gong Senyu. And he was right. There was someone who wanted to kill Gong Senyu more than him. Marquis Xianping arrived in front of the cave. He, who would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed, suddenly became nervous. He was going to see his son. Chapter 879. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are here. The grotto hidden in the wall was not big. Shang Guanqing curled up inside. His tall figure looked particularly aggrieved. The luminous pearls on the wall slightly reflected a clear pearl light, shining on Shang Guanqing's pale handsome face. This was the first time Marquis Xianping seriously looked at his son, whom he had reunited with 20 years ago. His appearance was almost exactly the same as Xiaoheng's. This was not his original appearance, but a disguised appearance of Xiaoheng. In order not to let people know that he was not Shang Guanyan's biological son, he had been pretending to be Xiaoheng. Thinking of this, Marquis Xianping felt a little distressed. He squatted on the ground, looking at his son nervously and expectantly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. It was said that generals were stupid, but he was not. But at this moment, thousands of words were stuck in his throat, and he stuttered. He couldn't make a sound. He thought for a moment, stretched out a finger, and carefully poked his son's shoulder. He was really very careful, for fear that his son would not like him. He was slightly startled when he felt a hot temperature from his fingertips. Chang Jing. What? Chang Jing was thinking about how to save his little disguise. A fire starter, Marquis Xianping said seriously. Chang Jing had been with Marquis Xianping for so long. Most of the time, Marquis Xianping was not serious. When he was serious, it meant that things were serious. He hurriedly took out a fire starter from his arms, blew it, and shined it in front of him. Marquis Xianping was checking Shang Guanqing's body to see if there were any injuries such as fractures. After confirming that there were no injuries, Marquis Xianping checked his pulse and breath. He was not a doctor, but after practicing martial arts for a long time, he could determine whether there were internal injuries. There are no internal injuries. Why is he so weak? He seems to be dying, Chang Jing said. Marquis Xianping clenched his fists. Chang Jing. Chang Jing decisively stepped back 3 steps to avoid someone's anger. But Chang Jing was right. Shang Guanqing was dying. The poison in his body was acting up. He didn't have the antidote with him. He couldn't make it. Could it be that the poison flared up? Xianping Ho's heart faintly had this speculation. Shang Guanyan said that the number of times the poison flared up every month was not many, and he always had the antidote on him. Marquis Xianping did not find the antidote on him. His expression turned grave. He took off his armor, carried his son on his back and strode out. Where are we going? Changjing asked. South City Gate. Marquis Xianping said seriously. Gu Jiao was there. Changjing glanced at the trail of blood on the ground. In the end, she didn't say anything about the wound on his shoulder. Changjing asked, Why do you want to take off your armor? There were Jin soldiers outside. It was very dangerous. Marquis Xianping said casually. The armor is hard. She looked at her son intently. They came in through the tunnel dug by the Jin soldiers. The exit was in the village. At this moment, the Jin soldiers were pouring oil around, so the village was empty. Marquis Xianping saw the light coming in from the entrance. Just as he was about to step out with his son on his back, a tall figure suddenly flashed and blocked the entrance with a gun. Marquis Xianping stopped. Changjing, who was behind him, also stopped. Marquis Xianping looked coldly at Elder Lu, who suddenly appeared, and said in a heavy tone, Get out of the way. I don't want to kill anyone. Elder Lu said, You can get rid of Gong Sun Yu. It seems that you do have some skills. I may not be your opponent, but you may not be able to handle this thing in my hand. It's not that I may not be able to, it's that I definitely can't. Marquis Xianping didn't know what this thing was. He had no fear and planned to rush over. At this moment Sheng Guanqing, who was on his back, seemed to feel something and regained a little consciousness. He opened his eyes in a daze. His cheeks were flushed because of the high temperature. He looked at the gun in Elder Lu's hand and said weakly, Don't be afraid. He's holding it upside down. His voice was very soft, but Elder Lu's ears were very sharp. He still heard it. Elder Lu frowned and quickly turned around. Marquis Xianping took the opportunity to jump up. Unfortunately, Marquis Xianping underestimated the gun's speed. A gun was much faster than a crossbow. The moment Elder Lu pulled the trigger, there was a loud bang. Marquis Xianping was suspended in the air. What the fuck? What the hell was this? Elder Lu was directly sent flying by a shot. The gun fell to the ground. Sheng Guanqing lay on Marquis Xianping's shoulder. Haha, idiot. Marquis Xianping. Sheng Guanqing was so hot that he was dizzy. He didn't know that this person was his father. He also didn't know that his father was stunned by his words. He only felt that this back was broad and warm. It made him feel at ease. He lay softly on his father's back with his eyes closed. His head was dizzy, and he continued his words. Don't be afraid. When we go out, Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together. If there's a girl, we'll sleep together. The enemy didn't trip Marquis Xianping. But his son's words almost made Marquis Xianping stumble and fall into a ditch. I seem to understand Qin Fengwan's feeling of wanting to kill me every time. The virgin Sheng Guanqing fainted after bragging. Marquis Xianping was also about to faint. In his 40 years of life, he had never experienced such a landslide. It's all Aheng's fault for raising my expectations for all my sons. Fortunately, Shang Guanyan and Mu Qingchen found this place. The two saw Marquis Xianping, who was frozen at the entrance of the cave. Marquis Xianping was carrying a person on his back. Qing. In the end, Sheng Guanyin was a mother. She could recognize Sheng Guanqing with her brain. She quickly ran over and arrived in front of Marquis Xianping. She didn't ask why Marquis Xianping came over. Instead she asked, Is Qing poisoned? Marquis Xianping returned to his senses and said, I don't know. His situation is not good. Let me see. Sheng Guanyin reached out to hold her son. Marquis Xianping gently put his son down from his back, knelt on one knee, and held his son in his arms so that Sheng Guanyin could check. The poison is acting up, Sheng Guanyin said. Sheng Guanqing had acted up countless times since he was a child. Sheng Guanyin was already very familiar with it. She took out the porcelain bottle that she had been holding tightly in her hand, pulled out the cork, and took out a pill. Do you want water? Marquis Xianping asked. No, this medicine will melt in the mouth. Sheng Guanyin put the pill into Sheng Guanqing's mouth and explained. When he was a child, his swallowing ability was not strong. In order to let him take the medicine, the state preceptor improved the prescription. Marquis Xianping was silent. It was hard for him to imagine how his son grew up. You worked hard. Taking care of a sick child was much more difficult than taking care of a normal child. Shang Guanyan's hand that was wiping her son's sweat paused and whispered, "It's good that you don't hate me." Marquis Xianping sighed. "Let's not talk about the past." Shang Guanyan knelt on the ground and wiped her son's hands. She squeezed the handkerchief and said, "Will Xinyang hate me?" Marquis Xianping paused. "I don't know." There were still more than 300 ghost soldiers and 500 villagers hidden in the underground tunnel. They didn't have much time to dwell on it. They must immediately rescue the villagers or drive the Jin army out. The fastest and most effective way was to kill Gong Sunyu. Mu Qingchen and Chang Jing returned to the underground tunnel to look for Gong Sunyu, but they couldn't find even half a shadow of him. Gong Sunyu was no longer in the underground tunnel. He was brought out by Zhu Zhongquang. The two entered the forest. Zhu Zhongquang worriedly looked at his bloody armor. "My lord, are you okay?" Such a hard armor was actually pierced through by that guy. "How terrifying." Gong Sunyu lightly said, "It didn't hurt my vitals. I'm fine. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to guard the north gate?" Zhu Zhongquang said, "I saw the Yan army bring a group of soldiers to Ghost Mountain. I was worried that it would be unfavorable to my lord. With General Cheng guarding the city, my lord can rest assured. By the way, my lord, why didn't I see Jie Xingzhou?" Gong Sunyu frowned. "He's dead." Zhu Zhongquang was shocked. "What?" Gong Sunyu coldly said, "I underestimated that imperial grandson. He was poisoned at a young age, and I thought he was useless. Where's Yu Liuyi?" Zhu Zhongquang awkwardly said, "According to the spies, she fell into the hands of the Yan army. I'm afraid she's most likely dead." 3 of the 4 generals were now dead. Gong Sunyu smashed his fist on a nearby tree. The birds on the tree were startled and flapped their wings to escape. His face was no longer as cold and calm as it used to be. Instead, it was filled with a strong sense of anxiety and hostility. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on in the Yin kingdom? The Xian Yuan family is already dead. The Lord of Shadows is also dead. Why are they still so difficult to deal with? Who said the Xian Yuan family is dead? Who told you the Lord of Shadows is dead?" A cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded from the forest. Then, Liao Chen stepped on a green branch and descended from the sky like a deity. He was covered in clouds and clouds. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand and pointed it at Gong Sunyu. "The third Lord of Shadows, Xian Yuan Zheng, is here to take the life of General Gong Sun." Chapter 880. The Third Master of Shadows? Gong Sunyu's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe that this was real. Didn't Xian Yuan Qi become the Master of Shadows? How could it be Xian Yuan Qi became the second Master of Shadows after faking his death? However, he had secret dealings with the Xian Yuan family and was discovered by the spies of the Jin nation within a few years. However, Xian Yuan Qi hid Xian Yuan Zheng very well. He didn't even reveal the family tree. No wonder people didn't know about Xian Yuan Zheng's existence. In the Jin nation, the only person who knew about Xian Yuan Zheng's existence was Shi Tian. However, it was obvious that Shi Tian didn't leak this information. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. When Gong Sunyu killed Xian Yuan Qi, he saw this person running from afar and calling Xian Yuan Qi his father. Therefore, he was indeed Xian Yuan Qi's son. Then, it made sense that he inherited Xian Yuan Qi's legacy and became the third Master of Shadows. Gong Sunyu muttered coldly, "How do the people of the Sword Hut do things? They said they killed Xian Yuan Qi, but he didn't die. They said they destroyed the Shadow Division, but Xian Yuan Qi's son appeared in front of them." He collected his thoughts and looked at Liao Chen arrogantly. "Your father was defeated by me. Do you really think you can defeat me?" It was fine if he didn't mention Xian Yuan Qi, but once he did, Liao Chen's anger surged. His father was surrounded by the Jin Nation army and was stabbed in the chest by Gong Sunyu twice. No one knew if he was still alive. It was possible that he would be separated from his father forever after waiting for so many years. All of this was because of Gong Sunyu. "You seem very angry." Torturing the mind of an expert was something that Gong Sunyu never tired of doing. Gong Sunyu smiled faintly. "Your father wasn't the only Xian Yuan family member who died in my hands. Back then when the Xian Yuan family rebelled, You didn't think that the meager military strength of the imperial court was enough to kill so many Xianyuan soldiers, right? Speaking of which, the Yan army is strong, but there aren't many experts. Your uncle Xianyuan Li died under the trap of the Jin army. Your cousin Xianyuan Zi, the pregnant woman who still had to go to the battlefield, died at the hands of a disciple of the Sword Hut. Your cousin Xianyuan Cheng, it was the Nangong family who leaked his whereabouts, but the one who ended his life was me. I was the one who nailed him to the tower. I was the one who gave the order to kill him. The experts of your Xianyuan family can't even withstand a single blow. Liaochen was about to explode from anger. Even though he knew that the other party was trying to infuriate him, he still couldn't control his emotions. His aura became chaotic. Gong Sunyu took the opportunity to strike with his palm. Liao Chen was unable to circulate his internal energy in time, and was hit by Gong Sunyu. The huge force sent him flying, crashing into the tree behind him, and falling to the ground in a sorry state. Gong Sunyu clicked his tongue, and looked disdainfully at Liao Chen, who was sprawled on the ground. He snorted and said, "Look, the people of your Xianyuan family can't even withstand a single blow. I won't allow you to insult the Xianyuan family." Liao Chen used his sword to support himself, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his sword and stabbed at Gong Sunyu. With the field open, there were more moves that could be used. Gong Sunyu felt the incomparably sharp sword aura. It was stronger than he had imagined. Although Gong Sunyu dodged to the side, he was injured by the sword aura. The blood clot that had been formed with great difficulty was torn apart. Fresh blood flowed down his armor. Liao Chen said coldly, "Who is the one who can't withstand a single blow?" Zhu Zhongquang stepped forward and showed his iron fist. "My lord, I'll deal with him." Then he charged at Liao Chen. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch Liao Chen, he was knocked back several steps by a black-robed youth who came from the sky. What a cold sword aura! He had almost been injured. After Zhu Zhongquang steadied himself, he frowned. When he saw that the opponent was only a 17 or 18-year-old youth, his expression turned even uglier. Where did this brat come from? He had appeared too late to hear the conversation between Elder Lu and Chang Jing. Gong Sunyu reminded him, "Be careful. He's the young master of the Dark Knight clan." Someone from the Dark Knight clan? Zhu Zhongquang was even more surprised. The Dark Knight clan had never interacted with the Six Nations. They were even more reclusive than the Tang clan. How did they get involved with someone from the Xianyuan family? If they had really gotten involved with someone from the Xianyuan family, Gong Sunyu wouldn't have been so upset. Chang Jing had appeared with that person from the Zhao kingdom. Moreover, Chang Jing was very obedient to him. The Jin kingdom's imperial family had tried to rope in the Dark Knight clan more than once, but they had all been rejected. He was very confused. How did a person from a lower country manage to subdue the young master of the Dark Knight clan? Chang Jing looked at Zhu Zhongquang and said to Liao Chen, "Leave this guy to me." Liao Chen and Chang Jing had never met before. However, Liao Chen had secretly investigated Marquis Xianping, so he knew of Chang Jing. However, he didn't expect him to be Chang Jing from the Dark Knight clan. All right. Liao Chen nodded. Chang Jing was already a martial arts freak. In addition, he had received a lot of guidance from Marquis Xianping in the past few years. His martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhu Zhongquang really couldn't beat him. Zhu Zhongquang was beaten up badly by Chang Jing. After dozens of moves, he was covered in blood. Although his injuries weren't serious, he looked like a mess. It really affected the morale of the troops. His eyes flashed and he said sarcastically, "Does the clan master know that the young master of the Dark Knight clan is colluding with someone from the Xianyuan family?" Chang Jing's move paused. Zhu Zhongquang saw that there was hope. He struck while the iron was hot. As expected, you escaped behind the clan master's back. If he finds out, you'll be in big trouble. He was trying to scare Chang Jing. Chang Jing frowned and thought about it seriously. He felt that Zhu Zhongquang's words made sense. He grunted and said, "Indeed, I can't let my father know. So you must die today." Zhu Zhongquang's eyes widened. "No, that's not what I meant." "And him?" Chang Jing looked at Gong Sunyu, who was fighting fiercely with Liao Chen. He must die too. None of you will leave here alive. Zhu Zhongquang was about to collapse. How can you think so clearly at such a young age? You can't even fool a child these days, can you? Zhu Zhongquang was the strongest of the 4 great generals, but he also cherished his life the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held back when he attacked Xian Yuanqi. Even Yu Lui was fiercer than him. But his master was here. He didn't dare to run. He could only bite the bullet and fight Chang Jing. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have asked. This brat was fighting seriously just now. Now he's fighting with all his might. Zhu Zhongquang's body was injured again. On the other side, Liao Chen and Gong Sunyu were evenly matched. Gong Sunyu had practiced martial arts for many more years than Liao Chen. His internal energy and combat experience were not something the young Liao Chen could compare to, but Liao Chen's murderous intent and outstanding talent made him a formidable opponent for Gong Sunyu. After more than 10 moves, Gong Sunyu gradually felt that things were getting tricky, especially since he had been stabbed by Marquis Xianping. Every time they exchanged blows, his wound would be torn open. If this continued, even if he didn't die in battle, he would die from excessive blood loss. Liao Chen didn't have any psychological burden in a fair fight. When Gong Sunyu killed Xian Yuancheng, didn't he rely on the Nangong family to inform him? When he dealt with his father, he also let people take turns to exhaust his father's strength. Then why would he care about the rules of the martial arts world with Gong Sunyu? Liao Chen's palm landed on Gong Sunyu's chest. Gong Sunyu's armor was made of special materials and could withstand many attacks. But this armor was pierced by Marquis Xianping. Liao Chen's internal energy passed through the crack and seeped into his internal organs. He hurriedly used his internal energy to protect his internal organs. Then he stabbed his sword at Liao Chen. But because part of it was protecting himself, the power of this attack was not as strong as before. Liao Chen easily blocked it. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Liao Chen's armor was not as strong as his, and he was hit by a few of his sword energy. Let's go, Gong Sunyu said to Zhu Zhongquang. Zhu Zhongquang used a feint and flew up. But Chang Jing, who flew faster than him, kicked him down. Zhu Zhongquang. Gong Sunyu turned around in midair. Zhu Zhongquang stretched out his hand. My lord, don't worry about me. Let's go. I can handle this brat. Gong Sunyu gritted his teeth and left with his qinggong. Liao Chen chased after him. Zhu Zhongquang turned to look at Chang Jing. I surrender. Chang Jing was speechless. After Gong Sunyu left the forest, he heard the sound of a horn from the West City Gate. The Yin Kingdom took back the West City Gate. Pu City couldn't be defended anymore. He fired the signal to retreat and knocked out a Yin soldier, who came as reinforcements. He stole the soldier's horse. He planned to go to the East City Gate, but Liao Chen forced him to go to the South City Gate. Liao Chen also asked for a horse from the army that Tang Yueshan brought to Ghost Mountain. Tang Yueshan went behind a tree to relieve himself. With 2 horses missing, he was quite confused. Liao Chen chased after him closely. Gong Sunyu tried to shake him off several times, but it was to no avail. Xian Yuanzi's strength and perseverance were beyond his imagination. More than 10 years had passed. Not only did the Xian Yuan family not remain silent, but they also bided their time and became so powerful. If the Nether King didn't stab him, this brat wouldn't be his match. That despicable Nether King. Many years ago, Gong Sunling was defeated by him. Now, he had also suffered a loss in his hands. Once he got rid of Xian Yuanzheng, he would kill the Nether King. The more Gong Sunyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He was distracted for a moment. When he turned around, he saw that Liao Chen didn't follow him. Instead, he turned into an alley. He frowned and sped up. However, in the next moment, Liao Chen dashed out from another alley and charged at him. Liao Chen gathered all his strength for this attack. He didn't give Gong Sunyu any chance to escape. Gong Sunyu's eyes trembled. What was this brat trying to do? Was he going to die together with him? Liao Chen understood that with his current strength, it would be difficult to kill Gong Sunyu even if he was injured. However, Gong Sunyu had to die. If he didn't die, the Jin army would still have a chance to turn the tables in this battle. Even if he had to die together with Gong Sunyu, he wouldn't hesitate. Gong Sunyu was furious. You're crazy. You can't kill me. There was no fear in Liao Chen's eyes. But if I severely injure you, the next Yin army will definitely kill you. At this moment, Gong Sun finally understood the meaning of Xuan Yuan's soul. It was never about one person's strength. It was about everyone's fighting spirit. Gong Sun gripped the long sword in his hand and prepared to attack with all his strength. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The door of a closed shop on the street suddenly opened. A man in a dark blue Taoist robe walked out with a 4-year-old child. Their attack was too fast and fierce. There was no time for others to react. The adult and child would die under their inner strength. Gong Sun didn't care. After all, he wasn't a citizen of Dajin. However, Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't withdraw his attack in time. He had no choice but to leap. Taoist Qing Feng looked up and saw Liao Chen charging at him. He frowned. Hey you! Before he could finish, a huge wave of inner strength attacked Liao Chen's body. Liao Chen's body stiffened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Taoist Qing Feng's eyes darkened. He pushed Liao Chen away. But Gong Sun had already taken the opportunity to speed up and leave. You don't have to save me. I can handle it myself, Taoist Qing Feng said. I didn't save you. I saved him. Liao Chen looked at the 4-year-old child and said. The child looked up at Taoist Qing Feng puzzled. Oh, Taoist Qing Feng said. Liao Chen leaned against the wall and slid down weakly. He smiled and said weakly. Oxnose, I'm afraid it's going to be as you wish. Can you promise me one thing? Go kill Gong Sun. All right, Taoist Qing Feng said. He said to the child. Look after him. I'll be back soon. The child nodded obediently. Taoist Qing Feng used his Qinggong to chase after Gong Sun's horse. The southern city gate had been completely retaken by the Yin Kingdom. The Dark Shadow Division and the Black Wind Cavalry were arranging their troops on the city gate tower. Gong Sun lowered the visor of his helmet. He had no choice but to charge out. He gripped the reins in his hand tightly and pulled out a long needle. He stabbed it into the horse's buttocks. The horse screamed in pain and charged forward like a madman. Who's there? Stop. The soldiers guarding the city drew their long swords. Gong Sun killed the man with one strike. The title of Jin's most ferocious general was not undeserved. He galloped forward and charged through the heavily guarded city gate. What happened? Gu Jiao asked as she walked down the city gate tower. Someone just charged through, a soldier reported. Did you see who it was? Gu Jiao asked. The soldier shook his head. I didn't see clearly. I only know that he was wearing the Jin Army's armor. Jin Army? Gu Jiao looked at the man's back. Could it be Gong Sun? Boss. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and galloped over. Gu Jiao mounted her horse and grabbed her red-tasseled spear from Wenren Chong. She then chased after him without hesitation. If that man was really Gong Sun, then she must not let him return to the Jin nation alive. Gong Sun's internal injuries were very serious. He did not stop to kill Gu Jiao. 2 hours had passed, 4 hours had passed. The night came and the crescent moon climbed into the sky. Gu Jiao was still chasing after him. Although he was leading by quite a bit, his horse was not as fast as the Black Wind King. When they were about to reach the border city, the Black Wind King finally caught up. Gong Sun crossed the wooden bridge and cut it in half with his sword. However, the Black Wind King did not stop. It leaped over as if it had the help of the gods. The distance between them was closing. Gong Sun looked at the city and said, Open the city gate. On the city gate tower, a Jin army soldier said excitedly, It's the great general. The great general is back. Open the city gate quickly. Look, at the foot of the mountain about 3 miles away, there was a black mass of Black Wind cavalry. The cavalry of the Yin nation had arrived. They could not open the city gate. Their forces were all used to attack the Yin nation. If they really opened the city gate, they would not be able to hold on. Release the rope. The general guarding the city said. The Jin army released a long rope. Gong Sun endured the pain caused by his internal injuries. He gritted his teeth and used his Qing Gong to leap up and grab one end of the rope. The general guarding the city hurriedly said, Quickly pull the general up. Everyone worked together to pull him up. The general guarding the city looked at the approaching Yin nation cavalry and said sternly, Archers, get ready. Fire. Following his order, countless arrows rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Whooshing sounds could be heard in the darkness of the night. Clang! An arrow hit Gu Jiao's shoulder, but was blocked by her tough armor. Gu Jiao did not back down. She continued to gallop toward Gong Sunyu. When she was only a few dozen steps away from the city gate tower, Gong Sunyu was already halfway up. Since she did not know Qing Gong, there was no way she could pull Gong Sunyu down. Gong Sunyu lowered his head and smiled mockingly at Gu Jiao. The new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? You still can't kill me. The young man raised his head. His cheeks were still young, but his eyes were as calm as water. It was this calm gaze that made Gong Sunyu frown. For some reason, an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. Guess why I asked you to come back? The young man's horse galloped through the rain of arrows without hesitation. Impossible, he can't catch me. I have nothing to be afraid of. The young man raised the red-tasseled spear in his hand. Gong Sunyu's heart skipped a beat. No. Goodbye, Gong Sunyu. The young man's red-tasseled spear shot toward him like a gust of wind. It carried the anger of the Xianyuan family for more than a decade, and carried the power of mountains and rivers. It pierced his heart without any explanation, nailing him to the city gate tower of Jin. Just one more step. Just one more step? I'm so close to home. But I can't go back. He looked at the young man in disbelief. He was terrifyingly calm under the rain of arrows. You're not the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. You're not. Who exactly are you? Chapter 881. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The Jin soldiers on the city gate tower were dumbfounded by this sudden change. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. How was it possible for a lone cavalryman of great yen to penetrate through the rain of arrows, and with his own strength, pin their chief general to the top of the city wall with a single thrust of his spear? This was not real. The general's martial arts were unparalleled, and he was wearing an impenetrable armor. How could a Black Wind cavalryman hurt him? Soon they realized that this was not an injury, but a death. Gu Jiao's success was not a coincidence. Marquis Xianping pierced through Gong Sunyu's armor and injured him. Liao Chen used all his strength to perish together with Gong Sunyu, causing Gong Sunyu to suffer serious internal injuries. Of course, even under such circumstances, it was still very difficult to kill him in one strike. Gu Jiao's strength made the Jin soldiers tremble in fear. The general guarding the city gate lost his grip on the rope. He finally regained his senses and shouted, "General!" The general could no longer hear his shouts. The general who was guarding the city felt a strong sense of anger and sadness. The status of the Gongsun clan in Jin Nation was no less than that of the Xianyuan clan in Yan Nation. The old general had passed away, and Gong Sunyu, who was a rare talent, had become the soul of the entire border. However, Gong Sunyu had been shot to death by a Yin Kingdom cavalryman right under his nose. It was unacceptable. Gu Jiao calmly looked at the Jin soldiers who were in great sorrow. Was this unacceptable? Everything had just begun. The horn sounded, the war drums shook the sky, and the sound of horse hooves came. Under the ink-black night, the Black Wind cavalrymen and the Dark Shadow soldiers arrived at the city gate. Pu City was in chaos. Half of the soldiers were left to guard the south gate, while the rest chased Gu Jiao to the border between the two countries. They were not too far behind, which meant that the Black Wind King did not run at full speed. Their junior general had been following him at a distance, purposely letting Gong Sunyu return here. If the young commander could kill him with a single shot, he could do the same on the road. In fact, it was even safer. However, the junior commander did not choose to make a move on the road. Instead, he took the risk of being shot to death by the Jin army, and waited until the very last moment, before Gong Sunyu was dragged up the city gate tower, before piercing through him with his spear. What kind of despairing death was this? This was a heavy blow to Gong Sunyu and the entire Jin army at the border. But just as the young commander thought, everything was not over yet. The archers of the Black Wind cavalry drew their bowstrings. Zhang Shiyong shouted, "Fire!" Hundreds of arrows shot towards Gong Sun Yu in a domineering manner. This arrow was for the Grand Marshal. The soldiers of the Dark Shadow Division also drew their bowstrings. General Pang ordered, "Fire!" This arrow was for the Great General. Wenren Chong Li Shun and Zhao Dingfeng pulled their bows and knocked their arrows. This arrow was for Xianyuan Cheng, for Xianyuan Zi, for all the soldiers who died in your hands. No, no, Great General. The roars of the Jin army general, that was on the verge of collapse, spread out from the city tower. Did the Xianyuan army also cry out like this in the past? Did they also beg Gong Sun Yu to stop? Did they also beg you not to treat Xianyuan Cheng like this? Thousands of arrows pierced through his heart. What Xianyuan Cheng did in the past, today's Gong Sun Yu would only receive more. Perhaps it was because they were too sad or too shocked, but the rain of arrows from the Jin army on the city tower stopped. Their cries echoed throughout the city, but Gu Jiao's expression did not change in the slightest. There was no pity, and no smugness after taking revenge. Her expression was calm from start to finish. This calmness was the greatest humiliation to the Jin army. The general's eyes were red as he pointed at Gu Jiao below the city tower. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill him! Kill him! Avenge the great general! Chariots! The rain of arrows might not be able to hurt you, but I don't believe that the rocks and crossbows from the chariots won't be able to pierce through you." The chariots and crossbows were far more powerful than swords and spears. No matter how hard the armor was, they could still break it. However, the moment the chariots and crossbows were pushed out, the siege weapons of the Yin kingdom arrived with the army. The leader was Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan fearlessly ran to Gu Jiao's side and entered the effective attack range of the Jin army. He glanced at Gong Sun Yu on the city tower and clicked his tongue. "You're indeed my brother." He was getting more and more used to his identity as a henchman. "Why are you here? Don't you need to attack the city?" She remembered that Tang Yueshan went to attack the North Gate with Marquis Xianping. Tang Yueshan said, "The North Gate has been breached. The Yin Kingdom's army is still fighting. Old Xiao went to the Ghost Mountain. I brought 10,000 men there to meet him. He only left 5,000 men behind and asked me to bring the rest back. He said they were going to chase after Gong Sun Yu." Gu Jiao rode on her horse and looked at the Jin army on the city tower. She said, "If that's the case, let's begin." Tang Yueshan glanced at her strangely. "You plan to?" Gu Jiao grunted. She said the most arrogant words in the calmest tone. "Let's attack the city now." The battle in Puching lasted for a day and a night. Though Gong Sun Yu had given the order to retreat, the 4 city gates were blocked by the Yin army. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. Taoist Qing Feng returned to the street and pushed open the door of the shop. Liao Chen was sitting on the ground in the lobby, leaning against a pillar. One of his legs was stretched out on the ground, the other was bent casually, and one hand was resting on his knee. A 4-year-old child was sleeping soundly in his arms. Hearing the footsteps, his long eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Taoist Qing Feng, who was walking against the moonlight. His face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. Taoist Qing Feng's murderous intent faded away. He said nonchalantly, "I won't take advantage of others. I'll take your life when the battle is over." Liao Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped it away and smiled. "As you wish. You're badly hurt." Taoist Qing Feng frowned. He walked over and knelt down on one knee. "Give me your hand." Liao Chen gave him his hand with a faint smile. Taoist Qing Feng felt his pulse. After a moment of silence, he took out a bottle of pills. "Take one." Liao Chen glanced at the tight cork and said weakly, "I don't have the strength. Can you feed me?" Taoist Qing Feng frowned. He found this demonic monk annoying, but he still pulled out the cork, poured out a brown pill, and fed it to Liao Chen. Liao Chen chewed it and swallowed it. Taoist Qing Feng's hand, which was about to untie the water bag at his waist, paused. That was good. It would save him some trouble. The pill wouldn't take effect so quickly. Liao Chen still leaned against the pillar after taking the pill. Thinking of the matter at hand, he asked, "Where's Gong Sun Yu?" Taoist Qing Feng said, "Someone was faster than me." Liao Chen asked, "That girl?" Taoist Qing Feng looked at him strangely. Liao Chen opened his mouth. It slipped out of my mouth." You mean the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry is a woman? Taoist Qing Feng fell into deep thought. He had never thought of this possibility. First, he hadn't met many women and lacked experience. Second, no one would have guessed that a woman could have such courage. Liao Chen cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the topic. How come you didn't go the wrong way this time? He could understand why Liao Chen didn't get lost chasing Gong Sunyu. After all, as long as he followed Gong Sunyu, he wouldn't get lost. But he came back alone. Taoist Qing Feng said, I rode a horse. An old horse knows the way, and knows the way back. Liao Chen was speechless. Gong Sunyu's death was a great blow to the Jin army. Their morale plummeted. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. The 20,000 men on Ghost Mountain were either captured or killed by Marquis Xianping and the 5,000 Yin soldiers. Chang Jing brought Zhu Zhongquang back. His face was full of resentment. Zhu Zhongquang knew his secret. He planned to kill Zhu Zhongquang to silence him, but Zhu Zhongquang surrendered. Marquis Xianping didn't kill surrendered soldiers. This was the rule set by Marquis Xianping. In the Battle of Pu City, the Jin army was ultimately defeated. About 60,000 men escaped from Pu City and returned to Jin Nation from another border city. At this time, Jin didn't know that their nightmare wasn't over. In the middle of the 10th month, the Gu army of Zhao would cross the Yan and reach the border of Jin. At the end of the 10th month, the Chen and Zhao armies would head west to Jin's 9 Jade Pass. Liang Guogang had suffered a loss and was injured. He didn't dare to act rashly. But the Turks in the north were dissatisfied with Jin. They would also join the ranks of the Jin army. Next, what awaited the Jin nation would be an unprecedented 5-nation punitive expedition. Pu City Lord Manor. Wang Man and the generals were reporting to the crown princess on the main seat about the war. The remnants of the Jin army in the city were arrested. The other city occupied by the Han family was also recaptured. The 4 sons of the Han family died in battle, and the rest were all captured. How are the casualties of the soldiers? Sheng Guanyin asked. It's much better than expected. Wang Man said truthfully. He was arrogant, but he didn't lie about the war results. This time, the casualty ratio was the smallest in the war he had experienced. On the one hand, the soldiers were really brave. On the other hand, he had to admit that the medical officers' superb medical skills saved the lives of many soldiers. Sheng Guanyin smiled and said, about this, General Wang should be grateful to Commander Xiao. She was the one who took out the medicine and taught the medical officers how to treat external injuries. Hearing that it was that kid again, Wang Man snorted discontentedly. Sheng Guanyin didn't have time to argue with him. Qing'er had been unconscious for a few days. She had to see if he woke up. In fact, Sheng Guanqing had already woken up. He already knew who the man who carried him in the tunnel was. Thinking of the sentence, Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together. If there's a girl, we'll sleep together. He couldn't help but roar 3 times on the spot. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Qing'er, are you awake? I'm coming in. Sheng Guanqing was kneeling on the bed, pounding his small chest and roaring silently. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he pulled the quilt over and covered himself. He knelt on the bed and curled his body into a ball. His head was covered. A pair of feet were still exposed. His feet moved arrogantly at first, and then little by little, they went back into the quilt. Marquis Xianping. Chapter 882. Marquis Xianping clutched his chest. A sentence ran through his mind. What should I do if my son is too cute? Xiaoheng was also cute when he was young. As he grew up, he became more and more serious. His old father rarely saw his adorable side, especially now that he was married. He didn't even cooperate when he wanted to tease him. Marquis Xianping stepped into the room. He was a martial artist. He could tell if a person was awake by listening to their breathing. Moreover, Sheng Guanqing had contributed the most eye-catching acting skills in his life. Marquis Xianping had recovered from his initial nervousness and could face his son calmly. He cleared his throat and called out, Qing'er. Sheng Guanqing's IQ defected collectively. He's not here. Marquis Xianping was speechless. Marquis Xianping couldn't help but laugh. The thought of teasing his son came up, and he began to talk nonsense again. Oh, isn't this Brother Qing? Didn't you say you would protect me, drink together, and go to the brothel together? You're going back on your word so quickly? Ah, stop talking. Brother Qing has such a dark history since he was born. You've seen it all. Marquis Xianping laughed until his shoulders were trembling. Shang Guanqing, who was sweating under the quilt, heard his laughter and gritted his teeth in anger. Don't laugh. Brother Qing's fist is very hard. Marquis Xianping stopped. After laughing enough, he cleared his throat and went to the bed to sit down on the edge of the bed. But seeing that his son obviously didn't know how to face him, he hesitated, took a step back, and pulled a chair over to sit down. This distance wasn't too distant, but it wasn't too close either. They were father and son by blood, but the 20 years of unfamiliarity and gap couldn't be crossed in an instant. They needed to get to know each other slowly. Qing Marquis Xianping called again. Shang Guanqing didn't say anything. He had been bored inside for a long time. Marquis Xianping was afraid that he would be bored. He sighed and said to him, Well, you rest first. I'm leaving. I'll come to see you later. Under the quilt, Shang Guanqing was slightly stunned and pricked up his ears. He heard the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, and his mood began to become a little strange. Then, he heard the sound of the door being closed. His heart suddenly felt empty. Did she really leave just like that? She didn't even try to coax her. He pouted, feeling a little wronged. He grew up without a father. He had been poisoned since he was a child. However, he had always thought that the other children were also poisoned, but he had never thought that the other children were fatherless. It was as if he knew from birth that every child should have a mother and a father. Once when they were eating, he suddenly asked his mother while holding his bowl, Where's my father? That year he was 5 years old. His mother didn't know how to answer him, and he never asked again. In the village, there were also children without fathers. Those children would often be bullied by their peers. He had also been bullied before. Of course, he would bully them back. He didn't tell his mother. More than once, he had wondered if his father was dead or alive. If he died, how did he die? If he wasn't dead, why didn't he come looking for him? Did his father dislike him? She really didn't like him. She left so soon. I don't want to like you either. Shang Guanqing felt wronged and angry. He lifted the blanket with a swoosh. However, when he turned his head, he saw Marquis Xianping sitting on the chair intact. He didn't even move a toe. Marquis Xianping smiled and looked at him. There was an uncontrollable doting smile in his eyes. The displeasure in his heart instantly disappeared. Marquis Xianping tilted his head slightly and leaned forward. He moved closer to him and asked with a smile, You don't want to like anyone either? Shang Guanqing choked and looked over. Didn't you leave? His tone was very calm. Marquis Xianping said, Then I'll leave. Shang Guanqing put his hands on his hips and exploded. Let's see if you can walk. Marquis Xianping laughed uncontrollably. In fact, when his face was pulled down, he wasn't so embarrassed anymore. In addition, Shang Guanqing was deeply taught by Marquis Xianping, so the embarrassment only lasted for a moment. Wasn't it just having another father? What was the big deal? They were all men. Shang Guanqing calmed down and no longer felt ashamed of his actions and dark history. Let's talk, he said. Okay, let's talk. Marquis Xianping said with a smile. Shang Guanqing opened his mouth. He fainted. Where should he start? He wasn't mentally prepared at all. Before coming to the border, no one told him that he would pick up a father. Seeing his bitter and vengeful look, Marquis Xianping decided to speak first. Do you know your background? Shang Guanqing nodded faintly. And my mother told me. Marquis Xianping was not surprised. Shang Guanyin mentioned to him that Xiaoqing knew his background. She told you? He asked. This was nonsense. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Shang Guanqing grunted and raised his eyebrows. I told you, my father is the Marquis of Zhao Country, and my mother is the Princess of Zhao Country. There is also my poison and my younger brother Xiao Heng. The reason why he mentioned Xiao Heng was because Xiao Heng was Shang Guanyan's flesh and blood. Shang Guanqing looked at him seriously. You can't blame my mother. Marquis Xianping opened his mouth. I don't blame her. He had no right to blame her, because whether it was Xiao Heng or Xiao Qing, they were both his sons. Whoever got the antidote, he would lose the other one. Shang Guanqing looked into his eyes without blinking. After making sure that he wasn't lying, he said, "My mother is very good to me. She has suffered a lot over the years. If she didn't have to detoxify me, her life would be much easier." Marquis Xianping sighed. "I know that you and your mother have had a hard time over the years. It's easy for me." Shang Guanqing spread his hands. With the state preceptor hall giving him the antidote, he only needed to eat, drink, and play. It was nothing more than a few days every month, but he had already gotten used to it. Marquis Xianping could see that he wasn't trying to find joy in suffering. He was really satisfied with his 20 years of life. Marquis Xianping's heart was somewhat comforted. He only hated that they met each other too late. Qing only had less than 2 months left to live. "I'll find someone to cure you," he said. Shang Guanqing lay on the bed and said carelessly, "Well, a lot of people say that. That guy surnamed Xiao also said that." Surname Xiao. Marquis Xianping quickly realized that he was referring to Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping said, "She is your sister-in-law." "What?" Shang Guanqing sat up in shock. He is a girl? Which girl was so cruel? She killed people without blinking an eye. She must be the one who killed people. How stupid was the younger brother, that he had never met to marry such a little killing god. Also, he just came to the border to play. Why did he have to pick up his father and sister-in-law? Couldn't he just be a good ghost king? Marquis Xianping's gaze fell on Shang Guanqing's handsome face. "You don't have to disguise yourself here. Can you let me see your original appearance?" Shang Guanqing thought about it and agreed. He poured some warm tea and used a handkerchief to wash off the disguise on his face, revealing his own appearance. This was a face that was somewhat similar to Marquis Xianping's. The shape of the face and the bridge of the nose were almost a perfect replica, but the eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Princess Xinyang's. There was also a beautiful point on his forehead that was exactly the same as Princess Xinyang's. Marquis Xianping was in a daze. "You look really like your mother." "Ah." Shang Guanqing was slightly taken aback. Marquis Xianping said, "Your other mother." Shang Guanqing replied with an "oh" and asked, "The princess of the Zhao kingdom?" This unfamiliar name made him sigh. Marquis Xianping nodded. "Her name is Qin Fengwan, and her title is Xinyang. She still doesn't know about you. If she did, she would be so happy that she would be silly." Shang Guanqing looked at him curiously. Marquis Xianping changed his words in a second. "What do you mean?" "After the war, I'll take you to Zhao country to see her. If you don't want to go to Zhao country, I'll take her to Yin country to see you. Let's talk about it later." Shang Guanqing waved his hand casually, looking uninterested. Thinking of something, he asked, "Is my mother's son doing well?" This mother was referring to Shang Guanyan, and the son was referring to Xiao Heng. Marquis Xianping said, "Very well. Your mother has been raising him by her side and treating him as her own. She personally taught him to read and write." Shang Guanqing was dumbfounded. "Can learn to read? Aren't you a general? Why doesn't he practice martial arts?" Marquis Xianping said helplessly, "Your mother doesn't like him to practice martial arts. She wants him to sit quietly in school and study. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint your mother's expectations. At the age of 13, he became a young chancellor, and at the age of 18, he became the youngest top scorer in Zhao country. He's still the top scorer." Shang Guanqing secretly clenched his fists. "Even if you give me 8 lifetimes, I won't be able to become the top scorer." He coughed lightly, raised his chin and sneered, "Bookworm." Thinking of something, he suddenly crossed his arms and sneered, "Wait until I see Bookworm. Let's see how I'll deal with him." Chapter 883. The novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. Shang Guanqing set his lofty goals, and did not know in the slightest that his younger brother was actually a super black sesame stuffed glutinous rice ball. Thinking of how he bullied his younger brother until he cried, Shang Guanqing felt very cool. He began to hope that this day would quickly arrive. Marquis Xianping stayed in the room for a little under an hour. To say that there were no barriers between them in an instant, as if they had lived together for 20 years. That was impossible. But his son did not reject him. This allowed Marquis Xianping's heart to settle. He never worried about fighting, but he was filled with uncertainty about how to be a good father. He was a rough person, but Aheng was so smart and worked so hard. He recited poems that he did not understand, and looked at him with admiration and expectation. How could he know how to match? But he did not want to admit defeat. Thus he could only use bravado to hide the unease in his heart. You're already so old, yet you don't even know how to ride a horse. You can't even pick up a knife. What's the point of reciting this? Finally, he saw pain and grief in the child's eyes. He was clearly so shameless. Yet he could not let go of his pride in front of his son. He spent 19 years before finally saying to Xiao Heng, "My greatest pride in this life is not my military achievements, or my title of nobility. It's you." He wouldn't make the same mistake with Xiao Qing. He just hoped that it was not too late. Their relationship as father and son was not too short. He still wanted to work hard to make up for the regrets of these years. The injury on your shoulder is fine, right?" Shang Guanqing asked with an indifferent expression. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was the same as Aheng later on. Marquis Xianping swore to be a loving father, but he could not be serious for more than 3 seconds. Hearing his son care about him, his shoulder moved, and he gasped. Covering his wound, he leaned over. Shang Guanqing had completely fallen off the horse. However, he did not know his own father's character. His expression immediately changed. Hey, how are you?" Marquis Xianping said with a pained expression. "It hurts. That dagger was poisoned. I fear I won't make it. But if you call me father, I might be able to save myself." Shang Guanqing was speechless. Soon it was time for dinner. In order to make it easier for Shang Guanqing to rest, dinner was served in his room. On the table was his favorite meal, but there was no fennel. As he ate the rice in his bowl, he looked at his parents on both sides. All these years, there had always been only him and his mother at the dining table. In the past, he didn't think much of it, but now that he thought about it, the imperial mausoleum seemed quite deserted. The situation in Pu City gradually stabilized, and there was no need for a large number of troops to be stationed there. Shang Guanyin transferred the main forces to the border and launched a crusade against the Jin state. In just 3 days, Great Yan had conquered the first border city of Great Jin, and the army of Great Jin retreated to Shi City. The vanguard of the attack on Creek City was the Dark Shadow Division and Black Wind Cavalry. The moment the hour passed, Gu Jiao gave the order to launch the first wave of attack on Creek City. As usual, they used the chariots and ladders of the Liang Kingdom. The soldiers rammed the city gates and climbed the city towers at all costs. When one fell, the other rushed up. The sky of Creek City was dyed red with blood. "Dogs, give me your lives." Tang Yueshan rushed to the city tower in a spurt of energy. The city gate was cracked open, and a group of men of sacrifice of the Jin state rushed out. These men of sacrifice were well trained and harder to deal with than ordinary soldiers. Soon, many of the Yin Kingdom's companions fell under their swords. Gu Jiao temporarily gave up on climbing the ladders and rushed to kill these men of sacrifice. They are more powerful than the men of sacrifice of the Liang Kingdom. No wonder the imperial court is supported by the sword hut. Gu Jiao fought back with all her strength. Her red-tasseled spear nailed Gong Sun Yu to the city tower. She used the silver spear she took from the Ghost Mountain, which was very hard and durable. But there were too many of them, and she was soon surrounded. She stabbed the men of sacrifice in front of her with her spear, and the men of sacrifice behind her chopped at her legs with their swords. There was no armor to protect her legs. Whoosh! An arrow hit the death warrior's chest. He screamed and fell down powerlessly. Gu Jiao looked back. Tang Yueshan had pulled the bowstring again. He stood high on the chariot and controlled the commanding position under the city tower. The marshal of the Zhao state's army was in full force. He said coldly, "I'm here to kill you." Gu Jiao nodded and left her back to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan's arrows never missed. Under Tang Yueshan's cover, Gu Jiao successfully killed all the men of sacrifice. At the same time, the old duke came from behind. Tang Yueshan raised his eyebrows at him. Old Gu, you're too late. We've killed them all. That was a blatant show-off. Look at your granddaughter. She's not close to you at all. She's more like a father-son soldier to me. What a tacit understanding. The old duke's face darkened. At the same time, Tang Yueshan, who had killed countless men of sacrifice, finally attracted the attention of the Jin army. Just as Tang Yueshan climbed the ladders to the city tower, the catapults launched an attack on him. The ladders were smashed in an instant. Tang Yueshan fell from high in the air, and the Tang bow on his back flew out. But it was not over yet. A Jin archer aimed at Tang Yueshan with his bow. The old duke planned to use his lightness skill to save him. Tang Yueshan yelled, "My bow! My bow! Save my bow!" The old duke staggered and almost choked to death. Fatty Tang. Was the bow more important or the person more important? But in fact, even if he caught Tang Yueshan, it would not help. The archer's attack could not be avoided. At the same time, Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed an arrow from a man of sacrifice, stepped on the chariot and jumped up. The old duke looked at her, flew up, and landed at her feet. Gu Jiao stepped on the old duke's shoulder, and had the strength to fly up. She grabbed the Tang bow with one hand, and pulled the bowstring with the other. She shot the arrow through the Jin archer's chest. She did not know lightness skill, so sure you did not panic when falling rapidly. The Marquis caught Tang Yueshan, and lashed out with his whip to catch the falling Gu Jiao. The three of them landed steadily on the chariot. Tang Yueshan breathed a long sigh of relief. He almost fell to his death. The old duke glanced at Tang Yueshan with disdain. Tang Yueshan said, "Old Gu, what's with your expression?" The old duke snorted. The three of them continued to kill the enemy. Tang Yueshan's bow could not play an advantage in close combat. But the old duke's whip was different. He was willing to take over the heavy responsibility of covering Gu Jiao, taking care of all the blind spots and dead angles. The two of them cooperated well, and were impeccable. Tang Yueshan frowned. Why do I feel that old Gu is showing off? Among all his grandsons, the old duke had only taken Gu Chongqing to battle. Gu Chongqing was his best grandson, and the young master of the Gu army. Gu Chongqing had performed exceptionally well in every battle. But now, the old duke was in a trance as he looked at the young man, who was bravely fighting forward and bathed in blood. It was as if he was leading Gu Chongqing to battle, leading the most dazzling and outstanding offspring of the Gu family to battle. A wave of heat rolled through his chest, and the blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. The sky gradually darkened. The young man's body was glowing with an inspiring power. Even the old duke, who had countless battlefield experience, had to admit that this was a hardy battle. Unfortunately, the two of them did not cooperate for long before an unexpected situation occurred. Gu Jiao had just rushed onto the Jin chariot and killed a Jin general when she slipped and fell. The old duke waved his whip to catch her. Unexpectedly, a tall figure rushed from behind, faster than his whip. He held Gu Jiao firmly with both hands and landed on the open space beside them. The other person lowered his helmet, revealing only a pair of familiar eyes. Gu Jiao blinked. Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing smiled and did not look back. He held her with one hand and stabbed his sword behind him, killing a Jin soldier who had sneaked up on him. "Yes, it's me," he said softly. He pulled back his sword and used his qinggong to carry Gu Jiao to the back of the camp. "You go back first. Leave this to me." Gu Jiao stood still and looked at him strangely. "Didn't you go to Zhao with old Master Meng?" Gu Chongqing said. "I went." The task of negotiating peace was completed. He did not need to stay in Zhao anymore. So he traveled day and night without stopping to the northwest border. There was a faint shade of black under his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. He touched Gu Jiao's helmet and said gently, "Go back and wait for me." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." Gu Chongqing returned to the battlefield with his sword. As he killed the enemy, he vaguely felt that the figure of the old general beside him was a little familiar. "Forget it. I'll kill them quickly and see my sister." The old duke was completely ignored. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Very good. You don't even recognize your grandfather." The morale of the soldiers of Yin Kingdom was high. They had nothing to worry about since they had won the battle in Shi City, Gu Jiao thought for a while and went back to Ziyang City. It had been 5 days since Xian Yuanqi had taken the purple grass poison. She wanted to know how Xian Yuanqi was doing. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.